Drifted back to the upside this morning as we try to gain some ground here after a couple of pretty tough days for both the NASDAQ and the S&P. If you missed it at 8:15 this morning, the ADP private payrolls number comes out, completely contrasting what happened yesterday with that JOLTS number that kind of kicked off the selling. It also kicked off that huge rally, if you remember yesterday, in the yields, both the 10-year and if you go even higher than that, 30-year was at multi-year highs as well. But completely the opposite this morning. This ADP number comes out much lower than expected, 85,000 versus 150 expected. So we'll touch on that coming up here and what that means overall heading into Friday. Remember, not tomorrow, but Friday. We'll get the non-farm payrolls number coming up at 8:30 Friday morning. That's going to be the big one. Ton of things moving around. Meanwhile, Intel looking pretty good. Going to spin off another unit for INTC. We'll touch on that as we head towards the Google Pixel event at 10 o'clock this morning in New York. We'll get the Pixel 8 and the Pixel 8 Pro. We'll also get the Pixel Watch 2 and also apparently Android 14 going to be launched officially at this event. So that's going to be happening live throughout the morning. Ton of things to get to, though. It is Wednesday, October 4th, 2023. TraderTv.live starts now. Yeah, there's a look at the overall market right now. Back to the upside so far on the daily chart. Yeah, if you missed it, 8:15, we got that ADP number, 89,000. That's down from 177,000 in August and well short of the 153 that was expected. So as I was mentioning, literally the complete opposite of what happened yesterday with this JOLTS number that we got yesterday at 10 o'clock that came out much higher than expected, that kicked off the selling in the overall equity markets and kicked off the rally that we saw in bond yields going into the afternoon session. So do we get a bounce here on this number again ahead of what's to come on Friday? Interesting setup overall for the day. Ton of things, as I mentioned, moving around, including just seeing some of the crypto names popping up here. Bitcoin trying to get back to the upside. We got Tilray earnings. We got Palantir on a new, or not a new collab, but expansion of previous collaborations. So a lot to look at.
Yeah, a lot to look at. And building on this ADP figure, it's very interesting because they also released the annual increase in the average pay, up 5.9%. So there's actual real wage growth here, because when you compare that to the current inflation, we're well below 5.9. So interesting look there. But yeah, mixed bag. Yesterday we get JOLTS and today we get ADP. Take your pick, but nice to see some upward movement in the equities market.
Yeah, indecision, I guess, as far as the overall market is concerned. It's worth noting the dollar sharply lower following that data this morning as well. We're all the way back to 106 and a half, I guess it is, for the DXY. But big move down for not only the dollar, big move down for the 10-year and the 30-year. 2-year kind of hanging out, not really doing much, but we're still around that 5% mark. But yeah, interesting look here, guys, to kick things off. Good morning.
Yeah, you know, sometimes bad news is good. That's what happens in the markets. And, you know, you're probably going to be able to pull up the Fed funds like a tool and probably going to get a bit of a tick to the downside in terms of the expectation of a hike in November. I think it hasn't really crossed that 30% mark, but I have a suspicion it might be back in the teens after this number today. But the question I have to ask is, did everybody mortgage everything and buy the SPY at 420 when it bounced? Well, okay, fine. We're bouncing off of it. Like, this is a daily chart, so we bounced off it yesterday, and obviously if we rally today, it will have been a short-term bounce off the level. So anytime you look on dips back in, you look at those major levels and see what can happen. Just love that it happened to be 420 there on the SPY. There's a lot to watch today. Now, obviously, we're going to get the Google Pixel event. It's not the same as other events, let's be real, because usually you know everything that's going to come out of it. It's at 10 o'clock, so keep your ear to the ground. I do feel for Google itself, it might be a bit of a sell the news event, although a lot of strength in all the big cap tech names. We're approaching that 14.8 level. All roads seem to lead us right back here. Like, we just cannot get away from the 14.8 level on the NASDAQ. You've seen every single time that you'll bounce off it. When you break it, it's like, yeah, we're going down. Double bottom, right back to the same level. Now, each time we've crossed that barrier, look, break away, support, break down, resistance. Is it resistance today? That's going to be the big story. So there's going to be some levels that come in right away if we're at 14.8 at the open, and that's what we have to punch through. So you got to stay nimble. Just because we're starting up doesn't mean we're going to punch through this level. But I don't want to be fighting it. If we get 50 points above here, you got to start thinking about longs. That's what's been happening in the markets at that 14.8, specifically on the NASDAQ. But a lot to watch. You got SoFi bouncing off its 200-period moving average. We're watching a potential flat bottom break on SHOP. And, of course, I'm going to need my Jays to step the heck up tonight after not the most impressive performance yesterday. The Bats need to wake up.
Well, if you ever need to break a 20-year playoff slide and you've lost 18 games in a row, then you just need to play the Toronto Blue Jays or the Maple Leafs or the Raptors. Or we all seem to have a very, very similar fate. Anyways, the Leafs made it past the first round at least. Hopefully they can.
True.
Hopefully the Jays will. Let's not look. Barrios returning home. Let's see what happens.
We got today.
See what happens. It's not panic. Just like the market.
Panic.
Panic attack. Okay, so 14.6 held again. So it's the same level that Neil just brought to you, 420 on the SPY. We talked about this, these spring lows. Well, it's actually midsummer lows of, if we want to get to the spring lows, we got to go back. But this August level here of 14.6, that seems like it wants to hold for now. It's great that the dollar is moving the other way today. I really actually...
Oh, yeah, we didn't move.
I'm moving this. I'm moving the goalposts today. I'm moving the goalposts. I want to go long. You're going to see the sticky note only has long ideas on it today, whenever I get it out. So I like the opportunity here. I just looking back, Brennan talked about what difference a day makes with the two numbers coming out. Apple's really trying to rally a little bit. It was down, made a nice move back up there. There's 8 o'clock, boom, back up to the upside, trying to go. Many other names today as well, trying to get back up. Microsoft has that 310 bottom that is trying to hold. Nice move right now, blasting back up to the upside here as well. Not blasting, but up 0.64. That's nice. Tesla holding some bottoms at 245. So let's see if that can hold upside as well, starting the day with the green number here. I like what we're seeing. You know what I haven't looked at, though? I haven't looked at some banks. Banks have been pretty putrid as of late. We talked about BAC. It looks like BAC has some upside-down mortgage issues and things like that. Actually, the bank's really not moving much today. But the ES also up 0.28 with the NASDAQ up 0.47. Look, I mean, we've already sort of gone through a storm of rates, dollar, China, Russia, oil, and we're kind of through that now, or are we? I don't know. I get the feeling like we're turning around. Neil mentioned the odds of the rate hike and everything sort of changing as we go. So let's just hear, heading up to November 1st, what's going to change in this market. Utilities, I heard yesterday, are at huge lows, the XLU ETF. So, as rates start to dance around a little bit, you're going to start to see a little bit of hopefully some gain in some of these spots. I've seen Enbridge and some of these utility companies that I own that have gone right to the dumps. Look at this, down here to $56, reaching 70. So it's been a pretty disastrous move down, but there's a little bit of a bump up yesterday. Let's see if we can continue it here again. I noticed the USO was down today, so hopefully energy, we'll see. So hopefully energy will continue its little downside push here. So I want to go long today. So today we celebrate, hopefully, a Blue Jays win, but that's not till after the market. It's too bad that game's not at 1:30 or something like that. Well, it'd be bad for us.
I don't want to
be able to watch it, but then we'd be able to have live reaction.
I'd rather it be prime time because
it's a Toronto.
The Jays will never we don't get prime time games.
Well, you got to play Boston.
They'll be like West Coast, but you got to play one of the bigger market teams in there.
Yeah, because our market's not big enough. Like, it just, honestly, this whole U.S.-Canada thing is really starting to piss me off.
It is what it is.
Because, Dame doesn't want to come here, all these guys, and then when they get here, they love it. We're not big enough. We're the fourth largest market in North America.
It doesn't make sense. It's just the way that they do things.
I know.
And it's always frustrating. Another point to key levels, like you're talking about that 420 on the SPY, all the transportation indexes are on major support as well. Well, potential major support, like they're right back. If you look at it, XTN, I don't know, like Dow Transport, whatever, you look at any one you want, it doesn't matter what ETF, they're all basically getting right back in. Generally speaking, that's actually more of an economic thing, but when you start bouncing off of key levels and a bunch of things are at key level support at the same time, usually you get at least a little bit of a bounce. We'll see what happens, man. That 14.8, I didn't think we'd be there at 9:30, and we might be there at 8:45.
Yeah, people talking, I know there's tax implications and all that kind of stuff. Oh, man.
Yeah,
the thing is, if you get, anyways, there's benefits to our tax
Yeah.
system as well.
People will say endorsements, but you know what? Like you're still you can have an international brand presence if you're in Canada. Trying to get Ohtani to come here. Come on, Shohei.
Yeah, what is he going to cost, though? He's not 600 anymore if he can't pitch.
Oh, I mean, he's getting he's going to get 500 mil minimum. It starts at 500 million.
For 10 years.
Yeah, but exactly.
But he's 28.
It depends on his pitching. Like if he's able to pitch by the end of next year, or for sure in 2 years if surgery goes well, I think you take the chance. The amount of money that the guy is going to bring in, it's an international market. The guy is the biggest draw in the entire sport. And the crazy thing about it is baseball does a piss poor job of marketing the guy in the first place. Like if they ever did kind of what they do in the NBA, he should be the biggest sports star out there, just given what the guy's accomplishing. He's an absolute freak of nature. If that guy played basketball when he was growing up, he'd be like a small forward dominating. Like he's just such a freak athlete. He's probably worth $1 billion over 10 years.
But Neil, Toronto's not a big enough market for Shohei.
We're not going to get him. I'm not saying he's going to go to Seattle, the Dodgers, and that is what it is. Yeah, anyways, back to the markets.
All right, go Blue Jays.
Yeah, taxes are kind of high. A little bit. A couple things to be aware of here as we head through the morning. There's more data to come. So we got that 8:15 ADP number, as we were saying, complete contrast for what happened yesterday, 89 versus 160. 9:45. So a couple days ago, we got the manufacturing side of PMI. Today, we'll get the services side of PMI from both S&P and ISM. So 9:45 is the S&P number, and then 10 o'clock, we'll get the ISM services PMI, which can be a market mover as well. We'll also get factory orders, ISM employment reading as well, factory orders on the transportation side of things as well. So there's actually quite a lot of economic data. 10 o'clock is the Google event. 1 p.m. this afternoon is, it is probably going to be nothing, but C3AI's Investor Day is coming up this afternoon as well.
Yeah, and they need somebody to buoy their stock. They've been hurting lately. Yeah, they got the best ticker out there. Let's be real about it. But I don't know if they were the best substantive AI play. We've seen a lot made lately of Google and Microsoft and the others. We'll see what C3AI has to present us with today. But to build on your point about jobs, Brendo, we've got the mother of all jobs numbers coming out on Friday. It's a non-farm payrolls. It's government data rather than private sector data. And here's what we're looking for: 170,000 increase for the month of September. That would be down from the 187 of August. We'll see if there's any difference between today's numbers and Friday.
All right, I saw a few, just to switch gears entirely here, I saw a few people mentioning Netflix in the chat early on this morning. This move that happened yesterday, this is a daily chart, but if you go into, the overall market was kind of weak yesterday, to say the least. This move that we saw on that price hike news got completely faded all the way back to basically negative on the session. But here we are, guys. I noticed in the pre-market starting to creep back to the upside for Netflix once again.
This was it was a crazy move in Netflix. But first things first, I did want to mention something about AI. First, I don't think they have the best ticker out there. My money's on DNUT. I think Krispy Kreme has the best. DNUT is an absolutely fantastic ticker. AI, obviously, that's kind of low-hanging fruit. But if you're looking at flat bottom breaks or support levels, on the event, AI is going to be bouncing off of like about 23.5 on the daily. It's been an absolute dumpster fire. But even if it just can have enough juice to get back into 26, you're talking about a 10% range that the stock has been in the last two sessions. So with a double bottom at 23.5 and then a top at 26, I think if it gets to 26, maybe there's a fade. It's got a big short interest. But who cares about that too much? Netflix, realistically, it was one of those moves yesterday where you're like, okay, you got the news, they're going to raise prices, and everybody's going to pay them. This could be the one. But if you didn't get it early, it just came back. It tried to bounce around previous highs, which is what you look for in a breakout. Absolutely failed them. And it couldn't hold any lower level after that. It couldn't hold previous support at 75. The only place it held out eventually was down here at 72, last week's rock bottom. That's the power of the selling that was in the market yesterday. It did not matter how strong something was. It was going to get beaten up. Today is a different day. I think hopefully the market's going to have a bit of a reaction ideally to the Netflix news. You've got the double bottom at 72. I think that's an obvious level that if you get to it, maybe it's not even that good if it somehow gets back into that level. But I would just reestablish back into 375, 76. We closed just above there. That's where support was before. If it hangs on to that and you dip into the open, I think Netflix looks pretty darn good. And it's a weird one, man. And Netflix is also another stock that's kind of hanging out off that 200 period moving average, where this is just key support. Breakout level, previous resistance at the beginning of the year. Like, you spent half the year trying to break through 375. You finally break it out. Now the dip into the here is up to 200 period moving average. This is where you would expect, if there's going to be a bounce off this pullback, this is where you see it. You're consolidating. I mean, this looks very solid off the 200 period moving average, and a move can get you into 410, and that's not that crazy. Doesn't have to happen today, but at least there's some signs. Like yesterday, you would have thought it was headed to 410 in a couple of days. It was a bit of a crazy sell-off. Maybe we're getting back on track for Netflix here today.
I mean, Netflix is a good one. Obviously, they're going to be passing on, costs of this new deal over to, yesterday I sneezed.
Bless
This is
you.
me. Muted at that time. Okay, so yesterday we had Netflix, obviously that news, passing on the costs of that newest deal over to the consumer. That's great for Netflix, bad for us, but it's not going to change any of our buying habits or anything like that. Purchasing power still remains strong with the consumer, is what they say. But look at Disney, man. I don't know what the hell they're going to do. Are they going to have to go 10x the price of their DTC? Because this has gotten absolutely shellacked, and it continues to make lower lows right now. I mean, this is not good. Just looking at this chart, you can easily see the trend has not been your friend for anybody, been long. This is one of the names that I was buying in the 80s, and now it's all the way down. I haven't bought any more, that's for sure. Disney's going to have to get going. Bob Iger can't seem to save these guys. You're well below the 50-period moving average. You keep on getting lower here. Keeps on trying to bump its head above it and just keeps on getting whacked. Like, there it is, one day whack, straight to the downside, boom again here. I don't know when things are going to get better for Disney. I thought that, with college football, ESPN, this is the highest. There's no better time for ESPN than right now. I mean, you log on Saturday, it's loaded with college football, and that's what ESPN's all about. And then you get the Monday night football games and so on and so forth. I thought that would have been a little bit of a spark. But again, what if Disney comes back and they actually have a few good hits somewhere at some point? Then you're going to have Marvel coming back. You're going to have Star Wars, and a lot of these new movies are going to get back onto the production side of things. And then hopefully we'll start hearing some targets for release dates, and maybe that will spark the name. But for right now, I got to leave Disney alone and honestly just try to play some of the pops in this name and try to play it short, despite the market being up today. I feel like, if we can get, there's a pop yesterday early in Disney, right? So you get anything like that, not that we're going to go to $82 again, but that might be worth a fade. There's better stories in this market, so if the market's going to go up and then you're looking for a fade later in the day, I think this is where you want to look, right? So let's see about an 80.50 or something like that. That's 80.25, maybe into here. 80.80, that's a buck up from here. Anyways, this is going to be a name that if the market gets going and looks like it wants to roll over, I think we'll have to pick on some Disney.
All right, let's talk about some cannabis stocks here. Tilray with a nice uptick this morning after earnings, 4.5% right now. That's the daily chart, so we're kind of sitting here at key levels as well. Some of the numbers there for you. They reiterated their full-year targets on the EBITDA side of things. This was kind of interesting, though. Total revenue up 20% to $70 million. Of that, $24 million was alcohol. So kind of what we heard the last time.
Yeah, it was the exact same story as last time. So let's look at the deets here. They beat on the top line, but they missed on the bottom line. So $177 million on the top line for revenue. That's a 15% year-over-year growth. That's not bad. Where they did miss, though, was where they were looking at their net loss. It narrowed about 15% year over year to about $56 million, basically due to improving margin costs and the like. But they're actually number one, Brendo, in the sector, and they now possess 13.4% amongst major players. So looking for market dominance, maybe they'll get pricing power. Who knows?
Keeping my eye on this as well. This is the dollar right now on a 15-minute chart, still downside in a big way. Day lows right now, guys, for the DXY.
Yeah, like
Market expansion.
that's what matters a little bit
That's
more
good.
there. You know, the market, we're still testing that 14.8. As far as Tilray goes, I don't know, like maybe Veru's more exciting today. Veru's up 8% today. Tilray's up 5 after earnings. 220, there's your level on the daily. You can see it once, twice, thrice. It's bouncing off support. It's barely moving to the upside off that support level. There's probably a scalp trade in there, like, I don't know if it dips at the open, try to get like 22s or 23s or something long. When the rest of the group was squeezing, like CGC went from like whatever, like 50 cents to $1, or actually went to $2 almost. Like this made a decent move, but it felt as if it was never quite as strong as the others. And I'm just going to make a bit of a pass on it for me, unless you're going to get that 220. It doesn't seem that exciting. If it gets past 250, starts breaking out of this range here, that's a little bit more exciting on Tilray. But it ran out of steam in a big way at that $3 level. It's not a great or super, super impressive quarter. It's not bad. It's not necessarily great. Nothing to me to get excited about, as I said. Like when you're at 14.8 on the NASDAQ, there's a whole wealth of names that are going to be in play at current levels. And you got news on Intel, Palantir. You got, I jokingly said Veru, but that actually might make some kind of a run today. Like I was joking about this, but this could be a penny stock that has a chance to get to $1, which is another move that's more exciting to me. So Tilray, puff, puff, pass.
Yeah, I think I just put out the sticky note as well for Tilray, and I think 220 bottom. I mean, it might be something to look at. It's just sort of where we were yesterday. Obviously, this looks like it's a better report than was expected. It's up 5%, so it's much outpacing the market here today. So I don't think we need to even really go over the numbers. They're not great. They're looking to be free cash flow positive heading into next year. I think that's a good sign. But yeah, we didn't get that. I remember I was saying that you might want to put some bids down here in case it sort of flushed into this support. Didn't do that. I think that's good. So now maybe support is right here at 220. So 220 goes back to May. Goes back into here into August. We dipped down a little bit end of August, beginning of September, and we've just dipped right now, and it held again. So it was an opportunity for haters of this name or just for the stock itself to retrace back into some of these lows. Their quarter held up. It's looking pretty good. I don't like to trade names on earnings days or even the day before earnings. We'll probably look at this tomorrow and possibly the day after. But if it does come down to 220, I feel like that's a buy. I like this level. I don't feel like this is an earnings level. It's held. It's going to have a little bit of volume today. Although 700,000 shares is pretty light for sure right now. But hey, it's ticking up. We like Tilray. And again, if it comes down to $2.20, I think it's worth a small little tidbit there just to see what happens. Because thing is, like if you go to 220, where do you get out? $2? That's 10% hit. Seems like a lot to do that, right? 20 cents on $2. So let's just wait. Feel like you like that long. I like Tilray today. I don't know if it's worth sparking one for, but it's a good one. Up 5%. Let's see if it holds.
Yeah, it's still 0.5%. We were just talking about Apple here. Here's some analyst moves for you, including, rare downside move for Apple from KeyBank. We were just saying KeyBank's been busy this week doing lots of things, catching an upgrade, meanwhile, from Wolf Research for KeyBank. Google on here, Bank of America liking the event coming up today, Molson Coors. There was that investor day that happened yesterday. We'll touch on that, I'm sure. Delta, BlackRock, and First Horizon as well, downside.
Yeah, I mean, Apple getting a downgrade is probably the most. Anytime Apple gets a downgrade, it's going to be the most newsworthy, I suppose, of any upgrades and downgrades. Alphabet, the event, I think people are going to be watching that, and it's not. You're not expecting the fireworks that you get from Meta's event and then the Apple iPhone. You don't really expect that from Alphabet today. But what you did have yesterday, and I don't know how many times we'll be pointing this out, the 200-period moving average on the daily. We don't quite get there in Apple, about $5 away. If you look at major support, I think it got within a couple of bucks on a big flush at the open last week, and that was immediately rejected. I think you look at 170 change, like it's 170.30, weirdly enough, that happens to be this bottom after that flush down day where you kind of almost tested the 200-period moving average, and then this higher low has been holding out. So 170 looks like a nice little go zone. I think you're a lot closer to dip buying off of that level than you are at resistance up here. You've got 72, which actually got blown through, and you have previous close, and then from there you've got that 173.5 area. So I like the dip into 170. I think if we get to the top of the range, to me that's just going to be an area to look short first, just given the nature of the way Apple has been moving. It's not really punching through those previous support and resistance levels the first time it gets there. That's not the stock that it's been. You know, like NVIDIA can have a chance of doing stuff like that. Apple doesn't really do that. So I think you're going to have some levels where you can fade Apple, especially up at that top. But if we get down to 170, just remember, it has not been getting to 170 for the long. That bottom has been at 30. So you almost want to be thinking about it. Once you're underneath 171, then I'm looking for the dip buy into that 170 level because it hasn't been getting there.
Do we have that board up again, that earning or the upgrades and downgrades board? Because that slipped right past. No? Okay. Well, it's got to stay up more than 10 seconds next time. So I'm going to pass it back to the board, but I like Apple. It's on the sticky note. Let's give it back to the boys.
A couple other things moving around here. I saw Nikola doing some volume in the pre-market. A few people mentioning that one. There's Gaucho Group as well, VINO, on a headline. That's a fairly low float type of stock. FRLN, another one of those fairly low float type of stocks. So lots of little ones moving around here this morning. SoFi up 1% this morning as well. So, I mean, we saw yesterday a few of these teeny tiny little floats pop up throughout the midday as well while you guys were on. So again today, FRL and IKT, even another one in this Gaucho Group, Vino.
I like the name of the Gaucho Group. It sounds pretty cool. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about SoFi because I went on a bit of a rant yesterday on the midday show about this one. We know that yesterday was the first day for student loan repayments south of the border since 2020. We figured, you know, SoFi is going to get a boost out of this because a large crux of their business is student loan refinancing at lower rates. We didn't see that. We in fact sold off. So let's watch today what it does and in the weeks to come because, you know, they may get better numbers as these student loan borrowers look to refi their higher interest loans, Brendo.
I was just going through a few headlines here for Gaucho Group as well, Vino, VINO. And I'm not even making this up. This is one of them. Gaucho Group Holdings Incorporated announces new initiatives to increase stockholder value. And that's it. Cool. So make of that what you will. 795,000 share float on Vino.
In Vino Veritas. That's all you need to know. Anyone that doesn't know that translation, you can look it up or just watch the movie Tombstone. Single greatest character in movie history is probably Doc Holliday, played by Val Kilmer. So small float, reverse split, stock goes down for a few days, makes bottom, goes on irrational breakout. Whatever, it doesn't even matter what the news is, but we've seen this pattern time and time again because there's a lot of beaten up stocks. There's a lot of opportunities for this pattern to hold. Now, this is not doing a ton of volume, but as long as it holds on to the previous high, I think it might have a chance here. I mean, 220, this is like a 225 area when I pull the chart back, that previous top. So it's got a nice little tight window here that it could break out. And then what you're looking for essentially is an irrational move up and then a bunch of, like a halt or two, capture that move, take your profit and get out of it and don't buy highs. You know, like if this thing gets up and starts busting 350, like once it's out there, you know it doesn't really make a heck of a lot of sense. It's like the daily chart looks like what it looks like for a reason. So I would never be buying these after they've broken that top. But if at the open, there's not a lot of liquidity right now, this is a little bit at 25. I think you're looking for that little tight window in the quarter. Hopefully it gets to like $2.80, $3. Your home run is if it goes over that. If it gets to 5, I pay for shorts. Pretty simple on Vino, which that's another ticker that's easily better than AI. I mean, like I could probably come up with a dozen that are better than C3AI's ticker. Vino's a great one. Doesn't make any sense with regards to Gaucho, but who cares? It's pretty cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool symbols out there. One that's not that cool is NVAX because Novavax. I mean, it's a good symbol for the name, but it's not like cool or anything like that. 46% short. We had this name brought to you guys yesterday. We talked about it as soon as the news hit there, a new protein-based vaccine coming through here. So they got approval, FDA. You're looking to take out $8 again. We bounced off $8 a bunch of times there yesterday. I think that this is going to be in play here. It's not really going right now, which is kind of interesting to me. Just barcoding here all afternoon. afternoon, right around the 760 mark. So if this really truly is good news for them, you feel like they, well, now that's, okay, I'm going to zoom in a little bit more here. That bottom right here, you know, this news is just yesterday. You know, so if we were waiting for any kind of approval, well, it hung out at the bottom for quite a long time here, $7, right? 660, something like that, 650. And then yesterday you finally get a bump up. I don't know why it wouldn't continue. And again, this is something where you're just kind of looking at the stock. Looks like it's going to be bullish here. It's got a catalyst. It's trying to break above the 50-period moving average. So that's going to be $8 as well. So I think a break long here makes sense to me. Up to 10, I think. Whether or not that happens today or the next couple of days, I just feel like, you know, this whole little area has been waiting for something. It's like you just get this bunching up, you know, spike up, back down, spike, like literally look at these spikes. Just, it's all the same. So now we should be getting another one. And it's about time that something hits here for NVAX. We had that report there yesterday. I don't know if there's anything else in the pipeline. Little surprise today coming in and only seeing it up 1%. So if any of you are interested in this name, maybe there's more work that needs to be done, but I feel like, you know, $6 is a pretty good bottom there. If you want to take about $1, $2 worth of risk on this name, I think you can, you know, you could probably, if all things work out, I mean, why not 17, $18 back here to where we were last year? But again, you know, this is a space that requires a lot of research. You need to know what's in the pipeline and need to know if this vaccine is actually anything anyways, right? So some of you out there obviously are going to be anti-vaccine, and I think that's what hurts NVAX. You have Pfizer in the space, Moderna. But again, not an mRNA vaccine here, a protein base. So if I knew more about it, I could recommend. But based on the price action down there, I think it's good off that 650 mark. So,
all right, just hearing an AI headline here for Dell, D-E-L-L, heads up on that. Rollins, R-O-L, down 2% here. Spruce Point short note just came out on this one. Not a lot of volume, but heads up. I just read they are a pest and termite control company. So Spruce Point doesn't like that one. Let's get into everything else you need to know here this morning. Sharif's going to kick things off with a look at the futures.
All right, guys, we closed out yesterday at 42.64 on the ES December contract. Look for that as an area of support. We're at 42.73 right now. However, look where we topped out at. No surprise, at 42.80, 42.82. That's where we troughed out at on the 27th, acting as a level of resistance right now. If we break above and stay above the high day, currently 42.82, look for 4,300 as a possible resistance level. But if we come down into 42.64, which again is where we closed out yesterday, look for possible support.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know this morning as we head towards the open. If you haven't done so yet, watchlist.tradertv.live, or you can scan that QR code. It'll get you there as well. Enter your email address, and then you get that for free. Everything you need to know every day in the pre-market. On a day when there's an investor event, typically you get all kinds of headlines going into said investor event. So AI, just keep an eye on C3 AI. They were just announcing a new product there. So again, this investor event's coming up at 1 o'clock this afternoon for C3 AI, but new product launch looks like just coming across there for AI. Top of the list today, Google. Yeah, Pixel event coming up at 10 o'clock. Pixel 8, Pixel 8 Pro to come, Pixel Watch 2, Android 14. I mean, as I said yesterday, Google's renowned and well known for leaking everything basically about these devices before these events. So, I mean, it's all online already.
The real question is, though, Brendo, are you going to get the new Pixel now that they've discontinued support for yours?
Today.
Amazing. Okay, you guys heard it here first. Broken news. But they also got an upgrade, Brendo, from BofA Securities with a target with a buy and a price target raising from 142 to 146. So solid. We'll keep an eye out to see what happens. Probably cover that live for you on the midday.
10 o'clock in New York, guys, for this event today.
Don't believe that you will be getting one, but my wife is certainly considering one. After I have 7, I love it. It was a great recommendation, so you know, I'm happy with it. We're not expecting anything crazy here. I just went to Brendan after that. That's a little weird. But look, at 10 o'clock, a lot of times I'm thinking sell the news. Into a strong market, it better be at perfect pricing for Alphabet, and you can kind of see some resistance up here about 134, 134.5. It's been pretty loose. if you had a shot at the 132 at the open, I think that would have been a good dip buy zone. It's been holding very, very nicely at the top compared to the other big tech names. Like back and forth at that 50 period, like every time we go one way off the 50 period on the daily, it just snaps back the next day, and you've been doing that little bit of a dance. Today, that rests down at that 32. I'd like that to hold. If 32 can't hold, then I'm not fighting that thing long. You know, underneath there, it's like, okay, sit back, relax, and wait for 130 for Alphabet. If there's going to be a sell-off at 10 o'clock or after 10 o'clock, it needs to be, I'm looking for it to be busting these tops and then fading back in specifically for this name. I'm not trading it until after the event starts. At least that's the plan. There's always a chance, look, it's at 133.30. Maybe there's an open bounce off 132, but that would be something very quick, and then I want to wait till after 10 o'clock. There's plenty of other big cap tech names without having to be wrapped up in this during the event.
Yeah, we hit, I can't remember if it was yesterday or not, but I like Google's strength, and we talked about it. You know, sticking, I mean, we had a bad wick there, so I had to zoom in a little bit. Still above the 50-period moving average. Like I said, it's really held these bottoms real nice down here near 130-ish, I mean, 128 maybe as the bottom on the daily chart. I know Brendan's saying that they've leaked things. I haven't heard anything, but I haven't looked either, so I'm not going to comment on any of the features that are coming out. And I don't, like you mentioned before, I don't think it really matters. I mean, the Meta Quest, all that kind of stuff, it still went down, then went right back up to where it was. So I could see some volatility coming on this event. I'm not expecting any Snoop Dogg emojis or anything like that, like Meta had, anything crazy happening there. But hey, if they do announce something, it's obviously going to be a positive announcement. I think the pricing is going to come in line. You saw Apple release their new iPhone, same pricing as last year, slightly up, but anyways, in line with that. So whatever the pricing is going to be for the Pixel, I've been a Pixel holder since Pixel 1. And now I'm over there on Apple, but I love the phone. I think it's going to continue to do well. And it's a great operating system, right? So I like the name. I think you want to wait for dip buys. And 10 a.m. is when it is, so we'll mark it down. That's what we wrote on the sticky note. I didn't put any levels, I didn't put anything. I just said Google event long, and it's been strong. So we know the stock is strong. We know they're going to have a good report. The only thing that could possibly happen is something goes wrong at the event, like they're trying a feature that doesn't work. We've seen that happen before. So that could be something that you look out for. But yeah, I mean, I believe Brendan buying a new phone. I mean, I think it's possible.
Well, he said like right away. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Why not? I mean, you know, Apple.
He says no to everything, Brendan. Everything. He says no to everything.
Pixel store up in a web page, and as soon as there's a pre-order button on this page, I'm going to hit it. So anyway. All right, let's go to Apple downside here. KeyBank with a rare downgrade on this one, going from overweight to sector weight. So I mean, it's back to support. Maybe we should hang out here for a while and see what happens.
Yeah, well, analyst Brendan Nispel removing that $200 price target that he had previously on the stock. This is what he said. In our view, user growth is still more important than unit growth. We believe this could be a losing argument given the lack of catalyst, which we believe results in a neutral risk reward. I mean, I don't really know exactly what he's talking about. We've heard a lot about there being marked delays, whether internationally or in North America, with some of the models for the new iPhone 15, especially the Pro Max, seems to be like the longest delay ever. Whether or not that's a supply and production issue or a demand issue, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and we learned yesterday, if you remember, they are apparently going to release this software update that will fix this overheating issue, which is not the first time they've done that. So just hearing Roku with a new product announcement as well, but no one cares.
Ouch. Yeah, I mean, you're right about that. You can always tell, like, when there's a catalyst, if you ever see, like, a stock with a catalyst and you're like, oh, that sounds pretty interesting, or, like, is this good enough to trade? Sometimes the market will do the talking for you. If it's not moving, then it might not matter, or it's waiting for the open. Apple, we went over this one a little bit there. The 170.30 level has been support for the last half week, and I'm talking about that one push we had back down in the 200-period moving average. Everything holding a 200-period right now in this dip. You gotta like it, because when you have these kind of pullbacks, or whatever you want to call it, correction, whatever word you want to give to it, things holding that 200-period moving average, it shows you that one of the major lines of support that a lot of big money is going to look at is supporting the stock in front of it. So Apple has that right now, and when we bounced in front of it, your higher low was buyers in front of 170. So I just threw a bid in there. I mean, I want the 170 long in front, but if it's only going to get to 30, this could be a dip buy at that half level. So 170 and a half on Apple. If we get up to 174, I like that one for potential short. The fact that it got a downgrade, that's not that big of a deal necessarily for the day trade. I mean, overall, typically, it can just give you a catalyst for a little bit of extra volume, and that'll be absolutely fine. The range has been very solid the last 3 sessions. It's gone bottom to top almost this entire $3. The first day, 2.5. In the last couple of days, you've essentially been getting that $3 range. So if it does the same thing today, first shot, look for the long, because we've been bouncing on that ADP number.
Look, yesterday I was just going back over what I was doing yesterday. Yesterday we shorted everything all day pretty much. Here's the Apple chart yesterday, 173.50 shorts, 173 shorts at the end of the day, all came in. So I just looked this up. This is just off my Twitter. So we'll put that back up there. I just wanted to see what I was doing yesterday and what the levels were because today we are quite down from that 173 area that we were hitting yesterday. So that's what I was thinking, like, how is Apple... You know, the market, I'm thinking, is going to be going to the upside, but Apple's back in here into the downside. So I didn't put it on the sticky note today, but I still am looking at these levels, 173. So I just want to double check to make sure that's what we were doing yesterday, and that is what we were doing. So a little bit of a bump up here for Apple if it does get going. I like that move to the downside today. It's just the market's up. So I feel like you might want to play off some 170 maybe if we get down there, but I don't think we're going that low. I mean, 170.50 before that number could be a nice little bounce area. But Apple, to me, is just, it's trading a little off here. So as the market turns around, there's a reason why it's not on the sticky note. I'm not really in tune with this name yet until we get up to this 173. I know I want to short it up there. There's absolutely no doubt about that. But for right now, could it be pulled back down a little bit on that Google event? Maybe. You know, if Google comes out with, obviously it's going to be attractive pricing, I could see people saying, well, this phone does everything that the iPhone does, but is a couple $100 less, vice versa, right? So I could see that. I'm not worried about a KeyBank downgrade. Obviously, it's hitting the stock. So let's just see if Apple can hold water. It's been doing it down here at 170. So let's just see if it can continue to hold that. You know, that's really what I'm going to be looking at. So 170, 150, kind of stuck in the middle now. If I want to go long 170 and short 173, we're literally, Sean, in the middle. So I'm going to hands off this one until we get a move one way or the other.
In here for Tesla on the morning so far. We did start in the pre-market in negative territory. There's not much this morning. It is showing a little bit of relative strength. There's a new software release, over-the-air update that's going to come to fix some bugs, I guess, with some hazard lights and things of that nature. But not much in the way of news today.
No, but there is a new Model Y rear-wheel drive for all the driving enthusiasts, and Musk had a lot to say about this one on X, formerly Twitter, saying, don't worry, I know winter's coming, but this is as safe as the all-wheel drive, especially if you're using all seasons or the winter tires, and you're eligible for that $7,500 tax credit. So keep your eye out, I guess, if you want a rear-wheel drive car.
A rear-wheel drive Tesla with electric torque in the winter. Okay.
Safe.
You seem jazzed about that.
Sign me up.
Brendan seems excited about that. That doesn't necessarily affect the trade, though. You can be excited to trade Tesla every single day, but 250. 250 was a pre-market level and yesterday, and then you had ignore this wick. That's just a dark pool wick. And then 250 was the top right at noon, actually. Like, it hit 250 at noon. So if the market's going to try to go and hold green, break 14.8, you have a 250 break on Tesla, which is going to be in play. I just want to say something, because someone in the chat was like, Apple broke 170 in the pre-market. It actually didn't. So when you look at your chart and you see these wicks, those are overnight dark pool wicks. It never broke 170 on Apple. It didn't happen. It's just overnight late reported prints. They can report them anytime in 24 hours. And that's why you see some of these crazy wicks on the chart. You can usually tell by the volume. Apple's not going to move that far without doing enough volume. Now, the other name in the EV space I want to look at is obviously Rivian yesterday, broke that 23 level, got all the way down to 22, had a mini bounce, went to 22.5. It's still down at these lows.
Yeah.
That 23 was like a hammer short, and it was the 50 period on the daily. So if there is you can kind of loosely look at the 200-period moving average bounce, and if you draw a trend line, let me just quickly do it. Like if you draw a trend line in here, like something like that, it doesn't really matter. Like you're not really getting to 21, or you didn't get to 21. I could draw that a little bit tighter to the bottom and you'd have support closer into 20. Either way, I'd be looking for, if it makes another leg down, to hold a higher low on the daily for a dip buy opportunity. And I understand sometimes you want to draw trend lines from like all the way here, but oftentimes you want to look at where did the next move happen and was bouncing off that 200-period moving average. So if we get down to like sub 21, I think you're getting into that bounce zone where you could have that trend reversal on Rivian. It's up 1%. That's probably because it was down so much in the last 2 days, despite the fact the market is up 0.3. So I wouldn't completely write this off as not getting down into that support level just yet on Rivian.
I just want to, again, I'm going to show from yesterday because I always feel like when you hit a stock the day before and you do quite well on it and some of the levels are still there and not much has changed, like I wrote down here on this sticky note that we like a 245 long. It's a new safety update. I don't know. I like the rear, that rear wheel stuff. As long as they're selling cars in California, I think it's okay. Not great for the Northeast for sure where we're located. But yesterday, Tesla, look at these shorts. Very, very patient, waiting for that 250, 249, downside, downside, downside. But look, we did not cover at 245. Then we went short again, and into the end of the day, I don't have the rest of it. We also waited for Tesla, or for Rivian yesterday. We had a monster. We had $1 almost. I could probably find that chart as well on the short yesterday for Rivian. We had $1 win off that, but we waited for that play to come in. So yesterday, like I said, 250, 249 were great shorts. Why just not be patient and wait for that same thing again here? So 245 held. It held yesterday in the afternoon as well. This is the move that, remember, I just showed you, we were short into here and we were short into the morning. So let's let Tesla do its dance again, man. Let's get back up to 250, go short if it hits that level, and then just play it off that. So Tesla has very violent moves early on, and I think that if you're going to play it, I would wait for the bump and then the short. So, and again, I can look back and try to find it. I don't know if I actually tweeted out the position yesterday in Rivian. It does not look like I did because it was off of a VWAP move there yesterday. Thank you so much, Randy. I'm starting to feel some waves.
I didn't even see
right
you there. A good one.
No. I already moved that, dude.
I'm not moving until we break 14.8. The second we take 14.8, I'm taking.
We are bouncing off VWAP right now. It could be a good call.
No, but you're
going bearish?
You don't get to. Okay, fine, whatever.
No, I'm just saying the market. We did turn that around when we started the show, but the market is pulling back a little bit.
I'm just waiting for that 14.8 level. We clear that, and it's like, to me, that's like I'm not fighting things until 15,000.
Randy's not looking at any levels. He's just coming here and turning that over.
I know. He's just having fun.
He has nothing to do with anything.
How do you sleep?
This is the short that we had, I believe, yesterday. There was some VWAP. It was a little bit of a bounce back up. Unfortunately, we don't have our ticks here, but it was almost $1 in on Rivian yesterday. So we can, they're right there. It's that VWAP take right there that we shorted. We got above it. We poked our head. Then we went short right there on that VWAP retest. Oh, by the way, thank you so much to Brian Shannon, man. We had him on the Market Recap Show, and he talked all about trading strategies. Like, if you're not watching the show at 4 o'clock and you're a trader, then I don't know. Do whatever you want to do. But we have very active, aggressive day traders on that show. Yesterday we had Brian Shannon. I even asked him straight up, are you trading every day? He's like, yes. I was like, did you take this trade? Yes. Why did you take it? This is why. We went over moving averages. We went over VWAP. We went over all of that. And he slipped into my DMs again this morning. So, we're building a relationship here, and I feel like we're going to go back and forth with a few ideas. He absolutely loved this trade there on Rivian. Nice downside move. Oh, and we also talked about it, and I asked him about this Meta trade yesterday, and I said, why in the world were we not short the whole farm right here on Meta? He opened up a 15-minute chart, and we discussed why this wasn't an amazing, amazing short. It turned out to be great, and we had this off VWAP right there on Meta. But shout out to you, Brian Shannon, at Alpha Trends. Great partnership developing between us. I really think it's going to be a great opportunity to learn more about trading. And again, at 4 o'clock on some station called CNBC, they ain't talking to traders. They're not doing anything like that. So make sure that you watch us every single day. We got Chris Brecher on today, who gets requested by you guys in the chat. So we'll talk about that coming through one more time. But yeah, we had VWAP shorting opportunities in Rivian yesterday, and we really shorted Tesla. Let's see if it happens again today. See, here's the market, broke below the 50-period moving average. So yeah, now I'm not as bullish as before, but we're still way, like Neil said, man, there's that 14.8 up there, and there's 14.7 down there. So we could just hover in the middle until we get something.
I'm waiting for those levels, man.
And there's big economic numbers, not big, but there's economic numbers
Vino.
coming through today. And Vino, apparently.
Yeah, 9:45, 10 o'clock. I'll bring those to you when they do happen. Just worth a note here, Ford coming through with Q3 delivery numbers right now, but it's literally 0,000 at the moment, so no reaction whatsoever. Both sides, EV and full sales were higher on the quarter, but no reaction whatsoever for Ford. Let's talk about Intel here. 10 minutes ago. There's 3 or 4 positive notes on the analyst side of things. They're also going to spin off this programmable chip unit, so looking good here so far for INTC.
Yeah, another possible spinoff. We saw the Mobileye spinoff last year. It's Pat Gelsinger's move basically to focus on foundries and to rein in costs, because costs were running wild. Let's have a look at what they're doing here. It's going to be called the Programmable Solutions Group, or PSG, not the club, Paris Saint-Germain, but Programmable Solutions Group. I had to throw that in there. It's essentially what it does is they make chips called Field Programmable Gate Arrays, or FPGAs. These are simpler than your regular CPUs that you find in your PC. They're more flexible, they respond faster, they're more power efficient. They bought a company, Brendo, called Agilix back in 2017, about for 16.7 billion, or 2015, pardon me. This is part of their, basically to expand into that field. We'll see how they do in 2-3 years.
Nice move initially yesterday on Intel to the upside as well on that EU node, it seemed. But here we go again, guys. A couple days in a row here for INTC upside.
Or maybe someone knew they were going to release this yesterday, this news. I don't know. It's a little pie. It's just tinfoil hat, because Intel was pretty strong for the greater part of the morning. I want to start here. And by the way, if you're thinking about, think about the big deal that AMD just made, or just finally closed with Xilinx, right? Like, that's a programmable chips. So the competition, which has been beating them, has been investing in the same thing. I think the spinoff's a good thing. Focus on the core. To be sure. Thank you very much, Randy. Look at these. These are actually, don't buy Disney, but these are like Mickey Mouse cookies. You can't really, it's hard to tell. You're not going to be able to see on the camera.
You might be able to.
You can maybe see the, can you see the design?
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, little Mickey Mouse cookies. I have no idea why Brandy brought them, but
where did you get those, Randy?
If you bring me a cookie, then you're in my good books for the entire day, maybe even the entire week. Shout out to Randy for that. Shout out to Ramin when she brings treats. Fabian's the one that doesn't share.
Who would you get these
Where'd
from?
these come from? Oh, sweet. Who do we think?
Who?
Oh, they're from Paris. Oh, the Paris.
Gay Paris. Ooh.
You gotta dip these in. You gotta dip it in your coffee, dude.
I know, but I want to taste it. It's a sugar. I think these would disintegrate.
Sugar cookie.
The next one is. I was gonna.
Is it? Who is it? You better pass that cookie before.
Not.
No, that's Minnie Mouse. That's Minnie.
Is it? I thought it was.
Yeah, that's Minnie. I know. My daughter's obsessed with one of the Minnie Mouse things. It's like there's a Halloween Minnie Mouse, and she watches it every day.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, that's good.
The ducks are next.
So I like the long on Intel, and I love cookies. It's so far, it's already up 3%. I always put a couple of lines in the sand, like previous support level, previous resistance level. That would have been, that closed at 35.70 on a really big dip. This 33, so 36.10 to 36 area, that's the other level I like on a dip. Chasing it up top here, man, I just generally don't like doing that when we're right at 14.8 on the NASDAQ. Like, if we fail 14.8, I don't want to be buying tops of things, but I do like that long. If you look at the channel on the daily, it is holding it like an absolute charm. Every time it has bounced, there's been a consolidation after the first couple of days of the bounce. Maybe you're going to get that. To me, that would be off the 50 period maybe. That's like 35.5. But there's a lot of room to go, and maybe the next time we challenge the 40 level, it actually breaks the 40 level if you hold this pattern to the upside. So, I'm going to be looking for the long dip buy here for Intel. If we get it, that 36 area is the first stop. Just want to be patient with it. I wouldn't necessarily rule out, if you just hold out these highs, then you look at this wick top at 36.5. If we never get underneath that, sometimes you've just got to be willing to buy higher, but I don't want to make that move at 9:30. I want to be a little bit more patient at 9:30. But if we break 14.8 and we're above 36.5, then I'll start anchoring off that level. I'm not really looking for the short. It might mean I'm setting things out. Like if this thing flushes, doesn't hold any support, I'm probably sitting out the move because I'm not looking short Intel.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's the number one name. Well, we have Tesla written on here because we did well on it yesterday, and I think we actually might have traded Intel yesterday as well. I'm not sure. I can never remember. Oh, no, it didn't get down to 35 yesterday, did it? No, so we were looking at 35 yesterday. We're looking at 36 today. Yeah, Neil, those are pot cookies, so good luck with those. Downside move there, 36 bucks.
What? They're what?
Okay, just get ready. $36 to the downside. No, I'm just playing. They're not.
I thought that's what you said. I was like, huh?
No, well, they might be. All right, so evil tricks being played by the guys in the back there. Let's see if we have any psychedelic reactions to these cookies. But anyways, if we come back down into 36 bucks, it's 9.25 right now. Let's see if there's any imbalances. I really like Palantir. Yes, sir. We'll talk about that next, of course. But I like there must be a sell. Oh, there it is right there. Very, very small sell creating Intel to get back into 36.50. No worries on this one, man. New operating business. You want to trade stock that have catalysts. We don't need this up. We talk about that all the time. Intel has one today, so I'll be on this name 100%. It's one of the ones that I'm looking at right to start off. So if you get down to 36, I think it's worth a try. I'm going to put a bid there right now, just for a couple hundred shares maybe to start, and then if we're able to get a little bit of a lower bid, then we'll deal with that when it comes in. But for right now, yeah, let's try Intel off that 36. I don't mind it. If we get long 36, I think you can get out of it relatively quickly. If you're wrong, maybe this 85, something like that down there. It would be a little bit of a hit, but like I said, to start the day off negative wouldn't be anything new for me. But that's what we're going to try. Some nice little downside pushes here. But the market is, thanks, Randy, hovering a little bit lower right now.
The guy was.
Let's just wait to see. Wow. Although he did put it in. We were already sort of going down, but
fine.
The Randy curse is alive and well. All right, Brendan and Sharif, let's talk some Palantir. Then we got 3 minutes.
Quickly, AI collab with PricewaterhouseCoopers on this side. And then there's this note from Bloomberg this morning, which is kind of interesting as well, saying they are close, quote unquote, close to a UK health data contract to come through as well.
Yeah, 480 million pounds, Brendo. It's nothing to sneeze at here. And it would be renewable every 2 years. They did not respond to Bloomberg's report for comment, request for comment, pardon me. We'll have to wait and see how they do, up 4.5% right now. And it showed up on one of my technical charts this morning for this breakout pattern. So keep your eye on Palantir.
Yeah, relative volume to the upside today as well, guys, for PLTR.
So it's like stronger.
So, okay, so Palantir's up 5%. You can almost forget about what I thought would be the play. When this moved in the aftermarket, I thought like this break of 15 in the aftermarket and then holding out at 15, like 30s, I was sort of thinking the 15 was going to be your level. You're now $0.50 away from 15 bucks. So I don't necessarily want to chase it up here. The 50 period's at 70. There's been resistance above $16. So generally speaking, the short on this stock has been at and above 16. That's where it starts failing. So there's still room to go. If you like the dip, 15 is kind of obvious. The 15 quarter is looking like it's a bit of a setup. It's very quickly because I don't know if we got to this one. SoFi, I'm bidding 7, but that ADP ruined the chances of getting 7, I think. I don't know if we get that $7 level on SoFi. I like the bounce on it. I might have to look at the 7 quarter on any kind of a dip and look to the yesterday's lows for a dip buy on SoFi. Mike, I think I have a better chance of getting the dip buy on SoFi potentially than in Palantir.
Yeah, I haven't looked at SoFi yet today, but I do like that name, and I do like Palantir. If you guys remember yesterday, I was kind of just saying we had that big whoosh down yesterday, and if those of you remember, I know Gabby McBoston does, because we talked about this earlier, there was a name at 355 that I said could probably be bought yesterday's dip, and that was Palantir, and obviously I had no idea that it would be up 5% today, but congratulations to anybody that did that. I'm still waiting for a dip buy back into 15. Excuse me, it is another name on the sticky note today for 15. If that bottom yesterday, excuse me, just chug some water there again here now. So we're back on the water tip. As I'm feeling fine, but like I was saying to these guys before, like my head feels like a little bit in a daze right there.
It's the cookie.
It is the cookie. No, but I've been feeling maybe it is.
Ever since you
I just put the coffee down. I told you, Randy brought the cookies and the coffee, and I think the coffee tastes funny.
We're in trouble. Oh my goodness.
There it is. They found it. So shout out to Hydration Nation. But the thing is like if we didn't go down yesterday, 1480, then I think, that's a level that could hold here today. So back into 15 with only 20 seconds now. It's Adara on the bell, so that's going to be good. Only 15 seconds. Adara, of course, going to be coming in with some news stories and some hit pieces, things like that as we go. Now it's only 10 seconds, and then, of course, hosting half the midday show with the professor. So here we go. With only 5 seconds to go. Mind is on Intel for now. And there we go.
The market is open. There was a move to the downside early on Meta just now. Like Meta broke 300 and got to 298. So if this recovers 300, that could be a heck of a snap move. That's not where I was looking first. Obviously, Intel, I think, is going to be the flavor. Little bit of a dip, but not much. Do want to try to remain patient. Oh, I forgot about Vino. Yeah, Vino, for anybody, like the breakout has already happened on Vino. It broke that 25. It's through $3. As far as I'm concerned, like this is where, get yourself paid, right? Like you don't make anything unless you take profit out. But if you have a 220 or a 230, if this fails $3, you could be at 250 and halting down. But I'm not telling anybody what to do. It's just these irrational type moves. You want to make sure you pay yourself out and then play with some house money. Here comes SoFi to the downside, maybe. Not nearly enough. Okay, maybe a little bit further, and then we can pick this one up for the dip buy.
Market's trying here, and I was wondering about Apple because Apple's back to its 50-period moving average and looking to take out right now the top of the morning to you.
Good song.
We just tried to go short there, 60. We'll take okay, there it is. We'll take a 40 right now. We did want that short into, we might still have it. We did want that short into 172 right now. Just a tester piece early on Apple. We don't want to go too crazy here. A little bit of a bid above, 172, and we will exit stage left on this position. So right now, there's Apple floating upside. We did short it yesterday, remember. The market is taking, so now the market took the 50-period moving average. Now you're starting to go back up to the upside. So let's just be very, very careful with this one. A 172 break, and we will get out of this, man, because if this is an up day, we change it to a bull, man. My guy changed it the other way around there, Randy. So now we're into Intel. Here comes a nice, wow, Neil, here comes a very nice dip on Intel all the way down.
It just went to 36. The other thing, I forgot
they
to
don't
mention
like
Firm,
this story,
but
by the way.
wow, it's already 36. I'm going to try and get a short at a Firm at 19. I was just looking at Shopify as well, but Firm 19, 20 was the level yesterday on a pop. I want to try short 19.
Right,
so
well,
they do the dip on Intel. It's at that 36. You said it. Here we go. That's first level. Can it hold on is the question. They're dumping this news here, and it's looking
wow,
pretty
they dumped
nasty.
that pretty hard there.
Yeah, they started dumping this pretty hard. It just held on to 80s.
Oh, yuck.
If it can't hold the quarters, I'm getting out of this thing.
I lost
the same
on both
thing
of
yesterday.
these.
Like, it just held 79. It looks like. Okay.
First of all, Jeppy, if there's a
to be
2-minute delay for the live, just please refresh it because there should not be any
hit the live button.
delays whatsoever.
10 seconds maximum on YouTube.
Yeah, there should be no problems going live with that. Okay, so we actually lost on both those trades, man. Apple went all the way to the upside there and took us out at 72, and then we just got back into that, just hoping that it was just a flush. Well, not a flush, but a move to that upside there for Apple. So we're back into it. It just flushed into the 70s. We did not take that fill. We missed it. It's not that we didn't want to take it. It's just it flushed pretty quickly. We're only short. There it is. We're only short at 91 right now as well. And then I got back into Intel because really, I thought I liked the story with Intel today, but we got flushed out there. We said that bottom for us would be 85. It did get into that, and it broke. So right now, here we go, man. We're going to have to watch out for that little lower take there, 75 maybe on Intel. What's up, Brendan?
Right back down, but a nice start to the morning anyways for RIVN. Took out that pre-market high and reverse, but heavy volume here for Rivian again.
Okay, so a Firm got all the way to, I swear it didn't get to this price, but the wick tells me that you got to 18.93, so it got to 19 essentially and rejected. That's a miss while I was getting filled in Intel. Intel was coming down so fast that I had to put my attention over there and missed a golden short opportunity on a Firm. Intel might not even hold on to this 80 level, and then we'll just have to get out. But I'm into the short.
Wow,
I might be a little bit
Apple's the
early
one
on the
that's
way back in. Apple it's at 73 yet?
Yeah. 73. No.
Okay, Apple's at 72 change. I'm sitting 173, like 42. That's my favorite number in baseball. So I'm sitting up there looking for the half short. But I just tried that Intel, and it looks like it's busting through. Sometimes you got to wait for the other end of the trade, which is allow it to bounce, allow it to show a consolidation, then get into it. You said Rivian.
Yeah.
I'm going to slap the fail on that. when I say you, I meant Brendan was saying Rivian was making a power move to the upside. Look at it wick that bottom. That's frustrating. Wicks the previous low and starts breaking back out. You only want to play key levels. The way this market's been going, we're at 14.8. I think you let it get to 22.5. So the only thing I got in here is this Affirm trade, and I might have already been late to that short because this shouldn't be a 69. Like, I shouldn't be short in the mid-60s off that curl here. I should be short up there, like 1880, 1885. Like, that's where you got to get.
Wow, Intel, man.
I'm going to respect this bottom at 18.5, see if I can get some out. But wow, Intel, this happened to me yesterday. Like, I was in it, and it blew past first level, and then I'm like, okay, back off, wait for the next level. 35.5, that could make some sense. It closed here at 35.70. So there's always a good chance that it bounces there, but to me, that's just a re-entry. I never want to hold that till the next level down. If it gets to this level down, I'll engage in a different long, or I'm going back into the same long off the same level in a much more calm manner. NVIDIA was something that we wanted to pay attention to, obviously. If you want to know what the market's going to get through 14.8, is NVIDIA breaking out is one of the questions you want to ask yourself. And NVIDIA looks like it's breaking out. Here comes 14.8 on the NASDAQ. We're about to bust through it. And Intel's still going down.
I don't understand Intel. I'm back into it now. I am honestly being very, very stubborn with this trade and should not be in this trade. I completely understand that. But I don't. I guess they don't like the news, man. I mean, Intel really falling down while the market's ripping up. So it's really catching me because I feel like I want to be in it, but I don't want to be in it. It's just like it's really funny here. We started off the day excited about this Intel trade, and now here it is right back to its bottom. I'm only long here at 80.81, and I'm there in case we do get that pop into the 90s again, but that doesn't seem to want to happen right now. Apple we've lost on, but Apple's okay. I got out as it broke through in 192 again. Our first short was not right, but we're still looking at it. Well, we don't even have it written down here, but that 173 where we shorted yesterday was and is, I think, the right call. So let's wait for that, and let's go over to Brendo.
Lithium America spun off their Argentina division, so LAC, moving around here so far this morning. Not on a lot of volume, it's worth noting, but just be aware, anyone looking at that wondering, again, they spun off their Argentina division, guys.
All right.
By the way, just wanted
to.
I want to know something on Novavax here. If you're looking for that breakout, that yesterday's high, Novavax is dumping out, so it doesn't look like there's going to be a breakout for Novavax. That's why you look for breaks of key levels because you don't have to get into the long. It'll show you that there's strength, and you join the strength. I liked.
Why is that such bad news for Intel?
What's frustrating about this is you guys all heard me say, "Oh, I'm going to prioritize Intel's dip buy over Palantir." Just whatever. That's the one. Palantir dips right into the 15 quarter and bounces. This is sort of the thing. You're looking for the dip buy to hold the first support level. This is an example of it doing it. So I'm slapping the fail on myself. Opportunity cost. I'll get to Affirm in a second, but Palantir is right back up to these highs as market's taking 14.8. This is a long that I need to be in. Sometimes you back the wrong horse, but I'm just got to be able to move on. And I'm still, when you see me turn my head, I'm turning my head to look at Intel. I'm not going to pretend that I'm not. So I want to join this Palantir move. Hopefully I can get some 1550s. This is going to break out. You could see $16 today in a move like that. So I want to have a piece of Palantir. I might wet the beak here. The pre-market high break would be, not this wick, that'd be 1565. I might wet the beak at a breakout of the high. Sometimes you got to grit your teeth and realize you've missed the dip and take the rip. It sucks because you look at it and you should have it 40 cents ago. But you can't rewind time, and if you can, lend me your flux capacitor, and I'll gladly use it.
Yeah, I wish I had that flux capacitor as well. We'd make some different decisions here today, including like waiting for Intel. So now it's starting to go back up to the upside a little bit, but doesn't mean that we're making any money on it. We're not. We're down on Intel here today, but that's fine. Hopefully that will all change as we start to make. Just bounced off 65 again. As we start to make a move back higher, I do want to try to absorb some of this. We've gotten hit there, but we do. Oh, that's still Apple. Sorry about that, guys. I was looking at Apple as well. Here's my Intel trading. That's been bad, but we're trying to play it off that bottom here one more time. So let's just get some out now. We're making back what we've already lost. We're not making it back. We're making some back now off of that 40 bottom, but the market's really blasting now, so this is not something that I was expecting to happen.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, remember when Randy turned the bull around? into a bear. So, I mean, how does that taste right now? The market is huge up. We called the long. As soon as the show went on at 8:30, we turned it into a long. So I hope that people are still long something, but not long Intel, because that is not working out. Well, I'm long right now. I'm long at 50s, but
I got back in when it just showed some strength off the 50 level, and I bought at 60s. Just a very quick move for you here. I want to show, like Palantir, it breaks that top. I'm like, let's just wet the beak because it might not give you a dip buy. Should have not only wet the beak is the answer to that one. It already tested 1585. So on that break, it went halfway to 16. So this is an absolute churner. Sometimes, like you said, grit your teeth, buy high, sell higher. That's the name of the game. Alphabet, remember, in 20 minutes the event starts. They blew right into 134 already. Man, this is, I'm going to sit it out till 10 o'clock. I'm not gonna fight that one. I didn't want to trade that until the event, so I'm not gonna trade till the event. I stubbornly got back in until waited for a hammer wick underneath 35.5, and then grabbed it on the way back up, and now I'll play for that level. So that was the next level to the downside. It holds on to support. At yesterday's support level, once I see that, take it breaking back up. If it gets to VWAP, great. That'll be 36 even if it can go there. But like I said, opportunity cost all over the place. Tilray. Are you taking Tilray? Dan McIsaac says. It broke 220, so no. That's the good thing about knowing the price level that you like, is if you don't get it, you know you're not trading it. And I'm not. Like Tilray, it was 220. If it could hold 220, you just saw it blow through 220. I don't want that. Affirm, I want to hold down to the 18 even. I'm getting out. Double bottom at 18 off of yesterday's trade, so I'm definitely going to get out if it gets to that level. SoFi, nothing for me yet in that name. Affirm short. Gonna buy the dip on Palantir if we can hold. And just to give you an idea of what's going on in the futures, that 14.8 level, we got all the way like 35 points above. And on the dip, looks like we're trying to bounce off it. So this is where I'd want to buy the dip in front of 14.8.
Okay, we've done quite well making back some of our blunders here on Intel. We put our largest position on finally down there. So now that it's going back up to the upside, we say this, I say this, sometimes you got to stick with, the idea that you had. We did lose too much money early on it. We should have just left it alone once it broke through that 35.85, the level that we sort of talked about, yesterday's closing price. We did try it one more time in there, and then it broke through 50, and we got out. Let it make that bottom. It's going to be kind of hard to see, but it was just this wick. Here, hold on a second. There it is. It was just a wick bottom there that came in at 45. So we were actually going long here at 47 with it out at 40. So 7 or so cents. Now, wow, now you're really screaming, Intel. Let's go. We like this one to the upside. Yeah, we got to take advantage of this. So this is a big one, man. Now we're 40 cents in the money, right? So that's all good. And then, by the way, we also shorted, this is Apple again. So here's Apple being wrong. But Apple was okay. We got some out for wins, but not most. And then there's another short right now for Apple coming back in off of sort of yesterday's closing prices, 172.50. So yeah, we still got Intel on board. Let's take some more out here as we get it up in the 90s. So 40 cents in the pocket here on Intel and 20 cents right now on Apple. But the market is nicely done to the upside right now. So let's see. There it comes. All right, here we go. Nice outs here for Apple. So that's going to be a really good one as it's starting to fall back down. Now 25 cents, 30 cents now if we could take out 172. And there it is. Yes, sir. So here comes Apple pulling back just a little bit now. And you know what, man? See, it's funny. Market goes up early, Intel falls down. Market now coming down, Intel now going back up.
It is the inverse of the market.
It is the inverse of the market today, but that's okay because we finally got it. So it's all good.
And here comes Rivian is almost at that resistance from the afternoon. It's a double resistance because in the morning it was also 22.60. We're at 22.35. I might wet the beat because if we fail 14.8, I like reversal plays to be sure, and this is certainly one of them. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to add to SoFi, or not SoFi, I mean C3 AI. At this point, I want to be patient with it. They do have that event going on. So not C3 AI, I mean Affirm. Affirm, yada, yada, yada. It is getting down toward that 18 level, but I want to be patient about adding back into this position. Maybe VWAP will make a little bit of sense, but otherwise it's got to be tighter to that previous entry and that previous high. Vino is still going. Wow. Like Vino, it hit 350. There hasn't been, to me, an entry that I've liked. I've been watching it. I would have thought $3. You get down to $3, that could be something, but Vino not really caring about anything. It's just ripping faces off. You know, I always
that over
say,
there, Randy?
like, take profit if you get a chance. But let's go to the desk with Brendan.
All right, S&P Composite Services PMI coming up here for September. 50.1 is the forecast. That's down from the prior, which was 50.2. The Global Services PMI final as well for September, 50.2 there. 50.5 was the prior on that. If you missed it this morning, again, the ADP employment change seemed to help things out a little bit. We'll get the ISM version of this, ISM Services PMI, coming up at 10 o'clock as well. This one's not as closely watched, but in line with expectations, it looks like here. 50.2 actually above. 50.1 was expected there, 50.2. 50.1 versus 50.2 on the Global Services PMI, guys.
We just got to VWAP there. I'm gonna ring register in front of VWAP. Like when that bounce happened off 60, get some out at 80 where the previous break was, and then we get into this 36 area, and I'm gonna take more off. If this rolls over, and I'm talking about Intel, if this rolls over and we fail 14.8, you could easily test back into those lows. I'm gonna hold onto a piece for a VWAP break and then play what happens next. Rivian, look, first of all, Tesla's flying. Let me get that out of the way. Tesla broke 250. It's at 252 the last I looked at it. And Rivian is now up 3%. So we're going to come in hot to this level at 22.5, 22.6. And I like it for resistance, but just understand we're screaming into that level. When the market is strong and you like a short, be patient with said short. So I do not want to be rushing to that trade. I want to let it get into this level, show me a consolidation. Then you can strike when the iron is hot or whatever. SoFi I thought was going to be a dip buy. You know what? Let me just cancel my 7 order. I'm not sure we're going to get it. Let's let it calm down. It doesn't seem like it's moving all that much. If it's going to make a move from here, it might flush too quickly, so I'm not going to just sit on the bid in front of 725. I'll let SoFi make the next move, and then we'll walk over to it. We have not talked about AMD today. I think, look, I have one line drawn. I should have drawn two. The other one was going to be at 100, 103. The market is strong, maybe not strong enough to get this to 103. NVIDIA probably the stronger name of the two. Nope, never mind. NVIDIA just turned around at 440. Wow, okay. Maybe we're going to... I thought NVIDIA was going to be flying there. Tesla's still going. This might be a shorting opportunity. Apple's still not at 73.
Oh no, Apple's not even close. Well, it's close. Apple's actually like, really aggressive long now.
I'm thinking like, do I short it here off the lower high instead of waiting for yesterday's short level? Sometimes that's too patient. Like it's at a key level right now as well, 172.5. You can give that 30, 40 cents. If we fail 14.8, I want to be short Apple at these levels. We're not getting the 170 long. That's obvious at this point.
Yeah, I'm going to try one more time here on Apple. We were short before. We just got stopped out, but we're back in right now. So maybe that is a little bit of a pullback down. We're short here at 58 on Apple. We've been short all morning, so we're red. We're both our stocks we trade today are red. So it's not rocket science so far here that we've been the wrong way on both of them. Like long Intel early. The long now is completely fine. You know, we've made back way more than half of what we lost earlier. But still, Intel, actually, and just as an update, man, we only have 20%, no, 15% or less right now of Intel left. So that was a good one, man. We got some out at 36, which was pretty nice. And then there's the Apple take again. We just got, what, 12 cents, something like that? Yeah, 16 cents on that take to the bottom side there. We got 42s.
It's a trap.
Yeah, let's see what happens now as it's starting to go back up to the upside right here. So we'll have to wait on that right now. That's going to be Apple, but Intel's really working. You think it's a trap up to 173?
I just talked myself into, I was going to say my dumbass self. I shouldn't call myself. Yeah, well. I just talked myself into, hey, short this level. It just, somebody slammed the bid. It was at 60s. Someone slammed the bid down to 40s. I'm like, okay, I'll wet my beak if there's a big seller there. Then it runs right back up to that previous high, well, close to it. The high is 80. It just got to 60s. I saw it back off at that same 60 level, and then I get in. I don't think I need to be adding unless it needs to be failing this level to be getting more shares, not running like an absolute banshee to the upside. So if it takes out 80s, I'm just going to get out. I should be waiting for 173 in the first place. Just to go back over to, you already talked about Intel, so there's really no point. I'm going to go back over to Affirm. This did bounce, never got to 18. I am looking reload, but I got to be careful. We're now at 14.82, so we're a quarter above that 14.8 level. that's where you got to be careful with what you're shorting. It's something relatively weak, a firm still underneath VWAP, so yes, but it doesn't mean I have to rush back into this short. And man, Tesla, don't banshees fly? I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying stuff, man. they probably do. Tesla is still stupid strong. Got to be careful if I'm going to short Rivian. Like I said, we're well above that 14.8. I don't want to force the issue with shorts. I already have a firm in Apple, and Apple is showing some serious signs of strength here. A firm's probably, it might be a better play because a firm is still weak.
Yeah, where is my out on AMD? 20s? Okay, there it is. Yes, sir. Let's go. A couple bangers to start off with there, right there. So there goes AMD to the downside. I'd call it AMD, but that's my guy over there. Sorry about blinding you there, Sharif. But we have AMD to the downside, 101.36. Oh, he said my watch was blinding him, so I apologize for that. I know he went to the dentist. I don't need him to go see his eyes after this, so I apologize, Professor. On that one, I mean, I do, but I don't. All right, AMD to the downside right now. We just got out at 20s there. We are short at 35. I just don't know if I'm going to take another bid now because like Neil, sometimes you convince yourself of one way or the other, but it's just like, is this market actually weak? Where's Randy? Was he over there switching, I thought, maybe? But I don't think so. It's just Fabian.
You know it's Fabian because he threw the camera on me while you were talking because I was eating. That's how I know it's
Yeah, there's
Fabian.
only one cookie left. There was like 6 in there.
Oh, come on, man.
And plus, we also got the email there. Thank you so much,
Not even
Stacy.
that
She
many.
said to everybody,
Thank you, Stacy.
Please come into the
Stacy and I are
kitchen
friends.
and grab.
Palantir just reversed.
Yeah,
That
Apple's
make
a
out
nice
50s?
tanky. Let's go Apple right now. Spend the money for some of these late takes by me and everybody, hopefully. Right now, Intel's losing steam a bit. So, like
That
I said,
36 is failing.
yeah, we just got out at 36, 35.95, and we just took an 85 right there. Now we have 5% left of this one, but it's AMD that is, wow, we are tanking. What's up, Brandon?
VVOS, a few people mentioning this one, still going, guys, on heavy volume, 80% on a little penny stock here, a new orthodontist. It kind of sounds like Smile Direct, to be honest with you, but new orthodontics deal announced for VVOS.
Sounds like Smile Direct. Huh?
Oh.
That's not something you want to sound like because guess what made its
Yeah, it
debut
sounds
on
like
the OTC?
bankrupt.
SDC.
Oh,
it's
is it
on
over
the
there
OTC
now?
as of today. Smile Direct is on the OTC. If you're wondering why you can't pull up SDC, it's because it's on the OTC market. So that's a bit ominous that you said that. VWAP is in here at 172 on Apple. I think taking some profit out in front of it's going to make some sense. Palantir was going until it wasn't. So there's the re-entry point
5
for me.
cents,
It
by
just
the way.
broke that. It just broke this 15.5. So what price did you say?
It's 5 cents. Smile Direct is 5 cents
That's cut in half.
on the OTC markets right now.
Yeah, that's cut in half. That's nasty. So
Sick, wicked, and nasty.
yeah, that's not great. But look, we did say it was going to be nasty for that stock. Like no one's out here telling you Smile Direct was good.
What?
Not around here, anyways. No, I'm just being serious. Like,
No, of course not. I mean,
Like when I was saying buy the dip, it's because I thought it would bounce off 10
Yeah,
cents.
yeah,
It
no, I was
bounced 10
just
to like
joking,
11.2,
yeah. No,
and like that was pretty much it. It's a gimmick trade off of a bounce, and you could take it one time and just get out of the stock and then let it go to the OTC. Maybe we're going to get down to VWAP here. I never engaged Rivian, unfortunately. Fortunately, it's still up here, which is maybe that's a trap. But what did they say? Spring the trap? That's what you're
Yes,
supposed
they
to do.
do.
So what do? We spring the trap.
Spring the trap. Yeah, exactly.
Because Obi won.
Yeah. We'll have
Like-
to wait for Obi.
Not Obi, like Obi won.
Not actual Obi. I mean,
not our Obi.
there's actor Obi and actual Obi. SDCCQ is the symbol, and there it is right there for anybody interested. Thanks, Neil, for.
What's the?
Yeah, there it is.
We can't trade it.
No, it's 5 cents. Yeah, so good point actually, Neil. Maybe we should describe that just a little bit here. We're unable to trade anything here at Day Trade the World unless we get special permission, and it has to do a lot of volume, and it can't be the first day, and there's some different things.
Yeah, if it's a sub-dollar, like it's.
About it, yeah. So that's what I was going to say. If it's sub-dollar on the OTC markets, because we have to be flat at the end of every single day, we're unable to trade.
It's
that.
worth mentioning. The thing is, like
case
when
you
you're a day
wonder.
trading firm, like you're gonna have like larger size accounts because you're in and out only for that day. So you're gonna have a lot of leverage, and so the average trader, in terms of the buying power they have or would apply to trades, sometimes when liquidity thing and fee structure, it's just not the best idea to be putting that into the OTC. So there has to be enough volume or exceptions made to get out there. That's why sometimes you'll see a stock, like a small, low float runner, and I'll tell you it's blocked in our system temporarily. until we put a request in, and that'll be the reason, because there's not enough liquidity for it to be safe to trade. So here comes Rivian. It is now flying. Yep, that's in and out. We got in. Maybe it was a trap. Sprung the trap at 22.5. The market is back above 14.8. It took out that local high, so I'm out of it. That's a one and done. There's the candle to give me the entry to the short, and there is a blowout top. I do not want to fight it at this point. I'm thinking about getting some more shares of Apple out there and wondering where Firm is going to bounce, because we've never got to 18 here on a Firm, and this market is looking like it wants to fly. We're still holding above that 14.8 level for now.
So we just reloaded. Yeah, I agree, man. It looks like this market does want to head to the upside, but we'll just keep on playing levels until we get that confirmation, right? And so we just shorted AMD again and got some out again for 10 cents. But we had a great bottom pick there. Look at this on AMD, man. AMD, as we were talking about it there, I mean, we got 70 cents on the downside there. We just took another one out right there. So, oh my God.
Oh my God.
It's been pretty good. Here it goes. Okay, let's take some more out right now. As AMD is flashing itself, ideas of shorts, I feel like. Not sugar plums dancing in your head, but right now shorts dancing around. So let's see. I don't know if it's going to be like that forever here, but we're making some good money here just shorting AMD against 101.50. And again, why are we shorting AMD against 101.50? It was kind of, I can go back. So I'm still watching because we're almost out of everything on Intel. 101, I mean, it was just a level right here. It's actually 101.20, but because we had that nice move up in the market, and then I'm not really feeling the market right up here. Like I wanted to see it break this high, and then when it does that, then obviously we'll be getting out of AMD. But for now, you know, we've seen this name be pretty short the last couple days, heading in on the daily. We do have it, now it's above 100, so I know it's kind of changing the game a little bit here. But let's just stay short until it takes out 101.50. It's showing us those highs. So if the market is just going to hang around here and wait for economic numbers and so on and so forth, then let's just continue to play the short.
And event 3 minutes.
And yeah, the Google event with AMD for me would be kind of nothing on that, but there is a good point there that maybe watch out for some Google there as this event starts to play out. We did get out of some Apple down there at 172.10 as well. So some of these positions are really starting to pay out for us on the short side. But again, we're just dancing and not doing much. Like if I was unable to trade the way that I am able to trade here, I feel like it's pretty flat right now. Might be best to stay away. I'm not seeing much right now in the market.
You're essentially, even if you're longing Apple,
right,
you're longing 72s to cover 72.5. If you're shorting it, you're shorting 72.5 to cover in front of 72s. That's what Sean's getting at here. Like if you didn't have the first move up, you're basically playing inside of a range, which makes some sense. As the market attempts again to pull back down, I go back over to key level C. Look at Neil. Neil made the high of the day.
What's Rivian doing?
But sometimes you've got to be able to say, okay, I made the wick high. That was me. It's back at the same price level. It's the same price area. You got to grit your teeth, I said, and sometimes jump into the trade. So I'm right back into it. I think any kind of a pullback, first stop VWAP, and then 22. So if you're shorting in the 22.5 area, it's going to make sense. In this particular case, I never give it to the actual high, the top that I made. I think you look at this 22.6 area. So I want to be getting more above 50s, and I want to be getting out at that 60 level. Apple is making that move down to 172. I'm going to take some out at 172 again. Been avoiding Alphabet because we wanted to wait for 10 o'clock. Alphabet, the short, sometimes you just got to maybe put it on there. That's better than the Apple short. Like it broke 134. It's giving you a real move into the downside on Google, because you're getting a real breakdown. I think it's a sell the news type of situation here, but that remains to be seen. Darwin, is Randy slapping the ask of Faraday futures?
It's up 7%, so I think maybe he is.
I don't know.
Oh, he's got to pay for his Faraday, right?
This is interesting because it just bounced off $1 yesterday, and it's up 7%. Like, look at that. There's your hammer bottom, 124. This isn't a bad spec long. 124 with like a 18 to 20 stop. It gets to 138. And I'm not chasing it to 28, but the low 20s look pretty darn good, actually. Not bad. That actually looks, the low 20s look pretty solid on that stock. That's all I'll say. Here's a dip in Vino. Wow, that's a real dip in Vino. Okay, if it's going to hold, let's see it hold. This is a pre-market breakout area. The open was 3, so between 280 and 3. If it can hold the dip there, that could be a nice little snapback entry. My new position is getting back into Rivian, so it's not even a new position. As it's 10 o'clock, let's get to, well, almost 10 o'clock. That's a Google event starting, but also we got to head to the desk.
Yeah, a ton of data to come here, guys, for not only August factory orders, but September. We'll get the ISM version now of that composite PMI and services PMI reading. We got there at 9:45 from S&P. So ISM services is going to be the big one here. We'll also get factory orders, both month over month, and this ex-transportation number can sometimes actually move the market if it's outside of what is expected. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different releases coming here at 10 a.m. There's also some Fed speak going to happen here at 10 o'clock, just a few seconds away. I'm also keeping an eye on this Pixel event set to start any second now as well. There we go. 53.6 versus 53.6. So in line with expectations there. 1.2% to the upside for factory orders versus 0.2% expected there. So that's much higher than expected. That could be a little bit of a negative. Everything else kind of in line or slightly higher there for business activity as well. 56.5 was expected there, 58.8 on the ISM side of things. If you're with us pre-market this morning, we were discussing a ton of things, including this Google event set to kick off any second now. Apple and Intel as well said they're going to spin off their programmable chip unit. I mean, it says 10 a.m., but we'll see if that gets going any second here for Google. XOM, I noticed the entire energy sector getting crushed here. Oil down almost 3%, but a bit of a bounce there on decent volume for XOM, guys. The first 30 minutes brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules, no time limits. SurgeTrader.com/TTV. Capital letters will get you 10% off.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was just pretty happy with these moves to the downside right now, man. I know that we're both looking for Apple, so let's go. We cash out some of that. We cash out some of this AMD. I mean, AMD, we just got 90s again on AMD as that flushed down as well. And here we go down to the downside as, yeah, Neil just sort of said it there. You might have heard him, the Google event. Now I'm on. So we'll have to wait to see if there's anything we'll hear. Brendan, I'm sure, will be all over that. If it does happen to drop anything there, we'll figure it out. But right there, so I tried to short Rivian. Rivian actually came into profit. Like, it just touched 40, like just right there. We just didn't have any bids out. Just on that move, it touched down here to 48s right there on Rivian. But I did not have any bids out. Was not expecting like that much of a dramatic move immediately right there on Rivian. So this still wants to hold higher. Like, notice that AMD getting crushed, man. We're 70 cents.
Well, look at Tesla, that's why.
Oh, okay. Tesla's going upside right now?
Tesla's holding the high.
Okay, so we just took some out there at 58s on Rivian again. So let's just continue with that same talk here and try to hold on to this short, because I like it, but like Neil just said, there are other factors happening right here, it appears like.
Yeah, so Apple just got to 72 again. So this time, like, it takes them out at 72, hold for the next level down, which would be 171.5 or so. So I'm going to get the next bid out in front of that. What I meant about Tesla, Tesla's not breaking out anymore, but Tesla's holding 253 at the top, another resistance level. Like, I would try shorting it, but I'm already in Rivian again. So, like, if I wasn't in Rivian, I'd probably be looking at this Tesla 253 short. I got the line in there. Usually I'll short it if I see that. Affirm is absolutely flying to the downside. It's got to 18, and I did not get my VWAP reload. So it's probably going to break this 18 level. If it holds yesterday's low, I'm going to trail it out just underneath that 18. Big flush in the market is we're back underneath 14.8. That's the key. We're underneath 14.8. It's like, what else do we like to the south side?
Yes,
that you can still
sir.
grab? Because you can't take Google. Like, Google, you had to take before the event started. I thought it would be a sell the news event. It did not wait till 10 o'clock. Sometimes the market doesn't care. It's just going to go without you.
Let's go. There it is already, man. We've got it early. It's not that early. I mean, normally we have it a little earlier than this, but it is a dollar trade club right there for AMD. A nice little move to the downside as we just break through 50s. Oh, we got the bid, so there it is. Nice bid there on that name. It's Apple, also 70 cents in the money, and looking at the 50 period as well. And then guess what, man? Rivian. We'll take it. We're just taking 10 cents, man, on that. We got a 52 fill. We actually got that fill. So now let's see if we can get to the downside. We did. You saw me take some out there as we discussed, you know, potentially the reason why Rivian was upside there. And it's because Neil just mentioned there with TSL to the A.
Yeah, that's what
and
strength is.
You know what, guys? It's the stuff. I'm not going to use the other terminology there, but every day it's like, you know, a couple days ago we lost on AMD early, and that sort of got me soured. And the same thing happened today, where we really did not perform well with Intel there before making it all, not all of it back, but making back enough to be in a somewhat good mood. Right now, back up to 36. Now it's we basically have none. I have 5% of Intel. I made that announcement 20 minutes ago. So now that it's falling down, let's see if it holds 35 again or 35.50 again. But anyways, that was good. But look, too strong, too early for me. Too many shares. We should not be taking 3 fills in the first 3 minutes on the same name. That's not ideal trading for myself, or maybe.
I hate 2 fills in the first.
Yeah.
Like, you know what? The only time I want 2 fills in the first 5 minutes is if something is going. It's working even though the market's the other way.
Right.
Like if
I'm
I'm
not against
it's like
you.
the market's ripping and the stock you're short's still going down.
Yeah.
Or the market's falling and the stock you're long is still going up. That's the one you want to be adding to, not the one that's falling as the market's going up. And I'm guilty of the same bloody thing, right? Like I took a second fill because that was stupid, and then the second I got into it, I was out. I want to say like a fraction of a second after that. So now the market is coming back into the downside. If you're looking at some, and Brad's like, Sean, we've heard this before. There's a reason why. There's a reason why you want to keep reiterating these things, because you don't learn from it or get better unless you call yourself on it and repeat it over and over again. That's how we can all get better, and that's how we can all try to make a little bit more cashish. What's going on Run? I don't want to ignore everything, or I don't want to ignore too many names that are moving here. I don't know what's going on with this. The market just pulled back. It is down at $10 and down 5%. I'm not sure if there's a particular story here. But this has been in a downward trend the last couple of days. And I understand you do have some moves happening. LAC's been making some power moves to the upside. Remember, this was a Huadunk and a bit of a recovery day for them. So if I'm making an educated guess here, here's what I'm going to say. You have an SSR play, and you've got to bounce off 10. So you have a stock that's short sell restricted, I think. I'm pretty sure it is. It should be. And then you have like a $10 level. Or it's just a $10 technical
Wait a second. Is that a day? What is that chart?
That's a 3. That's my 3-minute on LAC.
No, but I didn't realize that happened yesterday.
I don't recall. I mean, I didn't realize what it's the first time I pulled.
Wasn't that the call that you and Brendan are in?
This is the first time. I'm not in this stock. Brendan's in this stock.
Oh, Brendan's in it.
The first time I pulled this up
stock
today. This is at 10, a bounce off 10, which is a bit strange. But anyways, I'm not
Why
sure
did
if
it do
this is
that yesterday? Do we know why? Did we probably had the story. Brenda will have it. No, that's not.
What's wrong with
Oh,
my
there's
chart
a split or something there. Yes.
Was there a spin-off or something?
I don't know. What's up, Brendan?
Earlier, guys, they spun off their Argentina unit. So it's not actually in our system, but LAA is now the Argentina Lithium America. So LAC is Lithium America minus the Argentina.
That's such a good long opportunity.
Dude, that's what I was going to say. Like, if it's down that far, like, I want to buy some because I'm not in it.
If you have a spin-off like that, like, come to my chart just for a quick second. I know we're digressing.
By the way, guys.
If you have something which has a spin-off or news like this, and then you get a barcode in the pre-market it's right at $10, and then look what happens at the open. It jumps off 10, goes to 11, pulls right back into 10.07. You're risking 10 cents. And that's a 90-cent move to where it already showed you it wants to go. That is the best risk to reward. That's not the best risk to reward, but you know what I'm getting at. Like, that is
right. You got to add the two of them together.
Oh my goodness! Like, when you think about that dip in there, shout out to everyone in the chat that was talking about that. When again, you're going to go over the names, you're going to focus on what you're trading. It's impossible to grab everything, but certainly you can learn from the ones that were missed.
I don't really understand that comment from whoever it was that said we've heard this before, because, like, honestly, first of all, you know, the show is about learning and about getting better, like Neil said, and kind of learning from your mistakes. But it's my capital. Like, I'm the one, you know, burning through holes in my pocket right here by making those kind of trades. So I just feel like, you know, it wouldn't be genuine to sort of celebrate amazing trades like Rivian right now and not talk about the absolute dumpster fire trades that we also make, right? And so I just feel disingenuous to only talk about one way and not the other, right? And so that's where I'm saying to myself, I've made back like a lot of what I lost there early, but I dug myself into that early hole. That early hole would shut down many traders, and it could have shut down myself. That's why I'm saying to you, don't keep getting in on stock that's definitely not moving the right way. But look what happens when you're patient, man. I don't know if you like hot dogs or not there, but this is a hot dog kind of a trade right now for Rivian. I mean, we waited for it to make the move. We hit it. Not only did we hit it once, twice, but what's up to my friend Obi Thrice right there, boom to the downside. So yeah, right now, Rivian going to be one of the top stocks here, period, today, right? And so that's because of that play. And then we were very, very patient with this, and we put on our largest position down here, which I also stated, as it ran back up to the upside, but we still do not wind up losing. Well, that was my largest position on the way down. We actually wound up losing too much when we ticked out there, so that was a bad trade. But then Apple making some money back on that one.
It's
and
bouncing
then,
view up.
Yeah, then check out what's happening with AMD. I mean, is that one that I can get some props for? I mean, reloaded, boom, 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 now $1 in the money. So it's just about like taking a deep breath, and we've already said this on the show numerous times, focusing on trades that have been working for you, not just today, but yesterday, and then working on a setup that works. You know, and if you can find that, then you will forever be successful, I hope.
Yeah, and speaking of the trend, I mean, if the trend reverses for the rest of the day off that 14.8, great, but you got to watch out. Like Apple just bounced off VWAP in that 172, so previous high. You get a breakout. Now that's turned into support. That's obviously bullish. On the grand scheme of things and the overall, when I zoom out and not look at the 3-minute chart, I'm looking at a downward trend with a lower high and underneath 14.8. So if you're wondering why do you like a short Apple, even though it looks like an upward trend today, downward trend last couple of days, shorts off these levels. So I will get back in if we get back to that high. But you take some profit out because it's going against the grain. I was stopped out twice before Rivian went to the downside. The way I look at it, breaks VWAP and I can be flat, but that's going 1 for 3 and being flat on the stock. It did have to stop me out at the high of the day, but I'm always willing to make top wick. I'm never shorting against the grain unless I'm willing to make the top wick. If I'm not, then I'm not trading the stock. I do want to get to Tesla. I see saying, like, there's Tesla pulling back. Lo and behold, that's when Rivian also decided it wanted to go. So Tesla, you could tell that that was weak. I would have shorted this if I wasn't already in Rivian. I didn't feel like it made any sense to be in both. I do want to get to this Vino for a quick second here. So remember I said it did that pullback. It didn't go right away. If you guys see that snap down trade, I want this to immediately show buyers if it's going to do that kind of a fail, not grind lower. If you're looking for that rebound trade, I want this to show me buying right away. I looked at it, I'm like, there's no buyers as it snaps down. I'm sitting it out. Like that's when I get in against that, it never seems to work out. I want to see it snap down, not halt, hold a support around 3, and then show buying right away, and I want to join that buying. I didn't see it, so I don't have to take it. One more for you because we're being a little bit patient, but like this, okay, this LAC starting to pull back in here.
I think I just want longs.
So it went 10 to 11, and then 11 to almost 12, like 1180. It's now pulling back into 11. Now, if it's that simple, the pattern, let's look to see if it can hold on to the 11 bids. Not a lot of size on the stock. It's only done 1.4 million despite all this, so it's not the most liquid in the world. But if it's just going to respect even dollar levels, there might be a bit of a trade here on the dip. But I want to join buying. Like, look what happened when it dipped into 10. It was down here for 15 minutes and then bounced. So you got to be patient.
Yeah, we actually got more out of Rivian there as it popped back up, and I just sort of said under my breath, you might have heard me saying that I really, really think I want to switch over into some longs right now. So let's see if we can get out some Rivian here at sub 50 a little bit because we actually got what we needed, man. It went right down to VWAP, so that's where we took out pretty much all of Rivian. And right now we have about 15% of Rivian, we have 5% of Intel, we have 10% of AMD, and we have even less of Apple. So these are not. So right now I've already said it. Like the market is in the this is the middle right now. You know, I mean, there's the top. We could draw the top. It's not time for the initial balances yet. But, you know, that top up there, 14,840, bottom 14,740. So add 40 either way, and you're right here at 14,790. So literally in the middle right now, and I just don't really feel comfortable putting on anything now. So we're very flat as we wait, right? Oh, did we get that Rivian there? Yeah, okay. So we did get that Rivian. So we just got that Rivian at 50. We talked about putting a bid there. So we actually just got it. So now we even have less as we're making the move back to the upside right now. So here we go, man. I mean, this is that sort of ebbs and flows with the market. The only short that I think I'm willing to take right now, and it's just because it's worked so many times and given such a great return. Like, and the reason why I can talk about this is because, like, I'm looking at my stop. My stop on this AMD trade, we're short at 35. My stop is 50 break. So let's say 15 cents plus slippage, 17 cents or so. That take rate there is 80 cents. So I know that it will give me the juice if we can get back here and then the market looks to flush back in. I know AMD can give me the relationship I need with risk to reward there. So that's the one thing. Everybody's, I don't know, favorite reverse stock, split stock here, Shift Pixie again. Nice move up to the upside. Did it reverse split? I can't remember, but 44 cents. No, maybe not. Nice move up to the upside right now today, up 16%. So. There goes Pixie up to 153. It was not a call for Brendan, correct? No. Okay, I don't think so. All right.
Not yet.
Not yet. So that I just want to bring that up to people's attention there. Shift Pixie upside. And then, Neil, I don't know if you're looking at it. I know you're on Apple
I'm
right
looking
now.
at Apple right now.
Here's Google right now. Apparently, they are releasing. I can see. I know Brendo's on this. They're talking about the Pixel 2 watch right now. So we'll see what happens with that.
Which you're supposed to get free if you buy the Pixel 8 Pro.
You get that watch for free?
Well, no. Well, the leak early. I'm assuming it's going to be true because that's what the leak said.
Wow.
I think there was
fantastic.
There's supposed to be a promotion where if you get the Pro, there's either a deal or you get it free.
That sounds like a deal to me.
Again, that's just what they leaked. Usually, it ends up being true. I don't know. I'm looking at it. It doesn't look that.
That's probably what it is. If I had a Google, obviously I would get it. But today we're a little style. But I do wear the Apple Watch. I like the Apple Watch. I know you have the Whoop and stuff like that. But that's, you know, to me, if you are tracking fitness and things like that, these watches are also great. There's also the Aura rings or whatever.
Yeah, everyone.
You can get. So
I just don't want the distraction on my wrist yet. By the way, I just got wicked out of Apple. It just took out that high. It didn't quite break that yesterday's resistance, which is up at 80. So I might, like, the market's still relatively weak. This is something I could get back into, and I should, because I just realized I did not get a very good exit point.
Oh, we did it again.
Yeah, that was not a very good exit point on Apple. Like, I got a bad wick, which to me means I'm throwing my stop at the high locally instead of the level that you're working off of. Just one more name to get to because I completely ignored you, and that is Affirm did break the 18, and now it's rolling over off of 18. So sometimes if you have a trailing stop, it's like, well, add to the, if I'm getting out back above like 18 or 18.05, that can be a place to join the trend because I'm getting out there anyway. So I like Affirm. I've been holding on to it, been looking for a place to get in, missed VWAP. I think this is headed down to 15 bucks in the long term, next few weeks. Not necessarily today, but yesterday it was 20 and 19. Today it's 19.18. I don't see why you couldn't get to 17 if the market eventually turns red. I mean, if the market turns red and goes down 1%, Affirm should be at $17. That's my feeling.
Oh yeah, Affirm should be at 0 soon. The thing about this is that if you, there was one name that before we just started talking about Google there, I said there was one name that I'm willing to re-short. If you know what it is, put up your hand. And if you don't know what it is, look at the screen. We said that we were going to short AMD again at this level. And look, there's the 27, 28 short again. And there it is right now, 30 more cents in the pocket. So we'll just keep on doing this right now with AMD. We just got a 96 fill, I think. They're 97 fill, so giving us 30 cents and then trying to get out, in and out, in and out, in and out. And there goes our last 10% on Rivian. So we will flushy the last little part down the toilet. But hey, Rivian, a green name today. So we're up on Rivian, down on Intel, up on AMD, down on Apple. So yesterday was 8 for 10, 8 and 2. Today it's 2 and 2. We'll look to see if we can add some more. But again, red day so far because of that Intel. I've already discussed that. And we were short on Apple there, a little bit too many shares, as Apple now starting to bump back up. So, hey, man, good takes there. The market seems to be getting excited right now. Is it a Google thing or what?
Intel's holding a double bottom right now.
Oh, Intel's all the way back down.
It's back to 35.6 or 35.6. It's got a bit of a, I'm calling it a double bottom. It was a wick underneath this level, but support, when this broke 35.5, it snapped back up, and then support was at 35.6. It just wicked underneath again, and then held 35.5. So I was in it already. If the market's trying to get up,
I don't know what the market's
this is a
trying
decent
to do. That's
line in the
part of
sand
the
here,
problem.
because you're getting 60s to give it to 50, not even to that wick bottom. So it's about 10 to 15 cents worth of risk, which is at least reasonable. Oh, if you're watching LAC, of course it did. Of course you did, LAC. Remember when I said last time it got here, it held down at 10 for like 15 minutes? Well, this time it bounces off 11 immediately. So sometimes you can be a little bit too patient. It bounced off 11 instantly and went to 11.40. Still chance that it comes back in and you get a bit of a double bottom on that. Apple, said I did get wicked out, not really giving it to that previous high from yesterday. Like if you're shorting off this level, try to give it to that level, which is about 172.80. So I'm gonna get back into Apple, give it to that real stop. You're still teetering that 14.8 level. So this is where you want to be putting. I don't want to be buying longs at highs when we're underneath 14.8. I want to be attempting to scalp shorts off of this level. If you can hold on to longs through it, that's fair enough. Also, we got away from this one, this CDT. But I think someone in the chat was like, oh my goodness, CDT, that's the runner. And there was no liquidity on the stock. I'm talking no liquidity at all. Do not touch it. It is halted down. It has given up the entire move. This is what we mean about take profits when you have an opportunity. No one ever went broke taking profit. These low float runners, as fast as they go up, they can come down this fast. Not all of them continue to go. This is already halted down at 6, indicating an open at 6, but it started at $6. And that was like an hour and a half ago. So good luck to everybody out there, but there's a reason we keep saying that about these stocks.
Okay, so we will flush ourselves down the toilet there. We'll slap a fail. Still, obviously, I've already said this already. AMD is the #1 stock, even by me getting out there, the #1 name here, P&L-wise. AMD right there. So Rivian, also a positive name for me today. Again, this is why I try to say, not try to say, do say, you know, how many shares I have left on all the positions, right? Sorry, what percentage of shares that we have left on those positions. So it's like when I'm holding 10% back on Rivian and it rips up to the upside there, still a very, very profitable name. But we did give up some on AMD. There's no doubt about that. It came back in. And look at this. Remember we took some 29 short? Well, we got out there at 101 and sub 101. So then when we take a 20-cent hit when it breaks through 50, it's not even a thing, but still, it's a hit. So we'll talk about it, and we will flush ourselves down the toilet. Okay, one more. Like, here we go. I am reloaded. And Paul S. says, like, he makes a lot of money going opposite of us. I mean, if you did that today, maybe, on Intel off the jump, but you're not making that much money doing that if you've done that recently, because we talked about how, you know, the positions yesterday. And if you're opposite of me right now, I guess that means that you would be long Apple, where I just went short right there. So there's 30 cents.
I don't necessarily think that, because you can be long 72s. Like we were talking about this, you can short 172 halves and get out 172, or you could be going the other direction.
Yeah, same
That's
way.
with the local trend. You can make money both ways doing this. It's just like Apple is in an upward trend, but it is also a short off of these previous highs.
Yep.
So if you've been going long, it's been maybe an easier road. I'm not going to disagree with that, but in day trading or in short-term trading, there always are opportunities to make it in both ways. And as we get down to 172, you better believe I'm ringing the register, because there's been buyers at that price. Let's get to the desk, because Brendan wants to give us. Oh, wait a minute. We're going to go to the desk for the small cap recap. That's my bad. Is it?
Yeah, we're still keeping an eye on the Google event as well. They're talking about Fitbit right now. So software, Google Pixel 2 launch has come and gone. Looks like they're into Fitbit at this point. News and information, as always, brought to you by our friends over at Benzinga. Register now for a free 2-week trial. Sign up today. Get 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders that you see on screen right now. With code TTV, capital letters, use a QR code. You can hit that link in the description. It will take you right to checkout. Adara has small caps.
Yes, this first one was actually in the pre-market in the watch list. We had Freeline Therapeutics, which released data for its first cohort of the first phase of its trial for Gaucher disease treatment. So that is FRLN. We also have Guacho Group, which was mentioned earlier, Vino, VINO, which listed 2 of its Argentine properties. So basically, it's just divesting real estate assets, they say, to reduce debt and then increase stockholder confidence. We also have Senti Biosciences, SNTI, which received notice of allowance for its patent application for its leukemia treatment. So those are all names to watch today.
I love those cookies. When the coffee gets cold, it's
Yo, what happened to the last cookie? No, Neil asked me if he could have it, so.
I'm very polite about that. Like I am that person. I'm not going to eat the last of anything that is being shared and not say, "Hey, would you like this?" That's how I was raised, man. I think we're good. As I said, it's been a bit of an upward trend in Apple. It's putting in a potential higher low here. So 172.25, come to my chart, 172.25. If it holds on to this, I don't think I reload it. That would be like a third test. I know I've traded it more times than 3 entries, but that is a third test of the top with higher lows. I generally don't like shorting into that if that's going to be the case. I reloaded Affirm. Affirm is back down at the low of the day. I said this yesterday, and I'm still shorting Apple anyways. And Rivian's at that high. I got taken out of the high again on Rivian. And it's like yesterday the story was shorted 4 names, and the 2 that worked right away, like stick with those and just get rid of the rest. And it was Affirm and Rivian. Affirm doing what Affirm's doing, it was supposed to do, in front of 19, in front of $18. The market flushes. I think it's going to be an easy, hang on to that. Apple's a different story. Google, with the event now on, I thought it was like a sell the news type of thing. Looking for a chance to roll into this. Maybe you don't get 134, but if I believe it's sell the news, VWAP could be the opportunity here. I almost said Affirm, on Google. It might just be a VWAP-ish play off of 133.5. The market's underneath 14.8. That's what you're looking for. That's what I'm looking for those shorts when it comes to these names. And then Tesla, if you're watching the EV space, look how strong Tesla is. Right back up at that 253, just continuing to want to break. The market is pulling back. Tesla's screaming into resistance.
Oh, man. Man. Wow. Look at AMD. I feel like, we had the right name, we had the right levels and everything, but we just didn't give it enough room. But that's going to be the story. Like we said, man, as long as you're green on a name, it's fine. But we could have been a hell of a lot more green there. But we did get stopped out. And because, we're not being stubborn with what we're doing, we didn't get back into it. We've gotten back into many names before when this has been happening. But remember, look, up right now, much more aggressive than the market. Not really a name that I'm going to believe in the short when it breaks a level like that. So there's that 101.50. And then again, look at Apple. Came right back into the 50-period moving average. So take some of those out. This is not, I want to get a lot heavier in Apple if we get up into the 80s. The short's going to be 173. The missed opportunity by far, and I feel like you're going to be able to rewind the tape in here, but it didn't quite get there, but it may. That's Tesla. Tesla right here up. And again, another name that is up 3%, 2.5%, up way more than the market with a little bit of a catalyst on a software update. I don't know. I'm not really buying that as like a monster catalyst or anything like that, but we have double, triple, quadruple, as many ticks as you can see up here, sort of resisted this 253. Now, it did get as high as 253.40 or so, but you could see right here, this is that level, and this is why I said to rewind. I know we were talking about it in the pre-market, this 254 area. So I feel like the closer you get to that, you could probably short it. It's really 254.25. So let's let Tesla sort of float up a little bit, get aggressive on the short if we can get near 255. That bottom that we wrote down here was 245. So remember we were talking about being back and forth on these names. That's not going to hit. But the 245 almost looks the same as this 255. So if we're going to be in the middle, that's fine. But let's see if it can float upside a little bit more here, on Tesla for that trade. And then Apple, we're just waiting for 173. And Intel, as Neil brought to my attention,
it's holding the
pretty barcoding down here. I'm okay. I don't think I want to go any more long on this one. It is going to be my worst stock so far here today. So let's just hold it out. We're doing pretty good. We made some money back. Let's wait for some better opportunities. But maybe Google will start to move at some point.
It's looking like it could be.
Wow, AMD is now below 101.
Yeah, that one's flush. Oh, by the way, there was one stock that it was in my notes this morning. Obviously, with the market up, Shopify was nowhere near that 51 level, but it just ticked 50 underneath the previous lows, and it's getting into this
Oh my
flat
God,
bottom
AMD.
break. Here's $51 on Shopify. That is a monstrous flat bottom break potential. It's now red on the day. 51.38 is the previous close, so 51, huge level. If it breaks, I like short. I think anyone can see a flat bottom break on the daily. You guys know we like that as a setup. Gonna take it 10 times out of 10. You generally want it to work right away for the scalp trade. If it does, great. Market is now flushing. I reloaded Intel off that level. It now broke the low. So the first time good, the second time not. So we'll go 1 for 3 on Intel. You just want to try to limit your losses. And that means if it's against the grain, you can play your support, but if it breaks it, you've got to get out of it. Now only into shorts, and if we break 51, I'll have a third one. I'm 51 on Shopify, not on Intel. Intel's nowhere near 51, obviously. If we break 51 on Shopify, I'm not taking that level because it's a round number and because it's this bottom, but it's the daily, huge level on the daily.
Yeah, I was just tweeting it out because, again, like, look at this flush here on AMD. Like, honestly, what a disaster. Wish that we had still been in it. And again, that's sort of the confirmation, we're still here, good trade, good idea. Feeling pretty good about it other than the fact that we're out. So, after that, not feeling great about being out, but feeling pretty good of where we are, with I'm going to steal this from Obi over there. He says he wants to preserve the mental. So I'm not going to lie to you. I don't really understand what that means. But at the same point, it's like I could drive myself insane, which is where I'm going to take this, if I sit here and worry too much about that. Because, getting out there at 58 or 55, when it's down here at 80 does suck. But we've been able to make some money in other spots, and we'll be back with AMD, right? And sometimes you're going to have those flush outs, and that's exactly what that was. I'm thinking about putting on some volume here just so I could see it. I have it on my other charts, on my e-signal charts and my trade ideas charts. I don't have it here because I feel like it clogs it up. I am looking at RSI, and I do look for breaks of RSI over the 75 marker there. So again, looking at MACDs and RSIs and things like that, some oscillators, definitely a large build in crude right now. So I don't know. We should probably have, maybe we do. Oh no, it's it's CLZ, my bad, on that one. All right, let's go over. I just want to see what the Z contract's doing here because it looks like there is a build here of gas. So it's weekly distillate, oil, draw down on oil, build on gas. So there's oil. Look at this, taking it on the chin right now. Down 3.5% is oil, not OIH. So downside move, but hey, what's happening in oil may also be happening in crypto, but we don't know unless we check in. So let's go over and find out what's happening with crypto.
Yeah, so some crypto news that we do have, the SEC's motion to appeal its loss in the Ripple case, has been denied, but they are setting a date for April 2024 to resolve other issues in the case. But right now, it looks like it has been a win for Ripple. In terms of Bitcoin right now, we're seeing a little bit, this is the one-day chart, so we're seeing a little bit of a loss here, a bit of a decline. But in terms of all of the currencies, kind of all over the place today. Ethereum's down about 1%, still above that 1,600. Bitcoin's almost flat, which is down like 0.07 right now. Ripple is up after that event. But yeah, there's not a lot of consistency amongst these crypto names today.
Oh, definitely not. And just one note, what the? Did you hear that?
Yeah, something. That's
okay. Yeah, sorry. I heard myself in my ear in a bit of an echo. I'm like, what the heck? It's weird when that happens to you. But last time, not a charm. But the good news is, I said it. If you keep making higher lows, I will not reload Apple. You're not going to do it. If it breaks that high, just going to get out. So we're able to take profit the entire way up. But the second it breaks that high, if you're making higher lows into that, then obviously it's a trend to the upside. I know that on the longer time frame, I can accept the short and like it, and you can make money doing it, but really, you got to get out of the way when it happens. I'm going to hold on to a firm because that still looks pretty good. We're going to go to Brendan in a quick second. I actually wicked the bottom here on a firm as this market gets back up. Brendan?
There we go. I was just going to mention Google's starting to get going here now, up 1%. Guys, they're talking about the Tensor G3 and its AI capabilities. So there's an actual portion of the chip now that they've dedicated entirely to running AI models on your phone, which is the first, and it now can run 2 times as many AI models that the Pixel 6 could.
Times. Okay, so we'll have a quick look on that one.
Is that impressive?
Just real quick. So there it is. If you're running AI models on your phone, maybe you want to pick up the Google Pixel 8 right there. But again, yeah, nice move. Definitely holding that 200 period, starting to break upside a little bit more here as, yeah, we look to see about that 193 or 173 coming in on Apple, and it looks like Google as well, trying to take out some of those highs. So what would that be? We still have a ways to go until we get anywhere near it. I'm not interested in Google till we get up here, honestly. Once this event is over with, then we'll have a little bit more of an aggressive look at it. But for right now, no. And there goes Apple. We were able to get out of some of those, but we just reshort it there at 85 out there for a little bit. But now it's, I don't want to have an AMD moment here. But again, Apple is, yeah, it's at a nice level. I didn't, this is why it's funny that I'm down on it today, because I marked it down that I wouldn't trade Apple because I didn't really think it was in any ranges. But here it is, making a nice push up to the upside here, trying to go, not trying to go green, trying to stay above that 173 now. So Apple with a nice move upside here as the saga still continues.
Yeah, speaking of that saga, I'm going to get out of a firm. I'm just going to move. I want to move my stop here. I want to answer a question, but I want to move my stop. Just make sure I get this right. Here you go. You never want a keystroke. Local high. We'll get out of a firm. It was an ad down here. I was holding on to a piece of the 1869s. Got out of all of those. So we only have 17.95 as our entry price. I'll give it 10 cents up if we're going to break that trend. I don't want to be trapped at the bottom. Someone asked, why not be long Apple? It's a good question, but
wow.
I set a rule for myself that I didn't want to buy highs if we're under 14.8. And when it broke this high, we were underneath 14.8. I'm like, don't love it, don't love it. Now I want to buy the dip. If we're going to hold above this, if we trend upside for the rest of the day, this is what the NASDAQ looks like, and this is the room that it has to the next level up. Like 14.9 is psychological. I think closer to 15,000 is in play. If this was a liquidity grab underneath and you consolidate above, there's plenty of opportunity to get into a long. It's 10:30. So I don't want to necessarily rush things by jumping in and chasing this move and buying highs. If I had flipped at that exact moment, that was the entry point. But at that point, I'd be breaking a rule I set for myself this morning, which wasn't to buy highs. I said it 3 times in pre-market, I think. I didn't want to buy highs on big cap tech if we're under 14.8. So you set a rule, and in this case, Apple ends up working for me, but not as well as it could if we went long. We can admit that one. I want to go over to Tesla because let's get back over to Tesla. This has been strong all morning. It broke that 253. This is a buy the dip in front of 253 situation for me. If we're at 14.8, this has been strong the entire way. There's no arguing it. The only position I have on is a firm because somehow a firm is at those lows. If the market fails 14.8, I'm definitely getting more shares of firm short. And I like Shopify still. Shopify can still be a potential short name as well.
Yeah, we got back in. We just had 10 cents on AMD, but we didn't take it. So I wouldn't be able to look myself in the face if we didn't try this one more time upside. We just had a huge move up, obviously, in the market. But I'm kind of with Neil in all of this. The long is looking a lot better. And I actually blame all of my trading today on Randy because there it goes. We just got out. We're still up on AMD. No, but it's like I was saying today was a bullish day, you know, but it doesn't matter. I lost on Intel long, and I just lost right now on AMD short. So let's now either wait for confirmation on a break. I mean, here we go. We could talk about this. That's the high right there since we opened. We're actually, you know, we're not. We could be down a lot more than we are right now, considering everything. That's right there. So there's the bottom. Coming in again. So you are hovering around the tops right now, but it might not be the most wise decision to go in and start, like Neil said, shorting aggressively into some of these big tech names until we get to much better levels than where we're at right now. Netflix just going green right now, which is why it just showed up there on the scanner. So let's just see what happens here with Netflix. 378 breaking the 200 period. We know that there was some negative news on this as, was it their CFO or who was it? Someone came out there and said that they weren't seeing the profit generation from the ad-supported tiers as much as they had thought, and then maybe that rollout wasn't going as great. But I feel like, you know, that was a big whack down right there. CVNA raising estimates from JP Morgan right now I'm seeing, so it's a nice move up there for Carvana. Not sure if this is what Brendo has, but he's got something.
I'm just going to confirm, guys, what we were talking about before with this Pixel event. You can get either the Buds Pro or the Pixel Watch 2 for free.
Either or.
I have the Buds Pro.
Or the Pixel Watch for
right now.
That's
but
only
these
with
are the older ones.
But that's with the Pro. Like it's not with the just the 8. You have to get the Pro.
Great.
So
Yeah. I mean, it still gets. Sharif's asking me. Yeah, I think the range is fine. I mean, people in the chat, if they have iPhones, so I used to be a Pixel guy, switched over, and I still like these. You asked about the range. Like, I feel like when my phone's even in my pocket, but I don't know if this is true of all Bluetooth stuff. So I feel like the range is fine, but again, I haven't really. I'll phone the wife. I'll leave my phone here, and I'll go over into the kitchen after and test it out. I only really put them in, honestly. You know, whether or not you're working out maybe and your phone is really close to you, if that's happening, or you're on a walk where it's in your pocket. So I don't have the best information for you.
I feel like that's never an issue.
I mean, nowadays, like if you're getting the Google Pro headphones and you're attaching it to a decent phone, I feel like Bluetooth now is at a level of...
I have cheap ones that I don't have that issue with. You're the only Bluetooth problem, not to out what we're using here, but the only Bluetooth issues I have are literally whatever the onboard is for this PC. Like our PCs, which we connect our earbuds to, these are Sony and they're fine. It's just whatever the heck it is that we're using on our Bluetooth on this
Windows.
PC. It just does not connect.
Windows.
It's like every single day it's a battle to connect it.
$699 for the phone.
Why are we doing that? Okay, it doesn't matter. I wasn't dropping wisdom. Rivian's at 23.
Ooh.
Look at this sucker. It's right back into, like, this is where the short started yesterday, and you're right back up at the top. It's just like Apple. You short the key price level. It does give you a little bit of a dip, and then it's just a turnaround rip as well. I see, Tisha, I'm going to get to that VSME in a second, but I wanted to get to Rivian because it's at the major resistance point, and if I'm even thinking about it to the short side, I got to wait for some serious confirmation. You do. Like, I would rather miss the short than just sort of end up fighting it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just one of those situations here today. VSME, this is another one of these runners. And again, I'm not to say that these, I want to paint these all with the same brush. This is at least on a few million shares, which is usually a good sign. Load, load, load. There you go. Let me go to the 15-minute. Every time I look at this, you are now chasing well past. It doesn't have any levels that you can go for a clean dip buy on. That's the first thing because it's a clean $4 break. Just went to 5, and it's already failed. The 5 level is a lower high before, so I think you want to be very, very patient. The spread is not terrible. It's about 5 or 6 cents, which I don't love. It'll open up to 10 cents at sometimes. So like. What's an example? Like if you're trading like NEO, NEO's a 1 cent spread. Most $5 stocks, if you trade Lucid, that's a 1 cent spread. If you trade this and it breaks 5, respectively, you might be getting out at 480 or 475 if you have a position on. So it's just one of those, I don't love it. It has to be a fantastic setup. Sometimes getting in off of halt bands is better for it. So I don't like the spread. I'm staying away. 5 would be the area to try to hold. As I said, you might be getting out underneath 480. Let's go to the desk, Breno. No? Yes.
Yeah, we have a pretty mixed board today. We're kind of all over the place. We have notable weakness in energy minerals. All of these names are bright red, so down like 2.5% or more right now. Finance is also pretty mixed. Health tech is pretty mixed, but some strength, a lot of strength actually in technology services. We've got Google with the Google event happening right now showing some strength. Microsoft announced an update with its Bing chat with OpenAI, so I don't know if that's why it's up right now, but that is some news with Microsoft. Electronic technology is a bit more mixed. Another thing of note, we have Tesla, which is green right now, up about 2.5%. It did announce a new Model Y and some new safety features, so that could be of note. Overall, really mixed board, really interesting to see how things change over the day.
Dara, obviously, my apologies, sir. I just keep saying Brendo. I'll get it wrong every single time. I'll get it right.
I just told you to stop saying the name.
I'm just going to say we're throwing to sector watch.
Yeah, just say sector watch, exactly. Or just say desk like I do. Okay, so So we tried Tesla in front of 255. It was really quick, man. It was like a 20-cent hit right there because it was brought to my attention by someone in the chat. Thank you for that, by the way. We lost on it, but that was something that we wanted to test anyways up there at 255. It actually was 254 was kind of the key level there. So then we sort of drew it back a little bit and noticed that, and again, it's not, sometimes I feel like you're really data mining when you're doing this, and I don't really like to do that when I'm trading, and that is like always trying to find a key level and try to make excuses for why that level potentially is pretty key. But, you know, so I don't like to do that, but right now, there it is right now. Let's just go. We just spin it right around on that one and put some more into our pocket, as there goes Tesla right now, 60 cents in the money off of that. So we are net positive on Tesla now, and that's because, again, we'll take some more out right now at 80s. It's just we're playing counter trend. There's the hit early. You can't even really see it. It's in and out, but we did have it, so we can talk about it out there at 255 break. Then we just shorted it against 256, and now we are now out. Like I said, I'm going to do this, man. We are now out of 60% of this trade because it went 60 cents in the money. So there it is right now. Google shares starting to go back up to the high of the day, not trying to, it is going right now into the highs of the day, 134.50. Trying to go is Google, and by trying to go, I mean it is going. Nice move there for Google, nice upside trade there. I'm going to hold this Tesla against that 256. So that's my trade right now. That's 60 cents against me. It is now 60 cents in the money, and we've already taken out 60%. I don't mean to be saying 60 so much, but actually that is what it is. So now let's wait.
The numbers are what they are.
Yeah, they are what they are. So we'll wait for that, 256. You know, a good target probably right here, 253 and change. So if we do get it drop, now we're back to flat on the trade, so 30 cents. But if it does come back down in, let's try to hold for a downside push. But man, Tesla's strong, up 3.5%. You know, this is why we scalp it out, and there it comes right back again. So if I don't like this trade, I get it out right now for 1-to-1 one more time. Let's hold it down for that bottom. I might just put something at 254. I'm talking myself into that because Tesla's just too strong right now and not really worth, well, I mean, anything's worth taking an L if the setup is there. So let's just hold out hope that Tesla does drop just a little bit. I don't think that this is going to be like a retracement even back to VWAP.
That's my favorite line.
Yeah.
Anything is worth taking the loss if the setup is there, because that's anything is worth the risk if the opportunity is there. It's like, it's the reason why, and I always make poker analogies. There's a reason why you're essentially going to always bet aggressively if you have, you know, like if you have aces, you're not gonna fold them unless you're a fool. Like you're gonna take that shot, and sometimes they're gonna get cracked. But that is the opportunity cost of every single trade. I said there's two names that I still like for the short. One of them is a firm, I'm still in that, and then Shopify. So Shopify, here's a stock which rejected the breakout, had lower high, okay, what the, had lower highs, and gives you an opportunity to roll back over into VWAP. So I got shorted this one at 70s. It's already back into the bottom. And again, like you've got to, there's the stocks that are trending to the upside, and there's a stock that's been trending down for the last 40 minutes or last hour or so. This is the stock that's trending down for the last hour. Affirm is a stock that has been trending down for the last hour. So you reload the weak names, throw out the other ones. It's just maybe an easier path to success if you're joining the trend instead of always trying to pick those highs. Netflix, I want to see what that.
Why are you holding?
That's crazy, Renata. I was about to talk about Netflix. That's actually putting in lower highs as well. If this one could have held, if it can hold VWAP, we hold 14.8, and this could have broken 1380. I thought this could be an easy breakout, but look, that was just a market reversal, so put that one on the back burner. The second I was about to say this could be a breakout stock, if we hold 14.8, we're underneath 14.8, and the reloads of shorts just worked out for you.
I'm doing it again on Tesla. Yesterday, we got out, and then we watched the stock drop multiple dollars against us twice. Right there, I was just sitting here, and I was watching it, and I was like, it's about, and I'm not even giving it that much time for me to make my decision, which is partly the problem. But anyways, okay, so first of all, we got to do this because it's there. Dollar Club. So it's $1 in the money. We're obviously going to be up on Tesla now, but now we only have 20% left. So I was sitting here, and it hit 40. So it hit 254.40 a bunch of times, and there was a 1 there, just like you're seeing right now, and it just kept hitting it and hitting it and hitting it. Then it went back into the 50s. It came back, like just like it's doing now, hitting it, went back up, came back. There was about 3 or 4 times where I thought it was holding 40. So I bid 45, like, haha, I got you. And then as soon as, look what, like, honestly, as soon as that 40 broke, it flushed down 40 cents immediately. So at least we saw what we saw, and I traded against it. I feel pretty good about trading against that because I really did think that there was sort of a buyer there. But there it is right there, their second dollar club. AMD was 1, but then we lost on it going back up. Still a positive name, AMD there, but I'm guessing right now that it is flush city. Yes, sir. There's 102. Again, like, you can't just keep shorting 101.50s and then it gets to 102 and then worry about this, because it went all the way up to 102.25. I don't have any indicators or anything that was telling me that that was a short there. So the fact that it was a short, great. If anybody has that, congratulations. I don't. And then also this trade as well. You know, we held this until it broke 173, went to 173.50. But it's funny, isn't it funny that Brennan, I think he mentioned that Google was kind of done everything there. I believe sort of that he mentioned. They're done with the phones, right, Brendo, or something? They're still talking. Okay,
I was going to wait till they were done.
There was something there that I feel like hit, and then the market just dropped there. So I don't know if, I mean, oil came at 10:30. This was 10:45. Oh, I know what just hit. Forgot about this. So yesterday we had chicken sandwiches, and when we get back from Brendan, I'll tell you what it is today.
Just on that move to the upside, they were highlighting the new cameras. So the upgraded cameras in both the Pixel 8 and the Pixel 8 Pro. I think there was some individual details that people were expecting that maybe didn't show up. That's why it's coming back in right now, but they're still talking on the phones.
Okay.
All righty then. Today's lunch. Yeah, thanks for that, Brendan. So as I keep talking about it, we'll hear. And that's what I mean about, like, playing these events. You know, it's like, I don't know what, like, these experts, like, I mean, obviously the phone's going to be better than the last one. There's going to be more memory. There's
If it's
going
not,
to be,
that's a problem.
That's what I'm saying, right? So I feel like all of this is already sort of baked in, but let's just wait to see where it goes from here and trade off of that. Okay, this actually doesn't sound that bad. Coconut crusted whitefish fillet. Possible, I don't know. With Thai herbed green curry.
Which whitefish?
And steamed basmati.
But like which whitefish? You can't do like whitefish? Like,
yeah, whitefish. Coconut crusted whitefish fillet.
I mean, we're gonna get the salad, and they're not putting fish on the salad, so.
Well, they could put salmon. They've done.
They could. Sometimes we get. I love the salmon.
Tuna, which is
I love the
favorite.
salmon and tuna on the salad. I'm a fan of that. But that sounds good. We'll see what it looks like.
$1.50 in the money.
We'll see what it looks like when it gets there.
Yeah, we'll see what it looks like when it gets there. We'll get Ramin and Fabian's opinion on the lunch on the after show. Okay, so that's what's going to happen there, because Fabian is such a gentleman. Like, I go and get my food, and in there getting Ramin's food for her, Fabian. So big shout out to Fabian. Alert on that one. Always a gentleman right there. But that could be a winning lunch, I believe.
I think it's got a chance. By the way, we are now at the level that Rivian bounced when it had its delivery numbers. So you wait for it to get to the next level up. You short the key levels. It is now at the next level up. If I'm not long it, I got to wait for the next opportunity to get into the short as the market is pulling back in. Did I hear a throw? It is. Yeah, it is. I heard it correctly. Let's go to the desk for Money Talks. See, that's the desk.
Hey guys, back to the upside right now for the US dollar. We talked about that initial move down, extending some of the declines that we saw late in the day yesterday. But if you missed it, we got both the S&P services PMI and the ISM services PMI. S&P actually higher than expected. ISM comes basically in line with forecasts here for September, highlighting that, yeah, there still might be some underlying strength in the overall economy. If you were with us right at 8:30 this morning, we touched on the ADP private payrolls number that came out at 8:15. That was also higher, or in line, or to the right direction, I should say, 85,000 versus 155 that was expected. So a lot of contrasting moves. So this move down was on that ADP number this morning. This is a 15-minute chart of the US dollar. The move down was on the ADP number this morning, contrasting what happened yesterday on the JOLTS number. And then here we go back to the upside as ISM and S&P kind of contrasting each other. So we're right back into the range of around that 107 area for the USD, guys.
You got to keep, you really do want to keep an eye on the USD. Also, you know, sometimes you want to have TLT up. Like I do track TLT. I used to be on a tip where it was, this was more, actually, you know what, that was last year, man. I was going to say, like, I used to watch UVXY a lot, but I try to keep TLT up just so I have an idea. I don't want to be too far against the grain if I see a big move happening in Treasury and yields. But you just want to keep your eye on it. If you're trading momentum names, it's going to be a part of the course, part of the course to be looking at those. If Rivian's going to break another leg up, then I'm going to get out of it. We waited at least patiently enough to get to the next level. Shopify was the newest thing that we had put on. So it's still holding, let me zoom back in, it's still holding the range. Good out at the 40 level. If it gets back into VWAP, I feel this can be a reload opportunity on Shop. Still in a bit of a downward trend. The market's underneath that 14.8. Google might have bamboozled in that, like you waited until the, like for Apple and for Meta is what I'm searching for there. You waited until the end and then you put the short on and that's when they both tanked. But Google just put the hammer candle in and you just said they're not done. Like, no, it already did and now it's a lower high. So
missed so many shorts there, man. But how do
like
you?
This, well,
I don't know. I say it all the time, but like, how the hell do you predict something?
You're at 14.840. It's an interesting day because if you don't break that 14, let me just go to the futures chart. Like this wick high in here after 14.8 break that got us to 34, that next move, when you're looking for the lower high and you're reloading shorts, that's the one where like your entire day is made if you put in a lower high.
Yeah.
Instead, it puts in a higher low. And if you're not stopping out there, you're essentially just kind of like shorting into oblivion because what if we break out from that level? So it was tricky. You could try to find names which are relatively short in that particular situation. If we end up failing 14.8, then that was an incredibly difficult short to stick with. That's just how it is sometimes. And a lot of times that's what they're going to do. In terms of Google here, though, it's a bit of a head and shoulders it's putting in with 134 even to 134.20, like that previous high from earlier. If we don't break 14.8, I feel like this could be the area to be short in Google. Even though they're not technically done yet, I feel like it's already starting to go, and I don't want to miss it.
Like
Someone
quite the
asked
move
me,
down.
do I still believe it's a short that like sell the news? Yeah, the timing could have been off on this one. I was being patient waiting for it, and now I'm paying underneath the low. I can't give this to the high of the day. I can only give it to, I'm only going to give it to 134.20. Again, not speaking for everybody else, but I'm going to short the head and shoulder here. If we hold underneath 14.8, I did like Google for a sell the news event. I'm back into Rivian. I'm still in a firm. I got that Shopify, and I knew there was something else that we should have talked about there.
What was it?
No, it was, I just saw someone mention Disney in the chat. You know, every time Disney comes up, and Boeing too, like we jokingly say things like, it's a short till it's not, look at the downward trend, but you know I'm never actually day trading this thing to the short side. How's that for a fail, right? Like is Disney really that difficult? Like when it starts going down, oh, it went down yesterday, let's just assume it's gonna go down today too. Just make that assumption. Look at the 80 level, high or low at 80, there's 80 for your high in the morning, and now it's down at 79. That's not that difficult. When the market goes up, it goes down. That's what you want to short. You want to short stocks where when the market goes up, they go down. That's what you want to do.
Yeah, and as we're getting ready, yeah, for sure. I mean, you want to try to sell high,
It sounds
buy
so
lower,
simple.
and buy low, sell higher. But what we've just done right now, yeah, it is pretty simple there.
I mean, it sounds simple, but it's not.
I'll discuss that with you afterwards. But no, yeah, grocery list for 10 people. Okay, there we go. Ingredients, all right. You can also add other ingredients.
Has that been there the whole time?
No, I believe we just put that up now, unless it's been there for a minute. But there it is. That is the big Google event happening right now. It looks pretty cool, though, that's for sure. It'd be kind of fun to be at some of those, but again, you know, you got to be a blogger and take those notes and let them know what you think. So, so far so good there. But I just want to talk quickly about Tesla because we only have a couple more minutes until we're out of here. And that is that it's been pretty violent right now. So we were just down at 253.80 or so, and I was like, okay, here we go. Now we finally might have a move in front of us, but no, it's appearing to not have a move at all. It just bounced basically off that level and now looks to go higher right now. So looks like it's going to be a relative fail there on Tesla. Tried to make that move down. There it is right there, 253.75 a couple times. Missed it every time. And now we'll have to wait to see if it can get back up. I don't feel like I want to reshort this name. Look where the market is. Look where Google is. I think it's Tesla is. Pretty self-explanatory that this name wants to be relatively strong. And if it does fade, we'll be here for that. But yeah, right now it's a nice downside move here for Tesla, but held at that 253.50 or 253.70. So let's wait to see what happens on this. But I'm going to hold it for now. Rivian, you mentioned it at that 23 level. It's still going, man. So Rivian up 7%. And if you guys remember, I said that, and it doesn't matter what you say, you got to take the trade. And I don't have Rivian long, but I was saying if we got back into this 20, it might have been interesting. And yesterday, it does get, or not yesterday, but a couple days ago, it does get into that level. We'll see if it can continue to make those moves here today. Up 8%, it won't get there today, but $20 looks like it's going to be a pretty solid level there for Rivian, as Tesla's just still, man, 50 cents in the money now and not doing much.
Guess where we're close to? I just saw in the chat. It's like, are we going to hold 420 on the SPY? Mirko in the chat. Is it that obvious of a level? I mean, it is obvious of a level. I think when you're as a trader, like you don't automatically buy the market when it gets down there. You look for an opportunity to buy some things if you bounce off that level. Like look for some strength down there, which would mean covering shorts for profit, which would mean buying dips and looking for that kind of a notion. That's what you should do. I was lamenting about Boeing. If you hear me like crap, like go on and on about Boeing and annoying, because I actually thought about getting out of Boeing in my personal account when it failed that breakout, and then I was like, whatever I sell, I'm going to put that right into GE, which I think is I like to keep things sort of in sector when I sell a stock and put it into something else. It just money goes right back into the market. But I didn't pull the trigger, and I feel like an idiot for not doing it. So I hate Boeing, and that's my reason for doing so. The market is underneath 14.8. Back into the shorts. Let's see if they can work out. We have less than 20 seconds to go. I do want to tell you, it's been a fantastic show. We're always better and better. But take a second and do this.
Like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day.
The professor is asking you. We're making some new ones, but until we get these new like and subscribe things, I'm going to keep doubling down and making sure that Sharif has to watch that one over and over and over
The new one
again.
does not get rid of the old one.
If
That's
you're
a fair
enjoying
point.
this video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel. And never forget, do not put pineapple on your pizza.
I love a collared shirt.
Really, Fabian? That wasn't me. No, of course it was you, Fabian. Fabian just likes to be in the...
I'm pretty sure it was Sharif.
Okay, was you Sharif? Okay, Sharif did it. You guys know what's up.
Who was it, Obi then?
It's been a fun one. It's 11 o'clock. That's fine. I'll get you back later. It's all good. We have fun around here. That's what it's all about. It's a good floor. We're not going to keep that one. I've already shot a new one, and I think it's a heck of a lot better. But it's been a fun one. The market's rolling over. The shorts are coming in. We're sending you over to the professor and Obi-Wan Kenobi. Let's get it started.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That is Obi. That is Obi Trice, Obi-Wan Kenobi, whatever name you want to call him. I'm Sharif, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks at Search Trader. Mr. Kenobi, how are you this morning, sir?
I'm good. Doing all right. Waiting for a lot of numbers this morning. We had the 9:45, we had a 10 a.m., and then we had a Google event as well. That's going on right now. I know you have a few things to say about that. The event's going on right now, but oh, nice. I like that. My morning's been a little. I mean, it's really uneventful. Nothing too crazy there. That 14.8, we're getting that chop. On the NQs.
Sir.
Yeah, and then I guess we got Google on watch as well, right? That event, with that event going on, I see that it's just teetering around that 133-ish area. Now I see that it doesn't show my position here, and that's fine. I still have a little bit of a piece left over from these shorts that I had, just in and around this 127 mark. Yeah, I did get a little aggressive there initially, and I was like, I believed in the 127 short at the time, so I kind of so I got a little aggressive maybe on the front side. Didn't have too many sells up here, but we still got a little piece left over. I think I gotta get in and out of a position for my position board to update. Right, Sharif? So let me just, while I do that, how was your day today?
It's good right now. I'm involved in an Apple short. Already got a couple of profit takers here. You'll see the green triangles, but Apple and the overall market a bit undecided as to what they want to do in this mid-range point. We have a 14,850 high, and then I got to really zoom out. We have a 14,589 low, but that's the overnight low. So for all intents and purposes, I'm going to say it's around a 14.7 low. And the reason I use 14.7 is because it's kind of like the bottom. No, it's not even really the bottom end of the range. That's not really fair. The IB low is 14.735. All right. And so we have, give or take, about 120 points worth of range on the NQ. And we are right at that midpoint. We're 14.787, just a smidge below 14.8. We had that big move up, but it was a quick wick, and we didn't close above the IB high. Shout out to Dan DeMan Emmons. I don't know if he's in the chat today. But here's the look on Apple. Out of the money on it by a couple of pennies right now, but already took a couple of profit takers. Definitely not jumping out of this trade. Given the downgrade that we got from, I want to say our friends at KeyBank Capital, but I'm not going to do that because I'm invested in this stock. And any downgrade, it doesn't infuriate me, but it displeases me. Let's put it that way. Looks as if KeyBank not liking the adoption speed of the iPhone 15, and they're also saying, consumer demand in the North American market was below expectations. Kind of contrary to the information I'm hearing, but we'll have to let that one play out. We're still early in the adoption cycle anyway. But as I look, Mr. Kenobi, at my side chart, we'll bring in the side chart here and go through that in a second. Let's look at the NQ real quick here. We're getting that bounce back up off that, I want to say the 50 period on the 5, but, it's just kind of a random area. I think we're still in the midday chop. We haven't really broken above and held above 14.8. Bit of a double top, obviously, there. And the closing prints on these 5-minute charts are oh so close on each of these tops in the M, the double top. 14.830 is the closing print there, even though we wicked up into 14.850. Now, we are up half a point right now on the NQ, even though we're down 0.05% on the ES. So another day of divergence between the two index names. We'll see how that pans out the rest of the day, whether or not they'll end up jiving, or whether or not we'll have one stronger than the other, something that Adara and I talked about a couple of days ago. All right, the side charts, let's go. VSME, small cap gapper du jour. VS showed up late on my chart. Let's talk a little bit about this one, VSME. It is Versus Media Holdings. They are a $102 million market cap with a 2 million share float. Is there a headline? Looks like there was. This one did halt earlier on. Here it is. VS Media expands into Macau, demonstrating strong growth and extensive experience in digital marketing. Yada, yada, yada. It's got a headline. That's all we need to know. That we're to close out sub $4 yesterday. $3.93 makes a $5.49 high. But this one's on my S list right now because it is sub VWAP, and I don't take these small cap gappers sub VWAP. Grits. Have you ever had grits before?
No, sounds familiar.
It's like a southern food, bro.
Okay.
Come on,
okay.
Ob.
It's like the with like potatoes and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Man,
It's like
Obi with the save. Obi with the save. GRTS, Gritstone Bio. They are a $213 million market cap with a 90.7 million share float. Does it have a headline? Doesn't show up on my blotter here with a headline. I think it did have one on the 28th, so this one might be a continuation play. In any event, it finds itself up 13% today, having closed out at $2.02, makes a 252 move. Dancing with VWAP at the moment. Looks like at that $2.30 level. Can it hold? We'll have to wait and see. It had a decent day yesterday, so this is a multi-day play, continuation play from yesterday. Is grits. Vino. I could have some vino right now, even though that's like alcoholic level at 11 o'clock, right? It's 5 o'clock somewhere, or 2 o'clock, whatever the time, the cutoff time is, Mr. Kenobi. VINO, you saw the Neil involved in this small cap gapper du jour. Let's talk a little bit about it here in case you're just joining us. VINO is Gaucho Group. That's a bit of a weird name to have, or ticker for the name. Gaucho Group, 2.34 million market cap. My God, talk about small. 795 million share float. Does it have a short float? Allow me a moment here to find out. Shout out to Trade Ideas and the folks there. No, 0.39% short float, but this is the Christmas tree retracement. Shout out to Handy Randy. You made a big boy touch at 4. And then you huadunk, absolute huadunk into 258, Mr. Kenobi, holding the 50 period here. And ironically enough, support becomes, resistance becomes support. Look at this breakout here at 8 a.m. We get a 260. Say it again. Google event ended, says Brendo. So alert anybody trading Google, possible volatility now. So that 260 level that we topped out in the pre is looking like it is support for now. It's on my S list, though, for a long until it can break above the VWAP area, which is at 320. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. But I am still ensconced in this Apple short.
I don't even know what that means.
Man, like ensconced, like you're surrounded by, you're in. On this Apple trade, 3 beak wetters so far, but popping back up.
Nice, man. I'm still short here. I still got that short bias going on. I was watching Apple. I know you're short Apple. Are you short Apple still? Nice. So take a look at what Apple's doing. I find it a little interesting. A bit of a VWAP hold as of right now, right? It's coming back into VWAP and churning on top of that VWAP. So if we are to go further to the downside, I kind of I'm looking for this. We talked about that 172 yesterday, right? That 172 acting as a little bit of an over-under, kind of a level of interest here. And we're teetering on top of that. And today it has a little bit of confluence with VWAP on that first kind of sell-off. Take a look at that hard sell with that volume right there at 10, with that was it the PMI at 10 or was that 9:45? Anyways, economic number 10 o'clock comes in, hard sell, and then take a look at where that hard sell is like just gets stopped right into that 172, and then hold, churn, pop off of that, and now we're holding that 172 and just grinding a little bit above that as well. And we maybe we are making higher lows here on Amazon, which is starting to get me to think like this is a good reason, I guess, a good potential reason to cover. But I'm watching this 14.8 as well. So if we're just going to chop 14.8, then that's fine. Maybe we just hit the range today and take some swings. But other than that, if that 14.8 holds as resistance and we kind of come back down because we've already kind of pushed above it, came back in.
Yeah.
The Google event is over. We've had our numbers already. And today was Wednesday as well. We had the oil number at 10:30 as well. So we got a good chunk of that behind us now, and things could start to get going as well. I got the VIX on watch as well. We talked about the VIX being up in the 20s, and take a look at that. Kind of a little bit of trouble here near some previous highs that we broke through on the VIX. So whether you're watching UVIXY or the VIX, can give you a little bit of sentiment or kind of a directional bias, perhaps. But at the end of the day, you still have to confirm with the tape, right? The tape is Tape is king. Price action is king at the end of the day. Yeah.
I got out of Apple, not because it got to my price, but it's because I don't like what I'm seeing here on the future. You have a nice double bottom on the ES, and you have a reclaim of 14.8 on the NQ. That's not the look that I want. I got out there quickly as this one started going. We were really looking for possible confluence. Shout out to the Kenobi between the two exchanges, the two futures contracts. And you weren't seeing any. Now you're seeing the ES back up above break-even, 0.12, and that 14.8 level reclaimed. I don't want to be in a short on Apple if that's going to be the case. Now we're going to start looking long because now we have a higher low on the NQ. In fact, actually, you have a higher low on the ES, albeit by like a very small amount. Here's what I'm talking about, guys. We kind of double topped. during the more volatile part of the day. And then here we make another higher low off that 14,735. We get into the higher low is 14,760. And then you have a reclaim of 14.8. That isn't what I'm looking for the shorts. I'm out of the Apple trade. It's positive, no question about that, but not holding it anymore. Now, if we get bamboozlement, we get bamboozlement. That's fine, right? But this isn't what I'm looking for when I'm setting up short here. So out of that trade, and now we're looking long. What's strong, guys? All right, Tesla is an absolute beast of a stock on the day. 4% to the good, up and to the right. I know how much Neil loves when I say that. 256.91 currently. Look at this move up, man. My God, this is a beautiful trade on Tesla today. Whoever had it, shout out to you guys. Looks like we closed out yesterday at 246.5. And then, you know, we actually gapped down on the day. We started the day, pardon me, here at 243.75. And we're like $13, almost $14 removed off that 4 a.m. price right now. You'll recall Tesla in the news again for, you know, whatever its deliveries. And then there's a new Model Y all-wheel drive. I submit to you that's not the reason we're up today. It's probably because, you know, it's a little overdone about the delivery miss. And I've kind of explained this one many times at the Big Desk. I think the delivery miss was people holding off on the purchase of the Model 3, which is their second best seller behind the Model Y, because there's a revamped Model 3 coming out. And if you're going to spend your hard-earned money, are you going to get the old one or are you going to get the new one? I think that kind of answers itself. What'd you say? Neil's going to get the old one.
Why did that sound so angry?
I don't know why. He's so contrarian.
What did you say?
Yeah, right? Neil says he's going to disagree with anything I say because I said up and to the right.
Counter trend Sharif. Nice.
Contrarian Neil. But in any event, Tesla, very strong trade. Let's zoom out a little bit here, Mr. Kenobi, and find out where we're going to encounter resistance. And it looks like that 262.5 level looking awfully good for resistance level. There are a couple of troughs where we found support, and if we can break above, I think that 257.5, we could actually have a nice gap up into that 262.5. We'll have to see what the rest of the day brings for Tesla, but it's already up 4%.
Yes, sir. We're kind of teetering near those lows. We reclaimed that 14.8. I do like that strength on Tesla, but have you seen Meta today, Sharif?
Yeah,
Meta, that we were talking about this yesterday, that look at this interesting hold on that 300, a bit of a triple bottom there. Come in today, bit of a lick grab underneath that and hold the 3 for a push back up to that upside, kind of consolidating underneath yesterday's opening range consolidation right there in and around that 304, 305 area. So I'm curious to know what this will do. I do have my alert right here at just underneath that 300 that was holding for just this week, right? We see that the level is holding on the week. I want to see what it does when it does potentially come in. Right. Okay, so we're getting a bit of consolidation here, so I'm not really too concerned right now. Now, if we break either way off of this consolidation, then maybe I'll have some execution to deal with there on this Amazon position. But I'm not really watching anything else today. I did have Google and Microsoft on my sticky note right here, a couple levels there. Let's take a look at what Softy is doing with that price. So I had 315 as a level of interest on Softy right here, and what did we do with that 315 today? Okay, so we kind of came into it, we blasted through it right away, holding that level as a bit of support and making a higher lows on top of VWAP there, on top of the 315 on Softy. So that's a little bit of stack in terms of long factors off that 315. That 315 comes in as pre-market kind of this roughly that 315.50, 315.70, this pre-market high. We come right back into it and hold that as support for now. So interesting. Didn't really have the trade. I got to get better at taking some of the trades that or taking some of the prices that I find are interesting and actually make an effort to come up with some sort of plan around it, but I'm using some of these larger caps as more as indicators right now, rather than taking those trades. But Google, we already see where my level is. That just around that 133. I already have a line in here on the chart. That 133 area, kind of an area of interest. Not necessarily like an over/under, but it seems like we like to churn in and around this area, a bit of an orbit around this 133, 134 area, and we're holding. We just had that Google event. Take a look at this bit of a shake and bake out the open, kind of wipe the same price, and then you break out. You look like you're breaking out, and then you kind of wipe back down into VWAP, but it seems like VWAP is holding, and we're pushing back towards those highs. That's a lot of strength. So yeah, maybe that is some merit to cover this piece of short. I know Sharif already covered his short down here at 172. That was a great place to buy there, Sharif. I think there was some solid reasons there. But to be honest, I'm a little bit of a bear right now. I'm looking for lower highs to maybe get a little more aggressive here on this short right now. But let's see what the NQ does. If the NQ wants to blast off towards its highs, and Amazon comes right back into that 127, hey man, that's fine. We'll get out of that trade, and onto the next one there. But yeah, definitely some reasons to buy definitely showing up here on a bit of a higher low there, and Apple kind of screaming to the upside there. 173 incoming, no real size I see there, so we're probably just gonna churn through that level like it's butter there. As the NQ pushes towards its highs, let's see if it can make new highs on the day.
We're knocking on the door, baby.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely knocking on that door. We may kick that down. That door is at 14,850. We're at in the 40s at the moment. All right, somebody in the chat asked me about Enphase. So Enphase was down big yesterday, but mostly tech stocks were down as well. Yesterday it got maintained by Raymond James as an outperform. Today, Truist Securities weighing in with a $135 price target. Not sure what they said about that. They reiterated a hold, so not really upgrading it, but looking at $1.35, and by a buck I mean 135 bucks. Look, it's up 0.4% on the day. It's not doing much, guys. But it did find a very nice bottom at that 113, double bottom there, and it's been boom goes a dynamite there. Now we're knocking on the door of 115. But the spread, kind of spready stock, you know how it is, 13 pennies now. It could be as wide as 25. It's a good name. I like this name for the long run, but the solar thing, it's tough going because the startup costs are not there. Now I've heard all sorts of different opinions about the startup costs for solar being less than actual exploration and drilling for carbon, what do they call that? What are the fossil fuels? We'll see. We'll see. I think if that's the case, then it's just a matter of time till solar takes off. If you believe that that take or that perspective, then go in hand over fist. This company essentially has they have a proprietary converter between the actual panels themselves and the storage capacitors. They do some other stuff as well. They're a bit of a tech company, a bit of an energy company, solar, so they've got their hand in multiple cookie jars, it looks like. But with respect to price action, 115.66 HOD, but we're knocking on the door of 115 now. Nice V-shaped recovery again, double bottom at 113. We'll keep an eye on it. It's usually not my cup of tea, but I'm very pleased that I got out right there. Look at that Apple.
Yeah, that Apple is blasting.
And Apple now is pumping to the high side, 173.10. It's reclaimed that. I was adding hand over fist, Mr. Kenobi, in the high 160s last week, and I'm actually now in the money on this trade on the long-term portfolio. But I don't expect too much for now. We're gonna wait hopefully until October. Manifests maybe by the end of the year. Okay, nice. Some super chats.
The Hayes record, that's really interesting. You see what he typed?
Yeah, I didn't get to read it yet. The Hayes. We're going to hit the bang for the good friend of the show and avid viewer, the Hayes records. The wife signed me up for a trading competition against wealth managers and FAs from JP, Merrill, etc. on October 26th. Wish me luck, brethren. Queen's Gambit, you will outperform,
That is
my
awesome.
friend.
Good luck, buddy.
Yeah, those guys, they're more like long-term type of plays. I don't think they, you're going to kill it.
Show them what's up, Hayes.
Kill it,
Yeah.
absolutely. Keep us updated, too, about how well you're doing, and we'll shout you out on the show, no question about that. If you want to send me some screen captures, this and that of the comp, be more than willing to share that as well. Ryan, check out OKYO. I am long at 210. Absolutely, sir. OKYO. Let's have a look at that. Don't know what it is. Okayo Pharma. We'll have to type it in up here. OKYO. What is this bad boy? 66 million market cap. Float 19.5 million shares. It's up on the day 2.19%. I don't see a headline for it. Chart is, a little bit, it's consolidative on the day. Let's look at the longer term look there. So it looks like this one IPO'd or direct listing or whatever, May 24th of this year. And it's higher than its listing price at the moment. I think it listed at about $1.50. Trading at 234. It's obviously a former runner. Have a look at these outsized days when we got up to 410, just a smidge above 410 back in late August. Higher lows, look at this. Clearly here, you have an uptrend as well. Not a bad look. I don't know if you're in this for the long term or it's an intraday trade, but it's not a bad looker there. What does this company do? It's pharma in the United Kingdom. What do they do, Mr. Kenobi? We'll look at that in a sec after we put the ticker. Based in preclinical biopharmaceutical company. The company is focused on developing an approach to dry eye care and ocular pain that is developing in lipidated Kemirin peptide drug candidate OK101 designed to target an ocular receptor controlling inflammation and ocular pain. Okay, well, we can get behind that. That's probably a big TAM on that because I know a lot of people suffer from that. So we'll keep, it's a good look, intraday, not intraday, but for a longer term. I like the higher lows. I like the fact that it is above its listing price. Looks like it has a larger total addressable market for its preclinical drug. We'll have to wait and see. It's clearly a former runner. I don't know if you're in this again for the long term or intraday, but it doesn't look bad.
Yep. So I got a little short there on Apple, but super jittery, man. I don't know. Maybe it's the coffee. Maybe the caffeine is a little heavy there. I saw it pop into that 173, and it comes back in. So I hit it. So I hit the bid right there as it kind of fails to follow through into that 173. I cover it for like a few pennies on the jitter because I'm like, oh, maybe it's gonna wipe up because the bid was really aggressive back into kind of like that break or my break even price, I guess. But the stock doesn't care what price you're in. The move is the move. The trade is the trade. So that 173 definitely a little bit heavy there, giving you about a quarter as of right now, trading in the 70s. I think I punched short in the 80s, and I was looking for 70s to come in, just a quick dime. Sometimes I like to do a little bit of a little poking around, some probing on how the orders are getting taken, and yeah, if it works out well, it works out well. But if it's gonna take me both ways, that's a little bit I guess. I don't know, the Fugazi sensor is tingling a little bit. I don't necessarily want to be involved too much, but it seems like Amazon does not want to get too far past VWAP here. VWAP being just at 126.50. We saw that pop that kind of comes in and it kind of accelerates to the upside and then kind of pushes back down into these lows. Let's see how far we can get. Maybe this is just more churn before we choose a direction here. But what I'm seeing is that the NQ attempted to push its top, made some highs, and now is flushing off a little bit here. So my question is, how much time is left for this 15-minute candle to print? It's about three and a half minutes roughly, give or take. So yeah, I think we're Gucci gang on that. Little bit of a lick grab through the top. Let's see if we can do, like we said, that recycle of that 14.8, because it seems like that's the party that we're having right now. Some of these key levels just churning and chopping, and just I guess exchange of hands potentially in and around some of these levels. Lots of volume.
Man, have you seen oil today?
I have not. I was looking at XOM earlier. I pulled it up when the EIA kind of popped up, but I didn't really see anything too interesting, so I left it alone.
Mr. Kenobi,
Yeah.
3.5% south. On the CL November contract, it looks like there. Oil taking a big boy hit. I mean, I haven't seen it down. I mean, I know it's been running up, obviously, so possibly due for a retracement here. What's a look? Energy sector declines as demand fears pressure crude prices. Okay. Well, I guess maybe the consumer spending all over again here, maybe. Declines 3.5%, tracking more than 3% fall in crude prices. Brent, okay, Pledges by Saudi Arabia and Russia. This is all old stuff. Okay, so they don't know. It's just moving down, and that's the look there. All right, I'm liking what I see on GRTS here. We had a VWAP hold, and this is really what I like, that $2.30 level. Look at this VWAP hold. I mean, you don't hold it strictly, but you get a hold of the general area, that $2.30, and then we're having to move up into 240. We know the high a day is 252, so keep your eye on this one. You know, I like these small cap gappers above VWAP, and that's exactly where we find this one at the moment. So GRTS just put in a big boy 5-minute candle to make a new high on my 5-minute chart, 17.25%. Let's see if this one can kind of get going and possibly take out day's highs, maybe a dip trade in that 230, 232. I don't like buying extended moves here, even though we're not at the highs. We'll keep an eye on GRTS, but good move there. It's been quiet for these small cap gappers, I got to tell you, on the day. Not too many. We had Vino running earlier, in that sense, giving up the ghost. The other one running here, Rivian, our friend Rivian, is up 6%, Mr. Kenobi. I don't know if you realize that. I know Sean usually all over that.
It's in play, right?
It's in play.
Yeah, they had the earnings 2 days ago?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, they not the earnings, the delivery.
Oh, yes, deliveries, yes.
All right, here we go. I'm not seeing anything here on my blotter to explain today's run for Rivian. I'm looking as well at yesterday. Let me have a look at So it looks like that Rivian CEO, RJ Scranage, was on CNBC or something. Rivian CEO sees continued strong demand shift in EV buyer mindset. Why Scarnage says Tesla Cybertruck is great for the world. This is old. I've read this before. All right. Not sure what the reason for the move up in Rivian. In any event, 2170 is where we closed out yesterday, and we got to 2336, pulling back now. Look for possible support at that 2270. That's where VWAP is, or that 2280. That's kind of where we troughed out. This is a 5-minute chart on Rivian, but looks good for now. Does it give up the ghost, though? It was a big move up, $2 plus. It was over 6% on the day. RIVN, keep your eye on that one. But what I've got my eye most on is the future right now, as we are dancing near highs both on the ES and the NQ. Definitely looking for something long here.
Yeah, for sure. That 173 kind of holding as resistance. I chose kind of not to get back in right now. I don't know, that 173. I like that price there. Here in the 70s, I was looking to kind of cover that quick scalp. But you know what? I'll let this kind of this price action kind of manifest itself before I make another decision there on Apple. But I do like that we're printing that lower high on Apple at that 173 half being the high of day right now, and then we got a little bit of a failure to follow through the 173 for now. And with that, we kind of get a little bit of a lower consolidation low break into this 126 on Amazon. I like that. But you know what? If we're going to bounce off this 126, I think it was Darwin in the chat saying that he's looking for a long on Amazon soon enough. And you know what? I'm looking for reasons to buy, right? I'm looking for reasons to buy, and maybe they will show up here in and around this 126. We just have to see if it actually kind of manifests on the tape, right? If we have some reasons to sell, but as of right now, I'm looking across the board, kind of that failed to follow through on the NQ top. There kind of suggests we might be coming back in to make even a higher low, right? This is a low here, and then if we come in and make another higher low, we're going to be recycling that 14.8 because I think that's well within range there on that. But let's see what that 126 will bring us. Today, I am looking currently at the volume leaders on the day. So let's take a look together. Volume leaders on the day top ticker on the U.S. exchange is right now Tesla on the list. Tesla definitely up here most days, as it is one of the hottest tickers. We were talking about this yesterday. I was talking about this yesterday with Sean, and saying that Tesla is pretty much in play every day with the type of volume it does, with the type of point, like the point move, the range that it has, its ATR. It's pretty much in play every day. Now, whether or not you have a strategy to kind of execute around that in-play type of action every day, I don't know about that, but definitely it is one that gives many opportunities. We see that 250, we see key levels, you see VWAPs, you see reversions, you see a whole bunch of everything. So definitely a ticker to be interested in on the daily there. I know there's a couple of traders on Twitter, on X, that love to trade Tesla as well, posting up their 5-6 figure wins and losses. Interesting stuff. But yeah, no, Tesla definitely one for the big boys there. Got to be very precise with your entries. But Vino, I know Sharif was looking at this one earlier. Vino kind of pushing up and down. What do they have? Okay, so real estate. Okay, they had up on some catalysts there. What is the float on this ticker? I'm just curious to know that. Right here, float 6 million. All right, not bad. And it's traded about 36. A bit of a churn and chop there of the float on Vino today off of a catalyst. Definitely doing some R-vol for sure on the day. But yeah, let's go to the next one there. Vino, we know PLTR definitely in the news today.
Yeah,
right.
Tina Man just mentioned that to me, so go ahead and cover.
Yeah,
that.
PLTR. Now I'm not too familiar with what the news specifically was, so we can take a quick look. Provide AI offerings to business, so it seems like they have some AI news collaboration.
Yes.
Okay, so they have a partnership deal there on with PwC. So doing some volume here, kind of a chop out the open, and now we're holding underneath VWAP, which is pretty interesting for me right now. We know Rivian as well. Rivian straight to the moon apparently, but no, those deliveries we sold off on those initially, and now we're catching a bit of a bid there. Maybe some covers there on the fail to follow through of that 2150 area.
Buy calls on Alex Karp's hair.
Who?
Alex Karp.
Who's Alex Karp?
He's the CEO.
He's the CEO of Rivian.
Of Palantir.
Oh, of Palantir.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I think I've seen that guy before.
I would buy calls immediately on his hair.
Why is that?
Immediately, because he's got fantastic hair.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
no. I think that's definitely.
His hair.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to go long on his hair, but maybe some dip buys on the stonk if it holds above this 15 area there. But yeah, Rivian, Apple, we're already watching. Tilray as well. I know Tilray had earnings this morning, and I did not have eyes on it until I saw that report. I didn't even. I guess I didn't realize Tilray had earnings. That's a little bit of lack of preparation on my part, but definitely catching a bit of a sell there. We know that weed names have been on watch since that reclassification or of the drug, right, from class. I think, what is it, class 1 to class 2 or 3 or whatever.
You wouldn't go along on this guy's hair?
Oh wow. That kind of looks like how my hair looks if I don't tie it up like this.
I don't buy that for a second. There's
my
no
hair
way your hair is that curly, bro.
Alex, yeah,
Karp.
that's yet to be seen, but definitely reminds me of how my hair looks untied. So that's why I always got to spray it down and keep it. I'm
not buying that, Mr. Canoe.
There, but wow, AMD to the upside there. Take a look at that. We had that 97 marked from earlier. We snap up on that, a bit of a pullback. I'm curious to know, what percent retracement do we have off of this level right now? Let's take a quick look. So what is that? That's about
Google.
7 points. 1 second, we'll just go over to Google in a bit. And 7 points, so about 5 points down. So over 50% of a retracement, over 60% there. Back into 99 and pushing back up there. Interesting. That 100 hold as well coming into play today on AMD. I know we were definitely a little involved on the floor on this name a little bit there. And Intel, of course. Intel, we had that 35 level, kind of interesting, and it never really came down there, not yet at least, but kind of wiping back yesterday's move. there on Intel. And of course, Amazon, we're watching that kind of a hold on this trend there. Let's see how far we can get. Let's see if we can get weaker or stronger in and around some of these levels. This double top, I like that right there. And BBD, I don't know. CCL, we know we've been having some nice trades on CCL as well. But yeah, that's a quick recap of the volume gainers on the day. The top ones, at least, of course, NVIDIA. We can't forget NVIDIA pushing for high of day there.
Yeah, and I promised somebody in the chat that I would look at NVIDIA, so thank you for reminding me about that. Let's look at NVIDIA. It's been bouncing back, man, ever since it really took it on the chin. After the earnings play, we know what happened there. Let's look at the daily first and foremost, because if you look at this, I mean, it is outperforming the NASDAQ as of late. Look at the bottom that we made on September 21st. Let me remove these commentaries over here. Yeah, look at the bottom that we made on September 21st, almost a double bottom with the August 14th and 13th low, and then it has been stair-stepping up. We made a low there that day of 407, and then a couple of days ago on the 2nd of August, we pumped up into 451, and we're having another green day today. So I would submit to you that as of late, and by as of late, I'm talking about the end of September, the final 10 days or so of September, we have been outperforming the NQ and the S&P on NVDA. Today, 1.1% to the good. Let's look intraday. Let's flip to the 5 on NVDA. And it looks like, you know, much like with a lot of these big cappers, on the day we gap down on the morning, 431. We gap at 4 a.m. Yesterday, we closed out at 435 and a smidge, 435.15, 17, something like that. We've since reclaimed that level. It was a level of support on this descent at around 10:50, 11 o'clock. And we've broken through the earlier crest at that 438 area, and now we're printing higher highs, baby. Here comes 440. It looks like we may take that whole dollar level. We printed the IB high at 440.44. And here we go on NVDA. We're pumping up. We're about to make newer highs a day. Where do we find resistance should we encounter it? Let's find out. Well, yesterday on the big move down, we definitely had an area of resistance right at that 441. Look at this crest over here. When we bump back up, a bit of a double bottom, get to that crest, nah, and then you make a new low. Market says, nah. We're at high of day. We're printing new high of day now, NVIDIA, very strong, 1.25% now. Now, if we break through that 441, there's a bit of a gap, guys, up to about 446 or so. That's where we troughed out at. Was this a pre? All beat in the pre, right? So, you know, I'm going to use it as a level, but always look at levels in the pre-market with more suspicion. That's just my go. It's less volume, less market participants, less big money, yada, yada, yada. You get what I'm trying to say. 446 possible level of resistance here, especially if we start breaking out. This is looking like it's going to be a long day, Mr. Katina, and I see him smashing keys over there, but we're printing new highs on a lot of these names. Let's go back into our friend Google, because we just got another beak wetter there as we knock on the door of 135. We're long 65, so 30 pennies in the money, but here comes the obvious flush. As I start speaking about it, nothing new there. We'll look for that 135 break and take. Oh, you like that? The break and take.
Awesome.
The Katina man liked that one, and as do I. We're gonna wait for that 135 break before we get another profit taker, but we're coming back down. Aggressive move now on Google and on the Fuge, as we make a new high a day on the Fuge, 14,861. And just as I said, it looks like it's going to be a long day. We dropped 30 points that quick. Like, the market hates me, right? It likes to make me look silly in front of 4,600 people that are watching. I mean, I don't know what to say. But the point is, we're still in the money on this Google trade, and I'm looking for a 135 break. As I tell you about that, let me tell you about this new high a day now on NVDA, 441 and 43 cents. So good move up there. Let me now look at some of the tags. JB, I feel like anytime AMD goes under 100, it's a buy. Look, man, I'm a fan of Lisa Su. You know how I feel about the blue jacket and everything she's doing over there. I think she's a hell of a CEO. I think she's a hell of a leader. I like the name. I just want to see more news with respect to AI. I know it's going to be tough scaling, with all the issues right now we have with foundry production and everything being behind, but we'll have to see how they do. Who else here? Alex Davis, not sure what you are seeing. I don't know what you're seeing. You don't see high day and the NQ almost up 1%? I don't know. Kevy82, what do you think of SMCI here? A super microcomputer, man. I mean, up 2 2/3 on the day. Thing's a beast. It's up 237% year to date. You know, this is a supplier, obviously, of components for microchips and GPU and everything, essentially. CPUs, you name it, microprocessors, semis in general. It's a supplier. It's a kind of an indirect play to get into that space. I like it. Let's have a look at it intraday. I don't typically trade SMCI intraday, obviously, but we'll have a look. All right, daily chart. Sadly, we did make a lower low and a lower high. So look at, after we made that 365 touch back on August 8th, it's been a series of lower highs. And then sadly, on the 22nd and 21st of September, we did make a lower low. So, daily chart pattern, that's what we're seeing kind of, right? That's a tougher one right there. All right. Well, this could change, right? Because the market gets going here, it becomes October, this pattern may mean nothing. So I got to say, intraday worries me a little bit, the fact that we have lower highs and now lower lows. Maybe this is a double bottom, right? It is very close. These two troughs here are quite close, that 230 level. Maybe look for a breakout above that $305 level. You get 2 and break above 305. It could be a play. Let's look at it intraday. Put in the ticker, SMCI. Intraday, it looks good. Look at this, higher low, and now you have a higher high. You're looking to take that 280, possibly, but you have a nice upward channel. It is moving kind of directionally with the market. It very much looks like the 5-minute chart here on SMCI. Very much looks like the 5-minute chart on the NQ. December contract, just compare and contrast the two. Higher low, higher low, higher high, higher high. But the only thing is the IB range of SMCI higher than the IB range of the NQ open. So keep your eye on that, but it looks good for a long. Maybe a dip off VWAP. I don't necessarily like going long at these local highs, maybe that 275 dip, 276, but I think as the market goes, this one's going to go as well. So don't try to trade this counter trend. That would be my advice, Mr. Kenobi.
Yeah, so I kind of covered that short that I had, and then I got it for a couple minutes, came back in, and I saw that we were slamming down into 126. So, a bit of a cheeky long here. Let's see if we can kind of hold this. We've seen this level hold a little bit, but yes, we've kind of failed to follow through making new highs there on the NQ. But if we're going to teeter near these highs there and kind of just consolidate, that might give us something to move off of there. But you know what? I'm going to stay patient and really take in take in the action that's kind of coming in there. I'm looking for this 126 area to hold. Got in long a little bit higher than that 126. But we can definitely give it a little bit of room there on that 126 test. But if we're going to come right back in on the futes, then that 126 level may not hold as well as we think, and that 173 on Apple is forming right now. Still the same data as a lower high as of right now there. So I'm going to be watching that. Vanessa saying RBLX. Now, I haven't taken a look at RBLX in a while, so let's take a look real quick. What's Roblox up to right now? Roblox, kind of a little sideways chop pretty much all week. This was Friday. This is Monday, Tuesday, kind of within that same kind of range, that 29, 28 area on Roblox there. Yeah, but trending to the upside there. She's got 3 up arrows. Definitely pushing it to the upside there. Let's see if we can kind of push this high from yesterday. Yesterday's high being right under that 28.95 I'm seeing there on Roblox. So if we can kind of push towards those highs, maybe we can catch some buying pressure on the week, as we've only been selling off since Monday. This is the first day where we've kind of gone green and broken this this opening range high roughly there. But we broke it other days as well. But the thing is, the overall trend has been down both Monday and Tuesday. And while we're talking, Amazon's kind of just chopping and churning in and around that 126. I like that. I like the way you do that right there.
Love it.
So after we talked about Chingy, I went on a whole Chingy and like an old school kind of vibe, and I was like, oh man, I miss these songs. Wow, take a look at that.
We're
That's
pumping
That's
here, Mr.
wild,
Kenobi.
man.
We are pumping.
Great reasons to get long. Why am I not longer? Who knows? Got to get good, but it is what it is. And that's some solid strength there as the market makes new highs. A bit of a fugaze, a lick grab into that 126. I'm watching, and I'm trying to stay nimble as possible as well. But let's see if we can push back above, or we kind of just churn to the downside there if the futures kind of come right back into this range. But that 14.8, we're blasting off of it as of right now. So I'm looking at this 127 potentially. That could come back in. We know that sellers were there in the morning. And if we're going to just chop and churn, oh, look at that. 173 on Apple back in the prints right there. So let's see. That high is now being violated. If we can push back higher, so we're only 50 cents away from the highs right there. But if Amazon looks a little heavy there off the VWAP, I don't know if I want to stay involved for too long here. I just want to take a quick look at Softy. Softy straight to the upside. Take a look at this very, very strong trend there, Sharif. Off that 315, right? Solid hold, solid pop in towards that 320 area we saw yesterday. Sellers got really, really aggressive in and around this 321. We see them come in on Monday as well. This is Monday, right? Yeah, right there. Monday, 321 sellers come in. We wipe that move, and then coming in on Tuesday, we just quadunk off of that level, getting a bit of reversion today back into that. More than a 50% reversion there on Softy. I want to take a quick look at NVDA, see what that's up to. NVDA also pushing new highs, pushing through that 440 level. I kind of had that level as a level of interest as it was yesterday's end of day, mid to end of day consolidation high there, 441, and we're testing and knocking on the door of that 441 there on NVIDIA. So yeah, let's see what we have in store. Last one, Google pushing 135. I think I like that. Definitely missed that 133.60 kind of interaction there, as that seems to be the core of the core price of this morning session shake and bake right there on Google.
I agree, Mr. Kenobi. By the way, breaking news in soccer.
Oh, okay.
The 2030 World Cup is going to be held in 3 countries: Morocco, Portugal, and Spain. Shout out to my North Africans, man. Love it. I'm very excited about this. I think that because they're all super close to each other, the Strait of Gibraltar just separates the 3 countries. So that's going to be really awesome. That's coming here via Bloomberg Business. 2030, Morocco, Portugal, and Spain. That's going to be really cool. Yeah, I know, honestly, very happy about that. We'll see how that one comes out. And yeah, but you know, obviously 2026, Canada, US, and Mexico. So let's not jump that, because that's going to be local here, baby. Toronto getting a bunch of games. It's just going to be Toronto and Vancouver, right? Or is Montreal included in the mix? Do you know? Yeah, I'll have to find out. Yeah, I don't know. We'll find out about Montreal. Yeah, shout out to Cal. They're not that important. We're just joking, guys. All right, we just broke that 135 there on Google, and we got a break and take as we got printed at that 135.05, but now we're dancing below 135 again as the Fuge printed a new HOD 14880, Mr. Kenobi.
We came back in though. You
we
see
did.
That?
There's a lot of volatility.
Yes, grabbing some licks off those highs as it does the lick grab near those highs. So I kind of got out of the long. I was like, you know what? I don't want to really mess around with that. We got that pop, which put us 20 pennies in the money instantly, and then the future kind of wick those highs, and we get those sells right back in. I don't necessarily want to be involved right now. Let's see what we do. I might be a little too jittery. Maybe it's the coffee, but I'm going to stay nimble, stay on my feet as best as possible. This is not the time to be aggressive. I was aggressive this morning. Maybe you got to get a little bit more aggressive on that when the move does come in. But yeah, in this chop, don't necessarily want to get too involved right now, but it seems like the chop and churn, if you're scalping around for 20, 30 pennies, that's solid. I like doing that as well, but right now we don't want to spend that mental capital on this specific area chop right now on top of the 126. So we'll give it some time. We'll let it cook, let it kind of manifest itself, the price action, and then you know what? Whether we're wrong or right, or whether we were wrong or right, it's going to be what is the next trade here on Amazon and even all across the market. So let me know in the chat what you guys are trading, and we can take a look. Maybe we can come up with some ideas, some potential reasons to execute on some names there. So if you guys want to populate the chat with some tickers, we can take a good look at those there, Sharif. Yeah, Google is a print factory over here, Mr. Kenobi. We got 15 prints, albeit there we go. We get the full print. 135.16 high. The market likes what it heard at this Google. Guys, what was this Google thing called? Made by Google, says the production team. Yes, made by Google. They like what they heard, clearly. We're up 2% on the name. And I got to tell you here, is Google the #1 performer on the day in mega cap world? Yes, it is. Goog and Google both up over 2%, beat only by our friend TSLA, which is up over 4%. But TSLA, you know, it marches to the beat of its own drum. Great move here on Google. We're long 66s. Now we're getting quarter prints, Mr. Kenobi, as we move aggressively high on Google, taking that 135 decidedly now. Hopefully we can stay above that level. It was a key level for me anyway when I looked at it. But I got to tell you, I don't know if this is entirely made by Google related or future related, because when you compare the chart on the NQ to a Google's chart, the 5-minute chart's looking very similar. Higher highs, higher lows, kind of like an upward channel. We'll see if we get continuity. I think we are somewhat dependent on the futures move here for Google. So let's not count our blessings, before we reap them, so to speak. But we got the break and take there on that 135, and we're going to get more breaks and takes, hopefully. I'm looking for that $0.50 break now. That's in my sights, 135.50. Yes, sir. Okay, so we got some stocks here. Nita Stonk saying VFS. Ha ha ha. I remember VFS. We talked about this yesterday, the beautiful swing short. And take a look at that. It's further lower than that $10 mark. Today, pushing $8 right now. The swing short's definitely laughing straight to the bank. No reasons to cover I'm seeing right now on that play. And a constant bit of selling overall across the past few weeks there, right? Sure, you have days that go sideways, but the overall sentiment on this stonk is to the downside there, as a lot of that volume and a lot of those bags potentially still holding. But yeah, take a look at that VFS move right there, coming off of that 91 mark, 42 kind of a key level, break it all, and then now down to $8. Love to see that. Nice. If you guys are bag holding this long, I have no idea what you're doing, but if you're bagging this on the short, oh boy, I like that. All right, so next ticker, we got Bears and Bulls saying always the SPY. All right, we can take a look at the SPY. I know I had a couple levels marked on the SPY there. 420. Sharif comes in and holds once again today, giving you 3 points off that 420. Gotta love that 420, keeping us calm and collected there off that 420 consolidation. Right. All right. So what's next? Okay. I like that. I like that 420 hold. We're holding that, and we're pushing back up. Bit of a reversion into yesterday's price action, about a 50% retracement there on the SPYs. Pushing it back into that 424, 425 area, which I also have marked as a potential key area of interest, just to take a look at the tape in and around those areas and check the market pulse. But yeah, no, that 424 coming in. What other tickers do we have? We got Meta. Daryl Finch shouting out Meta. We talked about Meta right there. What does he have? Meta on my watch, 305, 305.50. Will start a short. Okay, you're about 25 pennies away from that short entry if that's what you're going to take. But I think I see the idea right there, potentially making a lower high from yesterday. This is where sellers kind of came in, this 306. Yesterday, we clearly see that sellers were very aggressive off of that. Maybe you also had that market tailwind yesterday, and we're wiping back that whole move as Meta does not want to get below 300. That's very interesting. That 300 defense is very, very interesting to me. But let's see if we can violate some of these highs from the beginning of the week. We got 306, 307, and what is this pre-market high here? 308, 309, and we're blasting.
It sounds so predatory.
Why is that? I mean, price action is predatory. If you think about it, right? Okay. This is a PvP game, man. Like you're grabbing liquidity. Like it is very, very predatory. So it's a jungle, right? It's pretty much a jungle. So you gotta watch out and not make sure your positions aren't getting violated. So you know, for sure, very aggressive action into that 306. I like that. 305.50 just blasted through, so maybe that strength would definitely keep me a little wary. I want to see if these sellers kind of reclaim right now. And as of right now, let's pull onto a shorter time frame there. We've held 300. We've held VWAP. We've held pre-market consolidation high. We've held opening consolidation range high as well on Meta. So I don't know about the short on that one, guys. That seems pretty strong
here, bro.
Pretty strong there. And if we can get past this Tuesday high where all of this selling comes in, best believe that's going to give you a little kick into getting some buying pressure there through that 306. Now, whether or not that pressure is gonna be strong enough to push us even higher, we have yet to see that. But as I speak, 14.9. Sharif, coming into play, we've done about a 100-point move off that 14.8 hold. Yeah. I like that.
Yeah, well, this could be a nice reversion man play, especially if we reject on 14.
Is he coming up? Is he talking?
He isn't going to talk, but
there's other
he
Fed
seems
speakers,
to have
I think,
his tentacles everywhere, you know. He's got his hand here, he's got his hand there, he spooks the market here, he spooks the market there. Guys, we just got to fill at 135.40 on Google, but simultaneous with that was the touch at 14.896.5. Do we get a reversion, at least a momentary reversion, on the future and on some of the components, the heavily weighted components here of the NQ? Google chief among them. We'll see if we get that continuity. Still holding the majority of this trade, not the majority, about half of this trade on Google, basically looking for that $0.50. I mean, we'll take it one step at a time. But let's start charting Google here to see where we could find resistance should we continue to move up here on the future. And I zoomed out a little bit because somebody in the chat was saying someone was saying 135.25 short on Google. So I was like, maybe they see something clearly here that I missed. And I got to tell you, we're in a bit of a vacuum given the current price action. Say we're at 135.5. Well, where is the nearest support resistance level? You know, to me, it's that 136.5. That's where we kind of troughed out here. You got a touch on the 15th, another touch on the 18th, and then another touch on the 19th, and then you had the eventual breakdown on the 20th of that level on Google. So we'll have to wait and see. We're going to let this one simmer. The bullies, though, they're ready to take your lunch money. They're at the big desk. It's time for lunch money.
Take it easy, guys.
Welcome to another edition of Lunch Money, where we're looking for trading opportunities throughout the midday, setting it up for the afternoon, just giving you something to dig into. And every now and then, it's pretty obvious where we're going to start. So, you know, the big event today is going to be Alphabets. You just heard Sharif talking about it. Do not want to ignore it. First things first, you've got to always dismiss any expectations you have once an event hits or once the news is out. So Meta was a sell the news event. Apple iPhone was a sell the news event. At this moment, they've ended it and Alphabet's to the upside. So you got to throw those notions out the window. Otherwise, you're just going to be fighting the stock and losing and losing and losing. The ability to have a short memory and the ability to flip from one direction to the other or have a flexible mind, have a little flex in you. Kind of like You got to have that flex, like name it in the wire, and that'll do you wonders. Because today, I could be fighting short in Google based on what my initial preference was to do, but I'm not. Not going to happen, not going to do it. I always want to set the stage with the higher time frame, and that is going to be on the daily. Look at it ride that 50 period and start to break away from it. Clear bounce and uptrend. Look at the symmetry here. Previous high into support, bounce off support, now running away from the 50 period on a stair step to the upside. In theory, if you look at that daily chart, you're going to find yourself running into like a short-term channel upside play here. I think that just might give you an opportunity for a little bit of a dip, which is exactly what's happening. Like it gets into that channel upside, which for the last couple of days has been there, and it starts dipping. But it is a very, very steep slope. Until it breaks that steep slope, I think you want to continue to look for the longs. That would be off that 135. Like that 135, you break that channel, then you can get a pullback into 134. Until then, looks like it wants to hold that upside push. The trend is your friend until the end when it bends. So it wasn't pulling back when I sat down first, but now you are getting that dip into 135. It's a very, very steep slope on the 3-minute or the 1-minute. If it breaks it, it could be a nasty wick. But if it holds underneath 135 with any consolidation, that would be a bit of a bearish turn. I think heads right into 134. You got the top there off the morning. That was the one short that was fantastic before the event at 34. Then you had a dip and rip off the 134 as well. So if you do hold underneath 35, I think you're just right back into 134 for a support level. Alphabet, impossible to ignore the strength that it has in it here today. Do not fight it. You can have levels that you like for shorts. You can have ideas around where you want to get in, where resistance levels are, what the futures might be at. But once those conditions are gone, the reason for being in the trade is out the window, right? You've got to be able to throw that thesis away, and either, if you build a new one, great, but if you can't build a new one, then you don't have to trade it. I find a lot of times what will happen is you're focused on trading a specific stock. This is the stock I'm going to trade. What you wanted to have it happen doesn't happen. So instead of saying it no longer makes any sense, I'm not going to trade it, this is the stock I trade. You just keep trading that stock, and if you have a bad initial thesis, you can just end up doubling down. It just gets worse and worse and worse and compounding. In that situation, you're always better off just getting away from the stock in that sense. I'm going to get to another high flyer here today. Tesla is, it doesn't suck to be long in Tesla. I was trading Rivian over Tesla. I actually think I want to jump to that one. I'll do these as a bit of a pair. But Tesla, you can see the strong move to the upside. I want to show you the 15-minute here. A lot of times I'll flip to the daily. I'll do that in a second. But in terms of like a clean move on Tesla on the 15, I think it gave you a couple. I mean, 250 for the break. We always talk about opportunity costs. You can rewind the morning show. There was a moment that I was like, hey, Tesla's looking pretty strong. And in that moment, like 250 is going, and there was a level I wanted to short in Rivian. And Rivian was a great short off 23 yesterday. And sometimes you go back to the stock that was really good for you the day before, and the Tesla 250 break. Instead of looking for and executing the break at 250 on Tesla, I was trading other stocks. Now, some of it was great. I'm looking at Affirm, shorting that's been fantastic still. But missing out on 250 sucks. It then took out this double top on the 15. You can see once that happened, that was your one consolidation dip. Fail break. A lot of times in the middle of the day where I don't like to take top breaks, instead of taking this breakout off of this high, allow it to make the break, pull back in, and then when it gets back and then consolidates underneath, you can grab something at like 254.5, not worry about buying the absolute high above 255. You're in the money probably 50, 60 cents better on that dip buy long with a better R&R, and you've joined the trend. Sometimes when you look for the dip buy, it does mean you're risking missing the trade. This is a little bit different from Alphabet in a couple of respects. One of those is going to be when I pop up this daily chart, not really seeing like that steep upward slope that Google sort of had in terms of possibly giving you some resistance. I don't see a lot in the way till you get to 260 on Tesla. I saw someone say this in the chat, and I kind of like it. On strong up days, don't short Tesla. Like you can get away with taking shorts in Apple and scalping it in and out because it'll be pretty obvious where you need to get out. You're not going to get terribly run over. It's easy to set a stop and adhere to it. When Tesla's churning, it tends to run you over a little bit more. So on strong upward days, I'd never want to short Tesla. and I think it's kind of an easy story. 260 is resistance. I wouldn't buy this top necessarily, but anything in front of 255 looks pretty good. 260, I think, is going to be your local top today. At least that's what I'm waiting around for. If you get to 260, I mean, heck, we were at 240s in the pre-market. That would be a heck of a run. Rivian has also been on an absolute churn to the upside. The different story here would be, instead of continuing to make highs on Rivian, you just put in a lower high. So it's a bit of a different tone in terms of what I see with Tesla. Like I was in this short 23, 30s. It was a local high. This is the consolidation area. When they had the numbers reported a couple of days ago in the morning on their deliveries, the support level was in this range. It was just underneath 23 and was a quarter above. That's where it broke out from, like this move in here, into that top. That was the range it made in the bottom in the pre-market when they had the deliveries 2 days ago. So the fact that you're putting a lower high in here, Rivian is at least more reasonable for a scalp short, because you're not giving it a ton of room if you're wrong. You have a clear target to 23 downside where you want to get out. And then if you're looking about flipping back and forth, 23 possibly gives you a long as well. Nice scalpable range at lunchtime. If things don't move around much, you've got something where it's much safer to play the tops and the bottoms with. Tesla, I don't know if I want to be playing both sides during lunch. Sometimes you can get away with stocks that don't move. With Tesla, I think you just want to pick one direction and stick to it. Not the band, but the trend when it comes to Tesla. A lot of people have talked about top, and sometimes you look at these things. I know everyone's probably already involved. It's like maybe you've been in and out of this stock already. But sometimes I like these if they can hold the right level on the way back in. So it made a nice parabolic move in, kind of an obvious level that it got to. Like you'll see it break clean from 5 right about 10:30 or so before we ended into the morning show. Gets clean through 550, gets up to 75. Like the symmetry is pretty obvious and pretty amazing. Like you get from 5 and then the top is literally 575. It pulls back, puts a lower high in at 550. You can probably see where I'm going with this. If it's going to hold $5, I like that setup. It's above that pre-market resistance at 510. That's where it bounced. So you bounce off the breakout zone. You try to consolidate. Even if it only goes halfway to 550, you can work yourself a trade. If you can get a little bit tighter to the 510 area, maybe the 20s, you can risk 10 to 15 cents and try and capture a move back into 550. I think that's what's left. You can always hold on to a piece of these things for a bigger move, for the home run. I'd be out of like 80, 90% if I get a 510. I don't think I'm holding out for the home run there. The home run already happened. I think you're just chasing the double or the single after the fact. And it's worth mentioning, it's about a 7.5 short flow, and the float's only 3 million. So when it does get going, that's where you get a little bit of explosion. Of course, as I'm saying this, it's already making the move because that's how it rolls. It just jumped up to 535. So there's your consolidation in there. Again, like I said, like that consolidation move, you're looking for 550. I'd be holding on to only 20% if it breaks that for the high of the day. Meta. Wherefore art thou Meta? This is one name that we didn't really talk too much about in the morning show. On a day where Alphabet's going to be in play, sometimes you got to pick and choose. Apple was also a name that was in play with the downgrade. So Meta went to the wayside, didn't make an execution on it, but it was maybe the most clean trade if you're looking at the open. I gotta say, like the one that you wanted to come back to was probably Meta. Liquidity grab underneath that 300 level. Once that was done with, look what it does. It wicks 302, so it rejects the 302. That gives you a short entry to there. That then wicks 300, which gives you a liquidity grab underneath for a long, and then that's when the magic happened. Liquidity grab under 300, holds above 300 at 300.25, and then off to the races. The secondary break of the high of the day comes right back in, and look at that. You're talking 302, that previous high, with a wick to 303. You break it, go fours, and then you put in a 302 bottom. It is the classic stair step up. When levels are getting bought at the most obvious places, sometimes you just want to be like, okay, if it's going to be that obvious, the buyers aren't even trying to be, like they're not trying to be complex with what they're doing. They're like, previous breakout price on Meta, this ain't a small cap, we're just going to buy the 302 level. And that's exactly what happens. Deep consolidation at 04s, I think it's an area of interest if we were able to pull back. That's a big if. because this market is looking pretty strong. Now on the daily chart, I want to respect the fact that you've been hugging the 50 period pretty tightly. And if you get to 310 on Meta, I just think it's a short up there at 310. You're at 6s right now. Based on the daily chart, if there's a crazy move that gets you another percentage point on Meta, I'm thinking short. That's one up at the top that I'm not conflicted about it at all. It's been a very, very tight range. When the thing's been underneath 300 recently, it's been stalling out 94, 95. When it's been above this 305 area, it runs into trouble right about that 309, 310. So if we get up there on Meta, it's a big if. I think you want to join trend if you can hang on to it, but that 310 level, maybe it's even a tomorrow thing. I just think that's a resistance until proven otherwise. I completely ignored this one today. That's why I'm going to throw it in there. I think I heard you guys talking about CCL a little bit. It is up, but the important thing for me is, you know, CCL is bouncing off that. It's bouncing off that 200 period. And yesterday when it hit the bottom, we had that short. It's like it got down to that 1260, and now it's making a double bottom off the 200 period moving average, which for pullbacks, that's a good spot for it to go. It's also this level here. We're consolidated before a gigantic rip. It's previous resistance when you go even further back into June. You talk about a level to make a base from, that's exactly what you're looking for. So with that, it's like bias is now to the long side after it's holding, and now look at the higher lows on CCL. Okay, you just put in a bottom at 85, then one at 92, 93, then one at 95. I don't know, I follow that trend, dip by 13. I don't think it's that complicated. If you dip into 13, you grab some 1s and 2s. If it can't hold on to the high 90s, you're risking a few cents there. And if it gets to the top, you've got yourself 15 to 20 cents. You can hold on for the dream, but that's going to give you a 3 to 1 if you're if you're patient with it. I think even if you're taking it at every 5 cents, you're still going to get 2 to 1 on the way up, which is the way I like to play it. But that gives you a nice scalp level. If it pulls further back in, I like that 13. It's a pretty clean upward trend there on the 3-minute chart. And sometimes you want to keep things as simple as possible. So major level bounce yesterday, hold a higher low, continue to make higher lows, markets trending up. You have a lot of things. You have a lot of confluence when it comes to that trade in CCL. I feel like I'm not hearing the word confluence as much as we used to. I blame Obi for that. Obi's not saying confluence as much, and that's one of the reasons why I feel like we got to stick to our guns, man. The word of the day, it can't keep changing like this. I want to see that confluence over and over again, Obi. I feel like you're always better when you say it. Speaking of confluence, it's to the upside. So when I pull up AMD, you're going to see a move to the upside as well, up 2%. Now you're actually getting a pullback, so let me quickly jump back over to the 15-minute chart. Because if you're wondering, okay, AMD as strong as it's been, what is different about AMD compared to the other charts that we've been looking at in the big tech? On the 15-minute, ooh, that's a higher low, or lower high, still putting in a lower high. Now, previous support at 102 could be reestablished. That's entirely possible. But you've got 103.25, you've got 104, you've got 105, you've got serious levels that are trying to be reclaimed here. There was a flat bottom break just yesterday underneath that 102 that flushed. If this is a false break of 102, that could be a bit of a trap. So there's stronger names out there when you look at the higher time frame chart than AMD. If this cannot hold on to 102, suddenly it's like this is failing getting back above that support, and the room is all the way down to 100. From a risk to reward setup, this one isn't setting up all that bad to take a shot at that short. And that's whether it's a fail break, it's a fail up at 103, or simply it's failing right here at 102. It gives you an entry that you can be disciplined with. It gives you a target to the downside. You aren't necessarily breaking the higher time frame trend just yet on AMD. And when you throw up the daily chart, which let me do it this way, when you throw up the daily chart's showing you lower highs all the way through, and you're getting this bounce, but you're still on the side of making lower highs overall. So really not that bad of a setup. I do want to, before I get out of here, I want to get to something which sometimes a trade sets up, and other times you just have to back off of it. Novavax was the case. I think we ended the show yesterday looking for that $8 break, obviously. Right? Like you had the positive news out of them. I'm going to stick with the 3-minute chart because it's the easiest way to show this. Don't really need the higher time frame. Like, it was a consolidation on news, looking for the break to the upside. It just couldn't get going. Dip buys okay. I was trying breaks, which didn't work. Dips did. It doesn't hold on to this 780 area. The good news is, when it dipped all the way today, look where the bottom is. So on the initial news, it pulled back in, wicked 7, and then ripped. Today, it bottomed out at 7 and is making a higher low. So is some signs that it is trying to buy back up. This is day 2 after you got positive news on a stock with 46% short float. And it made a base exactly where you'd want it to at that 7 and is trying to put in some higher lows. So this is setting up nicely for longs off that 7 levels, breakouts off the 7.25. You know there's going to be trouble at 8. Let's be real. That's a legitimate level. It was a level on the daily chart. And that's why we wanted it to break that level. You're not even going to be able to see unless I zoom way in. Here, there you go. Zoom way in to be able to see. Like, if you get past 8, you got serious room to the upside. But if you're long in front of 7, you got 10% before you even get to 8. Sometimes that's just the way to go. You got a target area, you have a catalyst, you got a short float, and you've got an obvious out just underneath that 7. So a lot of names to work with. The trend is your friend. This is one of these mornings where if you had that bias on individual names to the short side, once the conditions were gone at that resistance level, or whatever it might have been, you just had to get out of the way. Better if you could flip, but certainly it's sufficient if you can just get out of the way. You want to join that trend, but at a minimum, just try not to fight it. So that's lunch money for you. We'll go back to the desk with Sharif and Adara.
Love how his head opens up
Yeah,
and
it's like
money
really,
comes out of
it's
it.
cool
and
to look at. It's very cool. Like a little, oh my God.
Production team killing it as usual. Welcome.
I'm happy to be here. How are you?
Always, always. You're muted, Adara.
I am. Oh.
Yeah. That's no problem. We'll take care of that. Adara, you and I were talking about Google off camera. You want to tell everybody about the trade?
Yeah,
Or is
so
she good?
I am.
Okay.
So I am in Google. Basically, talking about Google, I was noticing Google earlier as well. Well, I was at, desk doing thing. And so I was noticing, like, valleys here. Up, we're going down a little bit.
Guys, show her chart.
And we're still kind of, I'm
Still muted. Is your mic off?
My mic is?
Okay, I'll take care. I'll take care of it. All right, guys, let's have a look at Google. Shout out to the OB. He wants to say by the way. Here is a look. We're retracing into 135. We got a beak wetter there at 40. We got another one here at 25s, and then we're coming back into 135. The retracement probably has more to do with the 14.9 rejection that we got on the NQ than it really does with Google's price action itself. But the 135 level looks to be interesting. Adara, take over.
Yeah, so sorry for my technical difficulties there. That's my bad. Here is Google. So yeah, we were talking about, just talking about Google, but kind of I got in here around the 135 level, sorry. I'm happy with where I got in, and that's one thing I've been working on. You guys have been seeing me. I have a habit of getting into things too early or too late. I think we got here right where we needed to because we're kind of seeing where these levels are. This is not a trade that I see lasting like a super long time. I don't see this as like a crazy long. We get up to like around here, like 135, 30, I'm probably happy. You know what I mean? Like we're just trying to get in, we're trying to get out, we're trying to build confidence in trades and stuff. But yeah, so that's what we've got going on right here with Google. I would like to talk about a trade that I was less proud of because we learn and we grow. And that's going to be our boy Tesla. So, and my issue is I got out of Tesla. Like, okay, I got in, we can all admit here, I got in way too early. I should not have gotten in here. I should have gotten in a bit lower, like a lot lower. And then I got out too early because I was starting to panic. And like, as we can see, I kind of dipped half my shares here, done the other half here. It wasn't like a horrific loss. Like I think we were like maybe like not even 50 cents down here. We're like 10 cents down here. I was just kind of getting to a point where I was getting stressed out. I wanted to leave the trade. But yeah, had I been patient, we could have had better gains. So I mean, like I think the heart was in the right place. The execution was perhaps not. And I'm gonna do one more here. Was Apple, and this is one where I actually, again, I like where I got in on the Apple as well. We got in like here right below this VWAP. I was seeing we were going to spike back up. And then I don't know why I got out so early. There's looking at the chart now. This is, like hindsight is 2020, right? When we look at the chart here, it's like there's very clearly I, could have stayed in, right? Like we keep swooping up after that point. But I mean, like, hey, a gain is a gain. I'm not going to complain. Ooh, rhyme. Okay. But yeah, so those are my trades of the day. Again, I think I learned yesterday I find like I learn a lot from trading the mega caps. And so that's why I've been trading those lately. Will I do a small cap? Today, maybe we'll see. We got time. You know, it's a whole midday. But for now, I really have been liking the learning opportunities I've had with the larger cap stocks. So that's what we're doing right now.
You're going to like your Google trade, though, so you should probably have a look at that.
Oh, okay. Well, hello. Yeah, we're going to be chilling in Google for a little bit here. Thank you, Sharif.
Of course. Letting you know that the print factory that is Google continues the gift that keeps on giving. Google, made by Google, whatever you want to call it, the Google event, this, that, or the other. Google 135.41 high as we come back up, as the future knocks on the door again of that 14.9. We'll see if we get continuity, but we got the print there at the 40s. The next beak wetter is going to be south of that $0.50 area, Darryl. We're sitting at 135.40-ish and 49, 48, something in and around there. But I am very aware of the fact that this is a resistance level on the futures, and by extension of that, it could be a resistance level for Google.
Yeah.
So I am going to be cognizant of that, and I'm definitely looking for that 135 level to hold. Now, here's the thing. If we come back down and break 135, that will be a lower low, breaking the trough that we just made at 135, and that will be the end of my trade. I'm not going to give this one back to 66s. I don't need to give this one back all the way. If we break 135 and hold 135 break, I'm ending my trade there. That's just the way I'm going to give it. Shout out to Adam. Oh, baby. Shout out to Mr. Long Shorts, NUVL. I will look at that in 1 second, but somebody earlier was asking me to look at NFLX and says, look, man, the NFLX short, it be setting up. Let's have a look. Okay. Netflix, by the way, looks like one of the weakest of the bunch. If you want to include Netflix in FANG or whatever it's called these days, because I got to tell you, you know, the volume on Netflix, 1.73 million, just does not get me interested. But as I look at that, let me look quickly here. Google coming right back down to 135. So we just got a nice print at 40s, and as quickly as we did, we're moving right back down. So if this one breaks, here it is. It's going to break the bottom end of that trough, which is 92. I'm going to end this trade. I'm going to use the flatten key. If this breaks 90, that will be the end of my trade. It will have to hold this level. I don't want to see a lower low on the price action here. We'll have to wait, and there it is, and that's the end of my trade on Google. Okay, so let's now have a look at NFLX. I mean, it's dead money on the day. Very, very tight range here, given that it's a $300 stock, NFLX. Let's put that in. Okay. Let's zoom in a little bit. Okay, so what did we do? We didn't do anything today on Netflix. Yesterday was a real move.
Yesterday was crazy earlier in the day.
Because of the price increase, yeah, you're absolutely right there. At that 950, 945 time slot, we shot up from where we were trading. We were trading essentially at 376, 75. We wicked all the way up to 394. Talk about a move. And then you sold off the entire move. And then you actually ended up closing negative on the day, funny enough, right? So interesting there. Now today, there's really no follow through. If there's anything that can be said about this stock, I got to tell you the truth, is that 375 hold. You had multiple dips into 375, all of which were bought up. But it's been bamboozling. I mean, you had a big move up from 375 into 378 3/4, and then you had a retracement right back into 375 1/2. The only thing I can say is you troughed out here at 374 2/3, and then you made a higher low. I think this is just following the market. I don't think anything specific with Netflix, and now you're printing lower. So whoever told me the short on Netflix was setting up, shout out to you. It does look like it's actually happening. $3 already off the top, or $2.50, 380, 22. Now we're at 37 and 97 and change. So we'll have to wait and see what this one does. There was a quick buy wick off VWAP at 1150. This one ended up closing at 378.50, and it wicked down to 377 real quick, right at that VWAP area. Got bought back up. Netflix, I won't be trading. A couple of reasons. The price action doesn't interest me, and the volume a little dead on the day of dare.
Yeah, I mean, so speaking of Netflix, another one that I wanted to mention that's kind of sometimes in the same same kind of area as Disney. And I say that because, we got Disney Plus and everything. So the reason Disney is of note to me, there are two reasons. So for one, we have the whole, I guess their India arm has now, because they offer crickets, they've been doing well off of, I think it was ad revenue in that. I'm going to pull up that exact story. But that was of note to me. But then there's another reason Disney is of interest, which I'm going to get into in a moment. Yeah. So Disney's India arm is set to rake in $480 million from Cricket World Cup ads. Wow. So yeah, so I thought that was of note. I mean, we're, it's definitely moving. The volume is what? It's 4.4. It's not terrible. But yeah, I just thought that was interesting. So that was why we had Disney of note. The other reason, though, that I was watching Disney, and more kind of from a perspective of I thought it was going to go down, was I don't know how widely this has been reported. I've seen this a couple places. I think people are getting traction of it. But I guess the lady is suing Disney for giving her a wedgie on a water slide.
What?
Yeah. So in 2019, for her birthday, she went, I feel badly laughing because apparently, she's there's medical issues. Well, she says there was medical distress or something, but yeah, she's trying to sue them because she says that Disney should tell you that you have to wear shorts on the ride or something. Okay. I don't know. Best of luck to her. So because this was such a story, I was wondering, how Disney would react to this. Doesn't really seem like it is, but it's on the Benzinga here. It was something I came across yesterday. Thought I'd bring it up because it's kind of interesting, and I really love following weird consumer suits like that. I'm into the legal aspect, but yeah. So there we are. Disney's not doing much, though. It looks like we've got a little bit of lower lows, higher highs. I wouldn't hop in for myself right now. I do not think, but we are keeping an eye out.
All right, we have to talk about NUVL because it is halted to the upside. Look at this move, Adira. $42. We basically did nothing all morning, and then boom goes the dynamite. We are halted at 54.07, up 27.5% on the day. In case you're wondering what is going on here, preliminary phase 1 dose escalation data from Alcove 1 trial of NVL 655 demonstrated activity in heavily pretreated patients with ALK positive NSCLC. I don't know what any of this means. And ALK selective TRK sparring safety profile. All of that right over my head. All I need to know is the market thinks this is good. The price action is reflecting the positivity. A lot of the times the algos are reading this, and the algos obviously are, they're AI compatible. You have to assume now. Here is the more detailed news headline. Let's have a look here. A clinical stage biopharm company focused on creating precisely targeted therapies for clinically proven kinase targets in cancer today announced preliminary data from phase 1 dose escalation portion of its, okay. All right, so it looks like it's cancer related. It's a novel brain penetrant. All right. All right, so emergent treatment, brain metastasis. Yeah, this is definitely cancer related. I just don't know what the TAM is, the total addressable market. In any event, 54.07, the halt level. I'll tell you right now what the TAM is. Give me one moment here. The TAP, sorry, not the TAM. NUVL, the TAP, by the way, is the theoretical auction price. And we're looking at a $56 open. So it looks like it's going to open up for now. Again, that's about $2 above where it halted, 54.07 halt. Now, it halted at, I will tell you, the exact time. There it's open, doesn't really matter anymore, and boom goes the dynamite. We are trading now at 57, but it's very volatile. The spread is absolutely wild sauce. It's like $1.50, 60 pennies at times.
Yeah, no, that spread seems sketchy.
Super sketchy.
Yeah.
And that's to be expected on these type of names. I got to tell you the truth. If you're going to trade this, just do me a favor, take a reasonable amount of shares because it can go any which way. You guys know that. People have been trading these small cap gappers or these biopharma companies that have news catalyst midday, know all about that. But here we go. It's like a 50 penny, 70 penny spread at the moment. We'll see. It came down, looks like to 53, held the general level of the whole area, and now we are back up, Adira, in that 56 and a half to almost $57 area.
That is definitely one to watch. I got it to Google, so let's talk about the Google trade, because you know what? I am proud to announce I've made a trade on the midday show, that I am happy with. Look at that. Because I find I tend to trade a skosh a skosh recklessly or perhaps confusedly sometimes when I'm on here. But I gotta say, I'm happy with this. Could we have gotten out earlier when we were on these 135? I mean, sure, like what I think my thing is I like to reflect kind of on the trade to see, you know, how it could have gone better, good or bad, right? But yeah, I mean, I'm happy I got out here because I got out about 135.10. Looks like that was kind of a point of resistance. We're going up maybe a couple cents over that, but not much more over. So very happy I got out when I got out, and this is why, you know, reflection's important. Absolutely. But yeah, that's my Google trade. Would I get back in Google if we get a little bit more of like a baby dip and then we swoop up? Perhaps, perchance. You know, I'm not going to say no to it. Google has been nice to me so far. But yeah, I think, like I said, I think the mega caps are kind of my bag for now. That being said, I do want to take a look at Uber because there was some news that now they're doing return package shipping through, I think it's like FedEx and UPS, but like you can do it through their app. So it's like the big mail companies will, you know, pick it up for you, but Uber itself, you can kind of coordinate it through their app, which is cool. Uber and Uber Eats for some reason is also doing like the package return, so that's a little weird to me, Uber Eats, but yeah, I mean, if you look here, so volume is like 4.36 mil, so it's not like crazy, but it's definitely not bad. We've got like a 1 cent spread here, but not a ton of like, I feel like it could be a skosh more liquid here in the book. I mean, now we're moving, but yeah, so we're seeing, I feel like we might be kind of headed down, but if I see a bit more of a dip, if I see, you know, a few more like flags upwards, then I might get in on this because it's a really interesting story. It is up almost 2% on the day, so there is some kind of movement and momentum, and I am interested. Interesting times. Yeah, look at Uber.
6170 HOD on NUVL. It's retracing now. Looks like a topping tail candle. This could be dangerous. Let's see what happens. I'm looking up at my my higher chart here. It shows it to me with a little less noise. We're right back at that $58, $57 area. Let's look at the spread. Spread's tightening up just a bit, not by much, as the volume does, you know, find a bit of an equilibrium. This was well over 40%. It wasn't able to hold above 64. Now I thought it was going to halt, but it didn't. 61.70 again. Here we go to the downside, trying to hold 56. We're at that 56.02 on the bid, 20 on the ask. Let's see, we don't hold it. The bid drops into the half dollar, 55.50. This one looks like it may be giving up the ghost. Do we find support, though, at that $54 level? We've talked about this ad nauseum with these small cap gappers, especially the halters. They typically find support at the halt levels previously for whatever reason. I don't actually know the technical reason for it. Let's see, we're right at that 54.5. Do we find support here? What a reversal candle this one was, man. This is the one I'm talking about, not the initial opening candle on the halt. This one right here. I think it's better reflected on this chart. Let me show you guys real quick. This is what they call a reversal candle, where you have the body, number one, closed red, and number two, the body is much closer to the bottom wick, and you have a higher top wick, and then the subsequent candle makes a newer low. So that's a look there. But for now, 54 holding on, and we'll see if we can get that continuity to the high side again with a 61.70 high. But I want to talk about Tesla, man. Tesla is an absolute rocket ship on the day, 4.5%. We're just 1 penny off that 258 high. In fact, 257.99 HOD at the moment. Yeah, it's a big boy play today, Tesla.
Nuts.
Yeah, people really liking that rear-wheel drive.
Yeah.
I don't know why? I'm probably not that. But.
Yeah. Well, I know they had some safety. Like Elon tweeted or X'd. I don't know what you call that now. He X'd that, oh, like, you know, your vehicle just got a whole lot safer overnight because there was some overnight safety. I mean, yeah, it's kind of a cool tweet, or X. But yeah, so that happened overnight, whatever that was. And so that's kind of, I think, interesting, right? Like, I don't know if that's necessarily, I had that on the watch list, the safety upgrade thing. Yeah. So I think it is, yeah, it could be of note, but I also think the other thing is Tesla's just a beast, period, right? That could be kind of what that is.
Absolutely.
I actually have, because we were talking about NUVL, another, what looks like a small cap runner here. We've got Enphase. A lot of people in the chat talking about Enphase. Someone asked, is there any news on Enphase?
Is it what?
And there is actually news on Enphase. Yeah, I know. I overheard like some whispers on that. Yeah, so Truist Securities reiterates hold and maintains 135 price target. So basically no news. It's kind of, it was the same target and the same rating. So it's kind of a strange one for it to move on. But yeah, we're shooting up. That being said, and like you know, honestly,
Got to be a different.
I don't even hate the spread that much. I mean, I say that and then it jumps horribly. But yeah, I mean, I think the spread's kind of all over the place, which is what, as we know, would make me a little hesitant. But yeah, I mean, volume is like what, like almost 2 mil. The volume keeps scoring up. Like people are really into end phase. Did you find another story than the one I
but
found?
that can't be the reason.
I know, like that's I say, and there's no actual move, so
Well,
it doesn't
because
make
the
any
volume
sense.
just shot up at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, like it's.
12:20
I'm
or
gonna
so?
see. We're gonna keep
That's very
googling.
bizarre.
You know, some people are saying it's solar in general. So that
It
was
is.
Bill Corbin. So that could be that. That would make sense. Thank you, Bill. But yeah, so this is. I mean, again, I like the spread isn't like as bad as it wasn't as bad as the NUVL one that you just pulled up, but spread on the small cap still makes me a little queasy. So there we are. Watch Run and Sympathy. That's Jessica Woodard. Yeah, I mean, let's pull. I knew that one was kind of moving to the downside from the beginning. Oof. Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised because Run. Yeah, I knew Run wasn't. I mean, still -4 for the day, but we're flying right now. Flying above the BWAP. That's very cool. Good, nice to anyone who got in on Run because this is like quite. I mean, pun. Sorry for the pun, but it's quite the run up here. You know, up to the upside. I mean, we're still like we're down to like -3.5 on the day, but yeah, it's fascinating to look at. And the spread on this is also very nice. We have a 1 cent spread. Run is a good trade, and congrats to the people who got in on it. Like, you know what I mean? Like again, small caps, or the stuff like this where it's kind of like a random like intraday runner makes me a little scared. But this is, I mean, yeah, like it's a really good trade. I think if you manage to get in it, congrats. Good luck to you. That's incredible.
Absolutely. No, that is a very bizarre one. And whoever mentioned solar in general is absolutely right. But I'm looking on my news blotter to see if there's anything solar related, and I didn't see one quite yet. Here's the solar watch list. You have Sedge, which actually caught a downgrade a couple of days ago, absolutely flying through that yesterday's close of 120 and a third. We're knocking on the door of 127 and 2/3. Sedge huge. We already went over ENPH. This was a big one as well. FSLR, First Solar, not moving as much, but breaking through that 150, going green on the day with a 153 knock, 152.88 HOD. She mentioned this, Dara mentioned this on Sunrun, getting a nice move up as well off that 970 bottom, breaking through 1030. Canadian Solar, shout out CSIQ, also getting a nice little bump up off there, that 2171 breaking through 2230. Still negative on the day though. And then you have some of the smaller, less known names like, for example, SunDub. I think Neil was talking about SunW a couple of days ago or whatever. It's not doing anything, 54 cents or so. But yeah, you're getting a nice move up on a lot of these solar names. Sunnova Energy also getting a bump off 850, breaking through 9 with a 941 high. Again, I'm looking on my news blotter to see if there's anything solar specific and not seeing anything. We could get like a government announcement and that could move the entire sector without actually being associated with one specific name. That's happened in the past. Stephen Romero saying solar has been pummeled while energy rising. Guys, tag me in the chat if you guys know if there's a macro headline with respect to solar. I would love to know. I don't see anything on my blotter. Is Brendo at the big desk? Is he there? Yeah, Brendo, if there's anything on solar, let me know, because not really sure what to make of this. But in any event, we'll get back to that one. Very happy that I got out of Google where I got out. Me too. Yes, good.
Good to go on us, Google. We did a good job. That was not English, but I'm happy. We did a good job with Google because we got a little messed up in the meta trade on the day of the meta event as people. I mean, I definitely I got out way too late on the meta trade, but I think it's nice. It's karma. We've made our way back up because the Google event we actually did well. Yeah. We got out when we needed to.
Yeah, absolutely.
So look at that. Things change. Times change.
Exactly.
Things move.
And yeah, it's moving right back down now. Let's look for possible support at that $0.50 level. The reason I'm looking for support, not because I'm just generally long biased, it's because we haven't given up the ghost on the NQ. We are still very much near the high of day at 14,872 when the high is 14,899. We're definitely very much at the high of day, kind of bull flagging a little bit. We'll see if we can hold up here or whether these rejections are setting up for a bigger move down. Time will tell. In any event, if it's a move up, I'm looking for the bounce the following area. Let's have a look at the 5-minute chart on Google. We knew for a fact that this $3/4 dollar area was an area of resistance. That's where the 1040, 1045 top was before we huadunked back down into 133.5. That in the 3/4, that was a big $1 move, and then we ended up breaking it and used it, in fact, as a level of support, former resistance becomes support when we dip back several times into that 134 3/4 to make that 135.41 high. So I'm looking for possible support between 75 to 50. Let's see if we get it. It will have to correspond with a sustained move up on the NQ. I will not take this one independently. I'm not looking for a secular move on Google. It'll have to jive with the NQ, but we shall keep an eye on that since we are already in it and are familiar with the levels. Quickly back to NUVL. It's doing the dance right north of that 55 area, and we know for certain that the halt level was a 54 general area. This is looking like a series of lower highs and a flat bottom. This one could be, eek. This one could be bad. It could be flat bottom break time on this one. We'll have to wait and see if that manifests, Adira.
Yeah, cool. I just want to shout out, it's bad, LOL. There's a new sheriff in town. Nice little pun, and there's a new sheriff in town that I really appreciated. So shout out. I saw that and I was like, I am not going to not acknowledge that. So in terms of, decisions, someone got back in on Tesla, that's someone being me, because I was like, I saw a bit of a dip here. I got in around like that 257.40. I was hoping we would shoot back up. We shall see what we shall see. I'm going to hold on, though, for a little bit here with Tesla because that was my mistake last time is I underestimated the power of this trade today. And also last time I got in, I would argue like higher than I should have. I feel okay-ish. I mean, I still got in too high, but I feel like better about where I got in here. So I'm going to stay here. We're going to wait to see if I'm just going to do it. We're going to play like a, it's a long for a reason. I'm going to play along on Tesla. I'm going to sit and wait here. NVIDIA down nearly 1%, question mark, Chris RML. Let's pull up NVIDIA. It's like the mega cap I have not really myself, talked about or looked at much today. So, I mean, the spread on NVIDIA is like 8 cents, which for a mega cap is quite interesting. Yeah, NVIDIA's kind of taken this tumble here, right? Like around, yeah, I guess like from this, like, just before 12, we're kind of swooping down here. Let's find if there's any news here that we got on NVIDIA. Because we had some good, we had positive analyst ratings and recommendations coming in on Monday and Tuesday. So that was why, NVIDIA had a really good day, even as the rest of the market kind of didn't in the past. But yeah, what's going on with NVIDIA stock Wednesday? Okay, this is from 9:15. I'm not seeing anything right now, but I'm going to keep my eye on that because, I mean, we'll have to see if this continues to go down because we're not negative. We're still positive on the day. Barely. We're up just under 0.5%. So it'd be interesting to see if this does a VWAP play and, flies back up from here. But yeah, it is of note just how quickly it kind of deteriorated, for lack of a better term, in that stair-step fashion.
I gotcha. Okay. Yeah, we're moving down here on Meta. Meta's given up the ghost a little bit. Google's also, starting to print lower, keeping my eye on that. I was looking for a possible 75 hold. Now we're going to look for the general area of the $0.50. We shall see what happens here. Not going to jump into anything quite yet. I still don't know what to make of this solar move, but what we shall see as well. Now, in addition to that, we have a new small cap gapper entrant, BTAI, making a move midday here. The volume's starting to come in at 12 o'clock and continuing. There was really no volume to be had essentially until about noonish hour. Let's put in the ticker real quick, and then we'll look at the deets on this name. BTAI closed out yesterday at 2 1/3, and now we just broke through $3, 310 high, trying to hold above 3. Let's find out what the catalyst is. Here it is. BioXL Therapeutics shares are trading higher after the company provided an update. Come on. There we go. Provided an update on recent development with its late-stage clinical programs as well as its patent portfolio for IgALMI sublingual film. I know what sublingual means. That's really the only thing there. I don't know exactly what the ailment that it seeks to cure is, so we can get an idea of the TAM. It's using artificial intelligence to develop transformative medicines in neuroscience. It provided an update on its development of the late-stage clinical programs as well as patent portfolio. It's repeating itself. These developments include meetings scheduled with the U.S. FDA to discuss Tranquility and Serenity 3 clinical programs. Okay, so they don't say. Not in this article anyway. Anyway, the price action is what it is. It's breaking down now below 3, still making higher highs and higher lows. It's in my good books for a possible long because it is holding above VWAP. What is the volume on this name though? BTAI, 4 million shares for a $3 name, having done 863 million shares in the last 5 minutes. That's what you want to see with these small cap gappers, that the volume is recent, not earlier. So keep your eye on this name if you're small cap gapper inclined. BTAI moving 28%.
Yeah, fabulous. You know what? We're going to pull up a name we haven't talked about in a while, and kind of a good reason because it kind of fell off. We're going to talk about Cart. And the reason Instacart was on my mind is because it's partnering with Mount Sinai for a health fresh funds to benefit patients after hospital care, which is of note. I mean, it's definitely trading up. We're up almost 2.5%. And the price action, we're still under that. IPO price was 30, so we're still under that. We're still at what, like 27? I guess the high of the day was 27.33. We're at like 27.20 right now. It's slow. It's not super liquid in here. The volume is under 500,000. So I guess Cart hasn't had the full comeback that it could have. And I mean, who knows if it will, just because this is when too we had those IPOs all kind of back to back within the same week. We had Klaviyo, we had Cart, we had ARM to kind of start it all off, and then they all kind of fell off as well. But yeah, I just thought it was of note that Cart was trending up. I saw that name this morning, looking through the news, and I was like, let's take a look. Let's see how it's doing. Happy I checked on it. I mean, I think it looks like it's going to be a while until it reaches that 30 IPO price again. If it does, and I mean, like with how illiquid it is, with the fact that the volume is under 500,000, it is, yeah, it's a skosh questionable. But yeah, that was Cart. I did want to just like take a look at Cart there just because I did see that news on that. I also want to look at Palantir, which is one that a lot of people have been talking about, and for good reason, because we did have that news with Palantir, with the strategic partnership with PwC. And it also was in the news last week for like the $250 million Army contract. So, I mean, Palantir's been having quite the run, and today it also has been having quite the run in the market. Yeah, I mean, we kind of hit that VWAP, and then we just swooped right up here. Like we had a couple dips beyond that, but it seems like it's just mostly been positive from that point. We're about 20 cents off the high of day right now. We're at 1564, high of day was 1585. So this could be one to note. It'll be interesting to see if it breaks beyond that high. But yeah, I think Palantir is definitely a name to keep an eye on. It's one of those ones that was moving since the morning and continues to move, which I think kind of shows a sign of strength, because as I've mentioned this before, I find that a lot of the names that I'll have in my own personal watch list in the morning, names that will be moving, names that have what seem to be a really good news catalyst, don't always either make the move you think they're going to make or maintain that hold. But Palantir has. It's up 5% in the day. To me, that is extremely notable. And I mean, the movement speaks for itself. So Palantir, for me, huge name to watch.
I like it. No, Palantir is a perennial name. I mean,
yeah.
And the thing is, they always seem to weasel a new government contract here and there. That's kind of how they made their bones. And then we heard earlier in the year that they kind of tried to diversify a little bit. 30% of their new contracts, or their business, was commercial. And that's where you want to go. I mean, yeah. I don't know. I don't like relying too much on government, but we'll see. Palantir, great name on the day. Shout out to Adara for that call out. But we are moving back up on the future yet again. 14,888.5, looking to possibly take 15,000. That's 14.9. Sorry guys, not 15,000. This wick on Google obviously is distorting the charts. I will fix that in a minute, but we are now above 135 again, having dipped, surprise, surprise, into that resistance level, that support level that we talked about earlier. Let's have a look. This might be a long again on Google here, if the market can go. Look at this crest and then trough right at the same area, or give or take a couple of pennies. You're never going to get the exact hold, but it's a general area hold. If this one can continue to head up, I think this would be a good continuation play on Google. I think we can finish, 2-3%, 2.5%, 3% possibly here, especially if it starts getting going in the more power hour time. But there is still, this micro downtrend where you have a series of lower lows and lower highs as a downward channel. No question about it, even though it did find support at an identifiable level Let's not jump into this one too quickly. There's obviously 40 pennies worth of range between where we're currently at right now and the high a day, and I would submit to you we can break that high a day easily, especially if we break and hold above 14.9. Let's see how we do on Google. I think it's still definitely in play here as we continue to print higher on the NQ. This is what I'm talking about right here. Look at this NQ move, man. We have not given up the ghost on the name. We are now 9 points off the high. We could see that 14.9 incoming anytime. Now, if we do get above 14.9, is there a resistance level before 15 that we need to concern ourselves with? Let's have a look. And I'm sorry my chart is so, it's noisy because I chart all these. You know what I can get out of this one? Oh, this was a good one. This is a good one. Yeah, that's fine. All right, where could we find resistance before 15? So 15 obviously up here. We know 15 will definitely be a resistance level, at least momentarily. Is there anything else obvious? And there really isn't, to be honest with you. I mean, maybe 14.925. We have a couple of touches around there. Yeah, so much noise lately between that 15 and 14.9. Kind of hard to gauge anything here, quite frankly. I'm going to have to remove this as well to be there. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if we, number one, if we can get above 14.9, then maybe we'll use that as support on a dip or something. But keep your eye out for the big caps, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, one big cap that I'd like to talk about that I got in on and I am currently out of is Tesla. So I'm happy with where I got out. I realize it's still going higher. It might break that high of day, but I will explain why I got out when I did in a moment. Yeah, we got in here around that 257.40, I believe. It went a bit lower. In retrospect, did I get in too early? Yeah, arguably, like definitely. Should have gotten in later. It is what it is. But yeah, so we went a little bit lower. We kind of went back up. When I got back in, like when I noticed it was heading up again, we were kind of around this level. We were in this candle. And I was noticing, the reason I got out when I did is I was noticing there was this kind of resistance at 257.76 where we were seeing kind of consistent selling at that point. But then we were seeing a much wider range in the book. The spread was a lot bigger, right? So we were seeing, like at some points I was seeing, like a 5-10 cent spread. Right now we've got like a 30-cent spread. So when the spread got to what it is, I know it's Tesla. I know it doesn't have like necessarily the volatility of a small cap. We have a lot more support. We've got a volume of almost 70 mil, but I still got a little bit nervous when I saw that spread, and I decided to get out at it was at 256.76. I'm happy I got out or 257.76, sorry. Happy I got out what I did though, because I mean, I could have gotten 20 cents higher, but it looks like it's going lower. So yeah, that's my reflections on the Tesla trade. It'll be interesting to see if it does break that high of day. If we get another little baby dip, I might hop back in. But yeah, for now, that's a trade that I wanted to chat about. And it is like you said, big caps are the trades of the day. Thank you.
Great trade.
Thank you.
That's fantastic. And I was happy that you stuck through on that one because you followed the trend. And I think that's a lot of what we should be doing around here, following the trend, not just trying to guess levels. But yeah, let's look at another one that is making another interesting move is Meta. Look at this big move down on Meta. Meta's been strong. We took that one 300 yesterday. We'll talk more about that on the trade of the week to be filmed after the midday era. But 300 was definitely a level we talked about. Look at this triple bottom on Meta. Once, twice, OB thrice, right into that 300. And it is a recycled level.
Yeah.
However, yesterday it posed itself as an area of support, an undoubtable area of support here. Today, not so much. Broke down because the opening range took us all the way down to 298. But look at this. Higher high. Sorry, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. I hate to repeat myself, but the trend is there. Now, we had a big... The Katina Man wants to know if the last one was a higher low. It was, Katina Man. We got to 306 and a third, and then we dipped down to 303 and a half. But here comes the support again. 305 and a quarter, almost 305 and a third, as we make a V-shaped recovery and follow with the NQ Meta up 1.44%. It's been a nice day for the Zuckies as you know.
Is that the official Meta fandom name, or is it the Zuckies?
I make up stuff around here. You know how.
I mean, no, I'll take. I love it. It's hilarious. But no, that's great. And I was going to say, I actually have a question on that because we're mentioning those the bottoms. How can, and this is maybe a hard question to answer.
Go for it.
But I was thinking, how can you tell the difference between if something is double bottoming or if it's squaring up for something like a flat bottom break, or if it looks like it's going to break? And is there a way to tell?
There's a very good point.
Okay.
I would say the flat bottom breaks usually are followed by a series of lower high, lower high, lower high, all the while like a descending wedge.
Yeah, so it's kind of more accompanied with a pattern.
Exactly.
Okay.
When I see this, where there is obvious buying at that level and then I move back up and obvious buying at a level, this I tend to look at as more bullish. But if I get those lower highs all with that same bottom, much in the same way, can I show you? Li Auto is a perfect example.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I love examples.
Yeah, so let's bring in our friend, our dear friend, Li Auto, over here. And I'll show you on the daily chart because it's better showed on the daily chart. So let's go here with Li Auto and go to the daily. This is what I'm talking about. So here, this 38 area, forget all this price action over here.
Yeah.
Look at the 38. Look how many times 38 got touched, bought back up, touched, and every
we have the
single
wedge.
higher,
Yeah.
every single time you made a lower high than you did before with that same bottom. That's what I would usually use a flat bottom break for. But when you're getting these bumps, especially that look like W's or U's, usually more bullish than bearish, I would say.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you for explaining that, and thank you for that. Showing, because I find visuals very helpful, especially trading is like such a visual medium as I'm learning, because like when early on, like my first couple trades, and still now even sometimes, like I'll make a lot of my decisions on whether or not I'm interested in a trade based on, is there a catalyst for it? But now I'm kind of learning more to read those charts and read the trends, because it plays a huge role in being able to understand them more is, I think, a huge part of that.
Agree completely. Your Tesla stock there has been knocking on the door, Adara.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
No, yeah, sorry. I was gonna say I'm looking like I might get, if we might hop back in for a moment, but I'm worried it'll just crash too, right? Because I find sometimes it'll either knock on the door of the high and it'll break the high, or sometimes you just don't break the high, right? Absolutely. And the spread is like 40 cents here, which also terrifies me. I'm not gonna lie.
How wide is the spread?
We're at like, I mean, like it kind of is jumping up and down, but we're like 65 to buy and 96 to sell.
3 pennies. No. Yeah. Tesla usually is a very tight spread. So I have 57 and then 60. That's what I see right now.
Oh, I see 57.96, but I could be.
It's locked up.
Oh, it's
look
locked.
At the level 1. Look at the yeah.
Okay.
So the first number, that's a level 1. Sometimes that locks up. Look below it to the actual yellow. See the yellow triangle?
Okay, so that's the one
rectangles, I mean?
Yeah. Okay, so that's
look
the one
at
I'm
the
looking
difference
at.
between those two. All right.
Thank you.
Somebody asked me, Esteban Paredes, asking me about RBLX. Will RBLX break $30 today? It is definitely knocking on the door, my friend. Do we have a catalyst on Roblox? Let's have a look here. Don't see anything from today. I see a number of entries from yesterday, none of which are specific to Roblox. Actually, I stand corrected. Mattel Incorporated and GameFam, don't even know what that is, pardon me, announced upcoming launch of Barbie Dreamhouse Tycoon on Roblox on October 6th. Shout out to my daddy. That's his birthday on Friday. Nice. The Libra. My dad, the Libra. Always never gives you a straight answer, by the way.
Yeah, Libras loved. My father's also a Libra. October 2nd, so that was a couple days ago. Shout out. But yeah, so yeah, like Libras loves it. I mean, I feel like it's because they want to be like really nice. They don't want to tell. Yeah, but I feel like it's hard telling people.
I'm laughing because of what Ramina's saying in my ear, right? Oh. She's like, "Don't hate on Libras."
No, I like Libras.
And then she called me the B word. Right, which is fine.
No, I love I always get along with Libras. But you're right. I find that like sometimes and I think it's because they care, right? Like I find Libras do have a tendency to kind of not always say things straight up. But I view it kind of more of as like I don't want to I don't want to necessarily tell it like it is just because I don't want to hurt your feelings. But anyways, not the point. Libras are great.
I think they're great too.
Look, shout out to that Mattel Barbie Dreamhouse with Roblox.
So I think they're basically going to take advantage of the excitement that we got in the summer about Barbie. And I think that they're, especially if you want to tap into a female gamer and bring on the female gamers, I think that that's absolutely a fantastic idea. In any event, we'll see how it does once it pans out. But the price action today on Roblox cannot be ignored. We dipped into that 27.90 area. And then essentially yesterday we closed out at 24.42. We are at 29.43 HOD. Do we break 30? Let's have a look at what the half an hour chart says. Hey man, this has been a decent move for RBLX since the 3rd week of September. It is definitely outperforming the market. There is no question about that. Since that time, we bottomed out at that $25 area, and there were obviously buyers at 25. Now we're looking at 30 in the face. So Roblox doing better recently. However, when we zoom out a bit more, we can clearly see a top at that 29.50. That takes us all the way back to early to mid-September. When we approached that 29.50, we definitely had sellers stepping in at that area. Let's zoom out a bit more. Let's go to the hourly here. All right, we have not been above 30 in quite some time. And when we do get up to 30, I bet you we will probably encounter resistance at least for a little bit, because that is the level that we actually found support at between early to mid-August. Look at this consolidative area here, all of which were bought up at 30 until you had the eventual break there mid-August around the 16th. Look at the big huadunk that we got early August. I believe it was on the 9th or the 8th or whatever. I think that was probably earnings where we actually topped out at 39, and then huadunk went to dynamite. We found support, you guessed it, at 30. So $30 going to be a resistance level, I would guess, once we make it up there. But first, we got to break through that 29 and stay above that 29.5, because that has been a recent resistance level, no question, stemming back to earlier in the month. But I do definitely like this uptrend here. Counter market uptrend, no question, with Roblox. And I wish there was a measuring tool like there is on TradingView to measure the percentage move from this trough to this crest. But sadly, you know, I don't have one on here. But yeah, shout out to you, Esteban Paredes, for that look. I think that that is an interesting one to keep your eye on it there.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, I have Infosys pulled up here, INFY, because that was one I think, that was small cap runner I think we were talking about a couple weeks ago. I remember hearing the name. So right now they're trading higher after JP Morgan upgraded from an underweight to a neutral. So I mean, we're seeing, it's definitely, we were seeing an upward trend at some point. It's still up 232, almost 2.5% on the day, right? I'm gonna pull up the 5-minute here to get a better sense of the trend. And one thing I'm learning a lot, especially now from being on like midday with Sharif, is looking at those the other charts, right? So not just the 1 minute, because I think I was really reliant on the 1 minute earlier. I still am probably too reliant on the 1 minute to an extent. But yeah, I mean, I find like looking at the 5 minute, you get a better sense of the actual patterns here, right? So we're seeing this kind of consistent move upward from kind of this trough here. We're definitely playing off the VWAP. We're seeing a huge spike upwards. And then we're kind of dropping off around here. It'll be interesting to see if we do kind of, and that's why I wanted to look at the 5 minute as opposed to the 1 minute, because I want to get a better sense of the longer term candles. So yeah, we'll take a look. We'll see. This one might be one that I am interested in getting in, just because, I mean, the spread is good. We got a 1 cent spread. Volume is, I mean, it's like 3 mil. It's definitely, it's in contention for me. And when I'm looking at, you know, kind of what we're seeing here, if I see, again, I'm going to wait though, because I want to make sure that this is more of like a potential move upwards before I make a move on it. But I like, on the 5 minute, I do like the patterns that I'm seeing. So another one that I want to kind of pull up right now here, you know, let's look back at Tesla, because we were testing those days highs. I'm gonna go, yeah, let's stay the 5 minute for now. Yeah, I mean, Tesla, we still haven't broken that day's high. We're at like, I'm gonna go the 1 minute now just because we're, you know, talking about days highs here. But yeah, so I mean, again, like very happy I got out when I did on Tesla, just because we are seeing that kind of stutter step down here. But we shall see what happens, you know, if we swoop back up here. But yeah, I mean, like with Tesla earlier today too, was kind of the same thing where it was like getting really close to the day's high, which I think at that point was like, we were just below 257 or 256. And then we, you know, you get in and then it kind of like stays there for a little bit. So, I mean, we've tested, at this point, we've tested like 258 twice. You know what I mean? Like we were here. So I mean, like if we get a bit more of a dip here, like what we're kind of having happen here, I might be tempted to hop in to see if, you know, third time's a charm, because we have really at this point tested the high twice. Then again, I'm worried if we test the high a third time, then we crash out. So I mean, if I get in low enough and I see enough of a pattern, this could be of interest to me. This is a little bit of food for thought on Tesla.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, definitely finding a bit of resistance, no question about at 258. But what I do like is a series of higher lows all the way through. I feel like, if we blow through that 258 top, we could get a real nice move, possibly into 260. I would not put that past Tesla.
Yeah, no, I'm keeping an eye on Tesla. I think I'm going to try. I got in at I think 257.40 last time. That is about where I'd want to get in this time. If I got in again, maybe a little bit lower, but I think we're seeing higher lows. So yeah, so that's a note. Yeah,
Yes.
I think I might actually put
Agree
a couple things in here.
All right. Apple's been dead money at 173 as well. I just saw somebody, Peter's son, how has Apple moved today? Well, Apple got a downgrade from not our friends at KeyBank because, well, we're invested in that, full disclosure. Anyway, they don't like the speed at which the iPhone 15 is being adopted. They see some headwinds there. They also cited some, issues with the speaker. Apparently, there's an issue with the speaker.
I heard about the speaker. Yeah, we were having the overheating issues. Now we're having the speaker issues. I found Apple cannot win with this iPhone 15.
Honestly, but when you look at the data, the iPhone 15 Pro Max, longest the wait time after the order in history.
Yeah, people want it, but it's just not. It doesn't seem like it's maybe as working as perfectly as people might have hoped or something. I don't know. There seems like there's a lot of, we've got issues with the. We had the overheating, which now Apple's saying it's a software issue that they're trying to solve. Then we also had, that now we're having the issues with the speakers and everything. And plus they had everything going on with the government with China.
Yes,
so Apple's just had a lot of resistance right now. I think the iPhone 15 has performed extraordinarily, all of that considered. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it shapes out, especially now with this downgrade from KeyBank.
Yeah. And remain in my ear, reminding me that kids now, as young as whatever age you want to choose, have phones. I didn't have a $1,000 phone. I didn't have a $1,000 anything when I was in high school. But my niece and nephew both have very high model phones, and one is a sophomore, the other one's a senior, and they had phones well into the middle school and late in elementary school. And that's just the way we live now. So usually phones you've got 4 or 5 phones that need upgrade cycles in a household, whether or not you stick with Apple. That's a different story. In any event, 173 here, looking like it is a level. Technically on the day, we got that 173.49. We had a good Apple trade earlier. We'll get to that in 1 second here. We ended up getting out of that one because the market was turning, and it was not a moment too soon, let me tell you. We had a short on Apple. Here's the look. We took that 172.5 break. We wet our beak all the way down into 172.12, and then as it came back up into 172.5, I ended it. The reason I ended it is because the future was holding, and I was not going to take Apple counter to the future. Just doesn't work for me. But if we get momentum north here, look for a 173 break and hold. And yeah, much in the same way that I was looking at the same for Tesla, 258 break and hold. If we can get continuity on the future, there's no question that we are definitely struggling to break above 14,899, which is the high of day. Let's look at what the chat is up to. Eddie R. And those were great, good old times. People connected with no mobile phones. I couldn't agree more, man. But having said that, I probably couldn't live without my phone. Yeah. So a bit of a, hypocritical statement from me there. Hampton's Trader, back from lunch. Grits making a run to high a day. Shout out to GRTS.
Yeah, I saw some whisperings about Gritstone, in the Benzinga here. So.
Yeah, it is. Look, it's up 19% now, Adira, and it's been holding VWAP very nicely. I used to have a trade back in 2020, 2021 when the market was super hot with these small cap gappers. It was called the VWAP VWAP hold high of day break. Essentially what it was a big runner in the morning. Mm-hmm. During the slower period of the day, it would retrace back into VWAP like it is here. It would hold it or hold around it. And then in the more liquid part of the day, when the big kahunas come on, you'd have a high of day break, in this case, the 250 break, and then you can see 3. It hasn't been working that much lately. The market's changed, and then we have to really accept that. But this one is the pattern that I would be looking for if I was looking for that trade. So GRTS, hell of a trade here. Let's just look quickly at NUVL. There's a buyer here at 54. Look at this. There is someone here at 54 holding this thing up. What is going on at 54 on NUVL? This is quite interesting. There is definitely an iceberg holding at 54. This one, it looks like it's going to be a flat bottom break, man. 54.11 was the halt level. We talk about this all the time. Formal halt levels being areas of support and resistance. It could not be more true this time around. If this one breaks 54, I think we could really huadunk here, guys. Keep your eye out. If you're able to secure shorts on NUVL or 54 break, this is very interesting. You have this is what I'm talking about when I mean flat bottom break. Lower high, lower high,
Yeah,
lower high, lower high, flat bottom. Right? This is exactly what I'm talking about here.
Yeah.
We'll see how that manifests or ends up doing, but setting up for an interesting trade.
I was going to say, I've noticed too with the flat bottom breaks is there seems to be almost like a bit of a stagnance. You know what I mean? Like they don't really move.
Yeah.
Kind of be honest. So I feel like I think too with what you were showing me with the difference with the double bottom or the double top, we do see movement beyond that point, right? Whereas I think with what you've shown me with the flat bottoms, like we've got almost a very stagnant period kind of there too, right? So I think that is interesting. Also interesting is Tesla broke the top and then kind of fell off a little bit after that. We're in Tesla. I got in, higher than maybe I should have just because I was like, I'm noticing things moving. I was like, I want to get in this trade. I'm happy I got in the trade. No regrets. We're going to see, it's having a really hard time staying above that 258 though, which was kind of my concern in the first place. But, we're back up above 258 again. This is one that we are going... obviously we're gonna keep an eye on it. I'm literally in it. But yeah, I'm really curious, even just from an outside perspective, to see where Tesla drives off to. Sorry for the horrible pun there. I can't believe I did that.
Yeah.
But yeah, we shall see. We were above 258.10 for half a moment there. So yeah, exciting times. What a trade to be in. What a time to look at. And this is why I said I'm happy that I figured out a good, learning strategy for myself is getting in the big caps because they move so quickly. It really forces you to be on the ball, rethink your strategy, and just be really present in the trade. So yeah,
take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs.
The question I want to know is when is that sweater coming back? We're not sweater weather yet. It's 27 and 80% humidity outside. I went for my walk. I was sweating buckets. And you and I are matching a little bit today. Yeah, we got the gray polos on.
Oh yeah,
the Katina man and I.
Yeah.
No. But Saturday is 10 degrees. Yeah. So, yeah, Saturday reality hits again. But then we go back up to mid-teens next week. So we're not giving up the ghost that quickly. What's your favorite season?
My favorite. I'm a fall person.
Fall.
I like fall.
Agree. I agree.
Because you've got that kind of mid weather. Do you know what I mean? You have that kind of where it's not super hot, not super cold. I love riding in the fall.
What's
I like riding in the
Winnipeg?
rain. Fall does not really exist in Winnipeg.
Okay, so from summer to...
I'm not gonna lie. Literally, one time I remember when I was still in university. It was October. It was mid-October. It was reading week. October 15th-ish. Super nice, super warm. And my friend in Winnipeg texted me, "Oh yeah, we're snowing here."
Oh my God.
And I had to get the baby stroller out for the snow. And I was like, I don't know what to say. We're hot outside. You don't want to hear from me right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's definitely, it's nice to be somewhere, as someone who's always enjoyed the fall, to be somewhere that actually has a fall. I always say this, is heavenly. I love it. Toronto's fall is also, I think, blessed.
It's real. It's
a really nice fall.
Yeah. You go north of here, I don't know, a couple hundred kilometers. I don't know if you know the area around here yet, Wasaga Beach.
Yeah, I'm familiar kind of with the names, but I haven't explored it as much as I want to.
Nope.
Yeah.
The weather changes quite quickly, but I am enthralled with this NUVL flat bottom break that I really feel is going to ensue here quite quickly. Don't have the shorts on this one, but anybody who's got them, make sure you've got them cocked and ready because this one looks like it's gonna go. It's still up 27%. It's got a catalyst. There's obviously an iceberg order at 54 because we've been at 54 so many times, and it's not reflected. The size is not reflected on the book. That's just the way it is. Right now, I'm not seeing too much size there right now, but it always seems to hold up. So NUVL 54, a definite level. But as I look up on my small cap gapper scanner, I'm seeing that MDAI. We were talking about BTAI, now it's MDAI. Just put AI in your ticker, you're golden after that. No, but it's called Spectral AI. It's a predictive artificial intelligence company focused on medical diagnostics, so another AI medical name. This one looks like it's a sympathy to BTAI. It does not have its own headline, Oh, actually did have a headline on the second. Maybe this is a continuation play. Spectral AI adds healthcare service leader and population health expert Deepak Sada Gopan to board of directors. So they're liking that. The market likes that. In any event, it's a nice move today. Almost 40%, 39% here, guys. We closed out at $2.44. Now we're knocking on the door of $3.40. So good move up there. But what we have here are, this is a clear resistance level. Look at this area over here at 345, 350. Definitely need to break and take this area for that continuation to go, because I don't want to say this is consolidative, but you're in a range. You're in a 345 top with about a 295 bottom. You can play the range, hats off to you, but this one looking a little bit like it needs to break out. Kevin Johnson, short NUVL on your IBKR account. Strangely, they have them available. Do they really? You're right. Look at that. It's green. Okay, so I'll show you something.
Yeah.
When it's dark green, means shorts are not available. When it's light green,
The shorts are available. Okay.
Yeah, I think I've told you that before.
Yeah, I know, because I know, like, with the small caps, not everything is available to be shorted. That I'm familiar with. So yeah, that's good to know that they're, like, I feel like you might have mentioned that the whole way of looking at it, but it's cool. It's cool to see it, anyway in practice. So.
Yeah, interesting. This is an easy to short name. That doesn't make me. Okay, let's have a look and see how many shorts IBKR has available. Where is it here? Events, analysis. I'll send it to you for a sec while I have a look at
Yeah, absolutely. So we got out of Tesla. At first I was beating myself up when we got this other candle here. I got out at 258, and I can explain why I got out at 258. Because I think my big thing too is lately I've been trying, like, even when I just trade on my own, I try to be like, how would you explain this, right? Like, why is there a reason for making this move, right? Because I think, trying to be rational. I mean, the markets are, kind of irrational. That's kind of the saying, but trying to find a way to rationalize it is helpful to know if this is a good decision for myself. So yeah, so I got in at 257.80, got out at 280 flat. The reason I did was because I was noticing some resistance around that 280 level. We were really bouncing around like from 257.90, and then like kind of around that area. We were jumping a bit below into the 80s at one point. I was just like, I decided that, I was more comfortable just getting out while I could, especially as we're kind of seeing this really sharp drop here. I decided I wanted to get out 258. I can justify that. I'm happy with it. Am I sad I'm not in on this sweet action up, like that swoop upwards? Sure, but you know what I mean? I didn't lose anything. I'm not going to lose sleep over it. I'm happy with the trade all in all. We didn't lose anything. I'm not going to complain. So let's take a look now at Google, which, we had the news today. Okay, we had that dark pool. I mean, Google's been like honestly kind of consistently just kind of swooping up and down. Like if you can get Google on a baby dip, I honestly think Google could probably be of note here. I want to look at the 5-minute though, because I am curious. Yeah, I mean 5-minute, it's a bit, also again, like the dark pool kind of distorted things on the 1 minute, so it's a bit of a different view here. But yeah, I mean, we had like that crazy climb up here, I guess around the time of the event. And then we've been above VWAP for a while now. I mean, it's kind of, we'll see if we're falling or if we kind of have more of a consistent, up and down pattern forming. But yeah, it's interesting too, comparing this to the Meta event, as I kind of mentioned earlier, where Meta Connect, as someone who got in on Meta Connect, or Meta while it crashed, Meta Connect completely tanked Meta, whereas the Google event, I think because a lot of what was happening was really cool too in Google, right? And it wasn't just like Mark Zuckerberg talking and showing AI dogs. No offense, Zaki. Zaki, I can't believe I just said Zaki. That was an accident too, but I feel like when you're exposed, I played the fifth. But yeah, I mean, I think if you hear a phrase enough too, right? You're But anywho, the point is, Google has been doing definitely it's a very different pattern from what Meta is, and I think it's like a sign, Trading the news works depending on the story, and don't get it until you kind of have a better sense of how things are going. That's my take on Google. Yeah. I agree. Is this Tesla still creeping up? Did I get out too early? Yeah.
I got in here. I'm looking for a dip trade in the 70s as well, if we can get there. There's this really fantastic uptrend line that it's really been holding the majority of the day. And now that it's been doing that dance at 258 and broke it, I'm just keeping my eye on the futures, even though, Tesla kind of ran against the futures at times today. When the NQ was making a move down, Tesla continued up. So it's a little secular in that regard. but you never want it to, I don't like taking these big caps against the futures, but we're holding a very interesting level on the future. Let's talk a little bit about that because I think it does have something to do with Tesla here. So look at these bottoms that are all being bought up on the future. This is not by accident, guys. But what I don't like about this are the lower highs that are coming in, okay? And that is what concerns me. But this 4860, for whatever reason, this general area seems to be getting bought up. We've had multiple attempts at breaking 14.9. We haven't broken white yet. That doesn't mean we won't have a move in the afternoon. We've seen these moves in the afternoon a lot, whether to the upside or the downside on the NQ. So yeah, hold on to your horses. I think today is going to be an interesting day. But so long as we hold above that level on the NQ, I think this Tesla trade may be interesting. I saw Renata. Shout out to you, Renata. She's like, Tesla's going to go to 260 without me. You never, well, get in, woman. Get in on and wet your beak on some of these profits.
Wet the beak.
Yeah, right. So we're long Tesla. I'm going to see if we, we can get a better cost basis at that 257, 75-ish, 80-ish area. We'll see if it dips into that level. But the end of the trade will be a newer low, and that comes vis-a-vis at 257.25 break.
Yeah. So yeah, super interesting. I mean, congrats getting in on Tesla too, right? Like it's definitely a trade like worth getting in on. I'm happy I was in it while I was in it. We were in it when we broke the day's high, so I'm not going to complain. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy to watch these big ones, especially. I think that's why too I've been, like I said, I think when you're in those mega cap stocks, you do get to see that crazy movement up or down either way, right? So it's a real sink or swim situation. So it's kind of it's a fun trade to be in, even though it is a bit more risky. Because I also find like they tend to move sometimes on stories less, or I think they're less susceptible to the news than some of these small caps. And a lot of these small caps, they're moving because of a specific news story, right? So I think that is definitely interesting when you kind of compare different trades, different strategies. So I wanted to look at Palantir because I'm seeing some whispers about Palantir in the chat. And I mean, we pulled up Palantir earlier. So let's take a look at Palantir. Yeah, it looks like we could honestly keep going up. Like, I mean, again, like I want to see how much lower this dips before I wet my beak. But yeah, you're right, all the phrases are just, all the phrases, everyone bores each other's terms. But yeah, I mean, we'll see if this gets, if we see like we're going to shoot back up here, Palantir could be of note to me because we are still like, we're hanging out around 5%. We have some, Renata mentioning Ford. Let's take a look at Ford here. Because I mean, we're down for the day. I mean, this is we like really broke down here. And it's interesting too because we had some positive news for Ford actually beyond the strikes. I believe I'm going to pull up those exact numbers. It was, so strong Q3 vehicle sales. So that was of note with Ford, but it didn't really seem to impact it a ton. Like when were these? I mean, maybe in the morning, we had some spikes. We had a lot of VWAP play in the morning actually on Ford. I'm going to pull up this 5-minute zoom out a little bit here. But yeah, I mean, super interesting. We were definitely playing around VWAP, and then we just kind of crashed around here. I'm going to see if there's any other news on Ford beyond that, the Q3 sales. And then obviously we still have the UAW strikes, right? Like that's been a big thing for Ford, but it weirdly hasn't impacted it. Like I feel like honestly from what I've read too, people have been saying that the UAW strikes have been less of a hindrance to like the big three stock and more of a help to the EV stock, which is interesting. I don't think necessarily how we would have expected it to go. I'm trying to get the news on Ford here. How's Tesla going?
It's bad.
Oh, okay.
The market just broke that 14,860. So Tesla coming right back down, making a newer low, breaking through this kind of 257.25. But if it breaks 257, I'm going to have to end this trade. That'll be $1 loss. But we're going to have to wait here as we do a dance at that 257.5. We'll see if we can maybe get a better cost basis. If it curls back up, we're getting bought up here again on the NQ. But what I don't like are those lower lows in that flat bottom. So maybe I should have taken my own advice and not went long with lower lows and flat bottoms, even though it looked like it was holding and setting up for a big move up. But here we go, moving down on the NQ, 14,850. Big move down. Can Tesla counter market this? Can have it a counter market move? We shall see. Doesn't look good for now. About 50 pennies out of the money on stress level, but still up 4 and almost 0.5%. Yeah. But yeah, a big move down there off that 258.46, but $1 removed off the highs. And I'm looking at NVIDIA as well. Looks like NVIDIA is moving down aggressively as well. because it's right under my Tesla chart.
Nice.
So, ooh, worried about these longs at the moment. I got to tell you the truth, everything printing south. I'm going to have to be careful here.
Yeah, it seems like everything's moving down. One thing I actually want to notice too is because I just pulled up, I had the Ford chart pulled up, right? Also, I couldn't find any more news on Ford beyond the fact that it had, the strong Q3 sales. So I've got the GM 5-minute pulled up here, and I think it's interesting because the Ford 5-minute and the GM 5-minute are incredibly similar, at least for, to the naked eye for me. But yeah, I mean, like we're really just kind of plunging down a VWAP and we're continuing to tank, right? I mean, this is probably like a market tank move. That being said, let's take a look at what's going on with the strike, because to me, it's interesting that those two stocks have a 5-minute that is very similar, given that they're both kind of embroiled in this moment right now, right? And maybe, well, let's see here. Okay, so GM and Ford laid, but that was yesterday, laid up 500 more workers blaming the strikes. That was last night, so that wouldn't explain now. I mean, I guess in general, let's see what else is happening here. I mean, it's of note, and this is why, I think even regardless of whether or not, and this is teaching me to learn to more, but kind of wait before you enter a trade, but it's still interesting to see how the news could impact the stock, right? It's still worth it to know how something's moving, and even not just the stock itself, but the market, right? Or the industry. I just mentioned how, some analysts are saying that the whole thing with Ford and GM has maybe helped the EVs, because EVs have been, Rivian's had quite the run. I mean, it's had some catalysts of its own, right? But the point I'm trying to make is, yeah, it's definitely interesting to kind of see whether or not there is a direct reason for it. I'm not really finding one. It is fascinating to see how Ford and GM have very similar trajectories today.
Yes, we are still holding that 257 area. If it breaks 257, cutting this trade. Not going to let it go any further than that, but it's not looking good. The future broke that very key support level that it had been literally holding since what time? Since basically 12 o'clock. So yeah, about an hour and a half worth of holding a level, and it just gave up the ghost there, and it is headed back down. And that is not boding well for Tesla, NVIDIA, Google, what have you. All the big cap names now headed to the south side. And that is not good for me, as we're not doing well right now on Tesla unless it gets secular in a hurry here. Ooh, and I just heard today that the Dow is actually negative on the year, right? Which is funny because we're still double digits on the NQ and the ES. I just saw Gabby McBoston write that, and that kind of reminded me on what I had heard this morning. So holding 257 for now on Tesla. But concerned that we're going to have to cut this trade. We're going to have to cut it soon. Still up 4 1/3. Let's see if we can get a bit of a bounce here. The obvious level here was that 247.5, right? This trough over here. But this one is more obvious for me. We're going to have to draw the line at the whole dollar area, Dara. Otherwise, it's kaputs.
Yeah, I mean, also kaputs. You've got Apple, which has just been flying down. I saw Paul Apple dump with the little Apple emojis. And it's funny, as I saw that, I actually just pulled up this chart because I was, we're talking about Tesla. We're talking about these big caps. Let's take a bite out of Apple here. So we had, I know, I need to stop. I have a problem.
They're cool. I like them.
But, I don't mind them I appreciate it. I feel like you're the right audience for it, too. So it all works out. But, yeah, so, I mean, we kind of jumped off that VWAP, and yes, let's ignore how early I got out of this trade. And we're flying around here. We've kind of been up above that VWAP since just after 11, right? And it looks like we're kind of slowly tanking before, we got kind of here and then we have a bit of resistance. Let's look at the 5-minute candle. But yeah, I mean, it looks like we'll have to see if it stays below VWAP, which I'm tempted to think. And again, take this for all it's worth. I'm tempted to think we might stay below the VWAP just because we do have, the fact that the whole market's kind of tanking right now. So I don't, know necessarily how much I believe in the VWAP swoop up right now. That being said, I am going to keep an eye on it because, all these big caps move like crazy. There's lots of volatility. There's lots of movement, lots of action. And I mean, yeah, it's the 5-minute of Apple is also crazy to watch. Literally just this whole arc up here, right? So it looks like we are definitively coming down. At least the 5-minute, you can get a much better sense of the trajectory here. So yeah, there we go. That is Apple. Let's take a look. I'm going to pull up the Meta as well. I'm just going to pull up the big caps right now. Yeah, so Meta, again, we're seeing, this one's a bit more different. We got more of the M shape here in the 5-minute. I'm going to switch to the 1-minute. But yeah, way too zoomed in here. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so I mean, we're kind of, it seems like this point might be kind of a point of resistance. So I think to me, from what I can tell, the crucial point will be if it goes below this point, which is what, like that 303.65, if it goes below here, then it, it looks like it might be kind of headed down. It looks like it is. But if it goes back up, we might have a little bit more strength. So there we go, looking at charts and stuff, chart analysis. How is Tesla going?
Bouncing back here, we'll see. Got a headline. I don't know if this is what's really causing this. Biden says he may find different ways by which to fund the Ukraine move. I mean, I don't know. The Congress had stood up to him. I don't really think it's that. That doesn't seem to be really market related, but that just came in on my blotter. By the way, guys, Brendo had messaged me this earlier, forgot to mention it. Apple releases software update to address iPhone 15 overheating. All right, so do I have a software update over here? Let's just have a quick look. General, software updates. Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Okay, so I will be doing that tonight, despite the fact that I don't have 15. But usually they release them for all iPhones. So it looks like we're taking care of that issue. We know earlier it was speculated that it had something to do with the titanium body as opposed to the stainless steel. Apple refuting that, saying it really had nothing to do with that. It was more software based. And they blamed it a little bit on some of these apps as well, saying some of the apps were, basically locking the processor and draining the battery, this, that, and the other. We'll see if we get an update for it. Can you imagine if they actually had to change the body, an actual recall of that product, what that would do to earnings and how badly their stock would sink? That would be quite bad. For now, though, with respect to Tesla, because that's the one we're involved in here, looks like we're holding 257, but I got to tell you, I don't see this as a good trade. I think I'm probably going to get stopped out as the future continues to tank back down. By future, I'm talking about the NQ 14,829, far removed off that 14,860 level that we had been holding for the better part of an hour and a half. Now we're kind of really giving up the ghost, breaking down below the 50 period on the 5-minute chart. Going to have to cut this trade looks soon. Sadly, it's going to be about an $85 a share loser if we break down and stop out.
Yeah, so I mean, I've got someone tagged me here. Daryl, Meta, I just covered 306.60, my last piece. I missed the last time it dropped down here, so I just took it this time. Let's look at Meta. I mean, yeah, like, it looks like, with the futures going down. Oh, this is the wrong one. With the futures going down, it looks like we are going to see all these, NASDAQ, like big tech kind of stocks take a bit of a swoop here. Yeah, I mean, let's take a look. Yeah, so I mean, like I kind of said, and I mean, like, take this analysis how you will, but I kind of said I thought this would be an interesting point of resistance here, right? This kind of 303, like 65, 70 area. So we are going back up from here. So we'll see if it kind of continues to go up, because I was thinking, like, kind of what I said. I mean, again, just kind of from my analysis, noticing these M and W patterns. I thought if it continued any lower, then I would say, like, we're going to fully, like, flush down. It looks like we're coming back up for now, but I mean, the market is super volatile right now. What with the futures going down, we have, a lot of volatility in big tech, especially. And Meta had a bad day yesterday, like, in the news. So, I mean, it's interesting, the fact it's up 1%. Meta's just an interesting stock in general, period. But yeah, right now, I think, right now we're going back down. I think Meta's kind of a hard one to tell right now. We've got a lot of movement, a lot of action.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, yesterday, they had like layoffs in the Silicon division for the metaverse.
Yes.
There was their news head, Campbell Brown. She stepped down, or she left. She departed from that position, but she's still with the company.
Oh, okay.
Like in a different, I think it's a different news position. But yeah, because I knew Facebook was like facing a lot of kind of flack for their news. So that was kind of what that was. Yeah, and then Meta also, there's the talks in the EU of having the subscription, so that for Instagram and Facebook, so you don't have to have ads.
Well,
so yeah, Meta had so much
Facebook
news
Canada,
yesterday, right? So yeah, super interesting to take a look at. But yeah, it looks like we could be swooping up here.
You get your news on social media?
I get my news online mostly, just because I am not on social media as much as I would like to be. You know what I mean? But I use CNBC a lot. I'll just kind of, what I like to do too is, like, depending on what the thing I'm looking for is, I'll have different sites I use. So I mean, I'm like a writer. I'm really into like film. So I will use for any of my kind of media or film news, I'm going to use Variety, I'm going to use my Hollywood Reporter, I'm going to use Deadline. Well, obviously, I'm going to use different sources when I'm looking for stocks, right? So I really think for me, it's like about knowing what sources you trust for different areas and going to those accordingly.
Maybe I should have prefaced my question a bit more specifically. No, because remember the issue with...
oh, sorry. Yeah, I think I missed the point there.
About? Yeah, like, so essentially in Canada, if you followed Fox News or if you followed CNBC, anything on social media, whether you're Instagram or your Facebook, you're basically blocked. You can't see that access anymore because the Canadian government passed a law that said Meta and Google, essentially anybody making over a certain, I think, $1 billion a year or something like that, has to pay the news source. So if you were...
Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, that was the issue there. So that's why I was asking you, do you get anything on social media? Because it looks as if, if she's ahead of news, right? Yeah. And there was like the butting of heads between Canada and the news division in Facebook and Google. I don't know if it had anything to do with that, just speculating, obviously. Yeah. Not really sure what that look is. But yeah, it's been very annoying, especially for someone like me who really kind of relied on just, the headline to come in on my feed, and then I would dig into it deeper. Because 99% of the time, you know what they do? They put like a little meme, right, with the headline, and then they say, click link in bio for more information. And then there is a long article. Yeah. So what pissed me off was the fact that they are making money out of these news sources, because to read the whole story, you got to go to their webpage. And if you go to their webpage, you're getting the links that generate all the ads. Yeah. Right? So that's where they're making money, ads on their website. So I was clicking the link. I was doing my part. Anyway, the Canadian government took a different perspective on it, and yeah, now you have to use a VPN if you want to get news sources on Facebook or Instagram or whatever else. Anyway, I digress though. Here we are on Tesla, holding 257 for now, back into 257.5. We're long 85, so about 35 pennies out of the money. The Fuge put in a bit of a, I want to say a hammer candle. I just don't want to jinx it. And if that's the case, we could see a move back up, possibly above 258. But the stop stays in place on this name because it was a big boy move down. And yeah, I don't want to be against the trend. So for now, I don't want to say we're out of the woods, but we're not in as bad of a position as we were previously. And by previously, I'm talking about like 5 minutes ago. Hopefully, we get a nice move back into 258 and a possible continuation. We still haven't printed a major newer low. That would come vis-a-vis 256 3/4, but I can't hold it into that area given my price. So we're going to have to wait and see how this one pans out. Mumbai, Bears versus Bull sales. Mumbai, the current hosts are, he's talking to somebody in the chat. Okay. All right, what else is going on here? Anybody else saying anything interesting? Out of the Woods, Sharif, spelled my name wrong, JC, is a Swiftie. I'm not a Swiftie, I'm just not an anti-Swiftie. Is that a thing?
That's fair. I think you can not be an anti-Swiftie. Like, I think there's like a neutral point, because I think a lot of people with Taylor Swift. I think we were briefly mentioning Taylor Swift this morning, actually, too. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. No, I just think it's of interest too, because I think a lot of people are very pro-Taylor or anti-Taylor. So I think like being a neutral, not anti-Swiftie is like, I think that's a valid position.
It is. That's I'm not a pro or
neutral
or
Swiftie.
Yeah, completely neutral. Yeah. I know my niece loves her, and so I don't want to take an official position where I'm against her, because that's going to bring
it's going to be awkward with like the family. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And she is. You can't joke around with her about Taylor Swift.
No, you can't joke around with anyone about Taylor Swift. So yeah. Makes sense.
She takes it very seriously. Yeah, anyway, shout out to my niece, Olivia. All right, back down we go on Stressla. It doesn't look like that.
It gets its name for a reason, yeah.
Yeah, it is a stressful bad boy right there. If we break 257, well, essentially this area over here, I've already put my stop, we will be triggered out. Thomas Johnson, Sharif, what's the best time frame to see a hammer candle? And no, it's truly signaling a reversal. Very good question. Look, I'm going to say to you, trade your time frame. If your time frame is the 5, use the hammer on the 5. But Obi, he likes to hammer on the 15. Obi charts on the 15, for example. So I'm going to say stick to whatever you do. But yeah, that is a very interesting debate that one can have. What is it most relevant on? And that's an answer I don't have a question to. So my answer to you is, if you chart on the 5, use it on the 5. If you chart on the 15, use it on the 15. Obviously, the higher the time period, the more relevant it becomes. So if the hammer shows up on the 15, it's more likely to be relevant than on the 5, and certainly more relevant than on the 1. A lot of noise on the 1. I switched from the 1 to 3 for a period of time, but for these small cap gappers, I need the 1. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. Probably didn't. I probably walked on the fence there, but that's my answer. I'm sticking to it.
Yeah. I'm just looking at our boy Google again, because just kind of as that event happens. But yeah, Google's actually maintained like a lot of strength even as the event still. I mean, it says as of 122, unveiled Assistant with Bard powered by generative AI for Android and iOS. So it looks like, stuff from this event might still be occurring. I mean, and like we stayed above that VWAP. Like we are still up like, 1.7% almost, right? Like we just kind of hit that 1.7 point. But yeah, I mean, like it seems like we really have kind of maintained that strength. But we didn't really have a sell the news event, to borrow some terminology, that we had when we had Meta, right? So it's interesting to see how like different events hit the market in different ways, markets react in different ways, right? But I think, like the innovations with Google were really cool. There was some stuff in that event. Definitely check out. Super interesting stuff. But yeah, so it looks like we're like maybe slowly kind of hedging down a little bit, like a skosh, but we're still above that VWAP quite significantly. Yeah, Google still looks like a name to watch if you're buying in the baby dips here. Let's look at the 5-minute. I mean, like we're kind of stagnant here, so who knows? Like we could break perhaps, but yeah, I mean, like it's definitely an interesting one to watch, especially as it seems like the news is kind of still churning in on Google.
I don't know who was mentioning to me earlier in the chat about Netflix being a really good short. By the way, ended up cutting that Tesla. That's a dollar loser on my part. But this Netflix short, somebody was telling me earlier, look, man, Netflix is setting up for a short. Whoever you are, message me right now because you could not have been more right. Look at this move down on NFLX, and I'm pretty sure you were telling me around 379, maybe 378 and a half, something around there. We just made a 373.88 low, and we're right back into 374 and a half, but that was a beautiful move down. Very counter trend, too. I mean, we did not have this move down on the market with a series of lower lows and lower highs. Good on you for calling that. It's just this one is a little bamboozling because of the lack of liquidity that it has. What's it done on the day? And last time I looked at it, it was like 1.75 million. Yeah, 2.4 million shares. Not a whole lot for a FANG name, or I guess it was a former FANG name. I don't know. But yeah, great call by you on that. Netflix now down 0.2%. It's one of the only ones in the big cap players here that's red on the day. It is actually the only one. I mean, unless you're including Intel in that regard. But AMD, NVIDIA, everything else green on the day. Even Apple, which is barely holding on to gains at 0.11. Shout out to you for calling that Netflix short. Now, this is where I'm out over here. That prints a newer low beyond this range. So that's what I cut the Tesla trade for. Loser for me will go 2 for 3 on the day. But now we are officially red on the day because of this trade. And yeah, Tesla, it can make or break your day. It giveth and it taketh away, baby. And it is headed down further. So I'm happy I cut it where I did as it heads down, yeah, on the price action there. Let's have a look at the NQ and see if we're going to continue to head down. We're at that interesting level that we were at earlier, a bit of a double top at this 14,830. Are we going to break through this level to the downside? We know that this was an obvious level of resistance. Does it flip and become the support at this point? We're at this level. We haven't really decidedly broke through it, but we're printing a series of lower highs and lower lows. So for the moment, the current trend is to the downside. But keep in mind, this 14,830 could be an interesting area of support if the NQ so obliges.
Well, we've got like Apple dancing around VWAP right now. And the reason I pulled up Apple is because it says here 142, this is from Benzinga, CEO Tim Cook and executives from Apple sell over 100 million in stock. So, I mean, kind of note, like we've been kind of bouncing, right? Like we'll have to see, because we kind of have had a steady swoop down here from that, I mean, this is like we've kind of been moving around, right? Since that 120 area. Now we're kind of, flowing back down here. It'd be interesting to see if it kind of breaks this top, like this mini top that we have here, and then continues to swoosh upwards. But yeah, I mean, I'm going to keep my eye on it, but I'm not going to get in right now just because I'm a little unsure of the movement, especially, and I'm trying to kind of learn too, that be more aware of what the whole overall market's doing, right? Especially with the futures. If the futures are headed lower, I'm going to be a little bit skeptical about getting in any of these big NQ trades right now. Another one that I kind of would like to pull up, this is another one from this morning that I kind of was curious about. We had Roku, which announced, I guess, some new updates and features. And I checked on this one a little bit earlier, but yeah, I mean, oh God, okay. let's pull back on Roshi. Yeah, so I mean, we like flew above the VWAP. There's a lot of movement. I mean, I think this seems to be, I mean, there's like a, wow, what's the spread on this? Like, yeah, it's like a 3-4 cent spread. So it's not like great, but it's not terrible. I'm gonna pull up a 5-minute on this just because the 1 minute is so populated here. Yeah, I mean, like it does look like there is some strength kind of around this level. I think this would be one if you kind of like play the baby dips, but it doesn't look like we're gonna go super high beyond this point, right? Like we hit the VWAP, we went above the VWAP, we kind of were flying around this around 12 p.m., but it looks like beyond that point, we're just kind of stutter stepping around here. But yeah, I mean, it was one of note. Like the ones that I have in the morning, sometimes I do like to check again because, like I said earlier, they don't always continue to make those moves, but sometimes they do, and it's still worth taking a look at here. I'm also, let's pull up Intel again too, because we did have the IPO for the new chip, and Intel's definitely one. A lot, people talking about Intel today. Okay, yeah, Intel. Were you in Intel today?
No, Neil was in Intel. I remember he was in that earlier. Or was it, who was it? Sean? Sean was in Intel. I thought it was Neil. They were both flying. Okay. So they were both in that. And it had a fantastic.
Yeah, I was going to say, Intel's been like, we had the IPO from the, and I mean, like, in post-market trading yesterday too, after the bell, there was a lot of trading on that, I know. This morning, we also had pre-market some trading on Intel. Yeah, I mean, like, it's interesting. So we kind of were playing around there. And then if you got in on the long at like just before 11, like this is a crazy swoop to the upside here, right? Whoop. But yeah, so we're playing around the VWAP. I mean, it'll be interesting too, because it looks like we could be heading back up, especially because Intel's had quite the day and quite the catalyst. Right now, we're barely negative on the day, but again, just kind of because it's late in the day, I've noticed there's usually a lot of volatility around this kind of 145 area. So yeah, we shall see what we shall see. But I think Intel is definitely still a name to watch.
I love your tautologies. I use them all the time. We don't know what we don't know. We shall see what we shall see. I love it. I use them all the time. So shout out to you on that. All right. Interesting look at the future right now, guys, because we're getting that dip trade or possible support at the area. Were you talking to me, Katina, man? Okay. Okay, they're talking about VinFast over there, so all the VinFast lovers may have a look at that. But this is what I was talking about, this double top earlier on the NQ 14830, obvious level of resistance. Now look at these wicks into that area, all which are getting bought up. So this is making me feel like we may have an interesting long at this former area of resistance, now current area of support. Don't want to jump into this too quickly and get my face ripped off. We already took the L on Tesla. We need to walk carefully here. But I do like this look. I like getting the flip of resistance and support. It's an interesting one here. We have 3 green-minute candles in a row, all of which are kind of like these hammer-looking candles that the body closed higher. Much near the top of the body, sorry, the top of the candle rather than the lower. So we'll keep an eye on that, but definitely there's no breakout trade happening at the moment. Still very much range bound, about 20 points or so. So good luck right now on the future for a possible long as we get dip buys off former area of resistance, now current area of support. Not going to jump into this one too quickly. 15 minutes left on the show. Well, even less than that, more like 12 minutes. I was about to say 15 because that's the last time I looked at my watch. So we'll have a look at that. Alex Davis, what ethnicity are you? You look 10 times better than I do, and I'm only 30. I'm sure that's not accurate. I'm 100% Egyptian. No mix there, baby. Just all from Egypt. Going all the way back to the pharaohs. My family's been planted in that country for as long as we can go back, all my roots. But thank you for the nice comment there. I do appreciate that. And I'm sure you look fantastic as well. But yeah, Adira, I'm definitely liking this futures hold if we can get that continuity.
Yeah, let's see if we hold, right? Like, it's interesting always, because I find the way that the futures move, like I just kind of said, right, around 150 is always really interesting, around this 145, 150 area. But yeah, I mean, a couple people requested Rivian in here. People mentioned Rivian. I have Rivian up. So I mean, like, it's still up 6.22% on the day. We've been jumping around here. Yeah, like, it'll be interesting to kind of see. I want to pull up and see the 5-minute on Rivian. But yeah, I mean, like, it looks like it's not really stopping. And I couldn't find a catalyst on it, which always makes me kind of nervous. Beyond, like, we had, like, the catalyst,
I'll explain why to you in a minute.
Because we had those recent catalysts with Rivian with regards to the Q3 deliveries numbers being like really strong, but then that kind of it didn't really even hit the market like the day of, because Rivian had those great Q3 deliveries, didn't make a huge reaction. Now, yesterday, I think was a good day for Rivian. Today, oh my God, like we're up like crazy, and I'm not finding. Do you know if there's a specific catalyst for Rivian today? Because I know for the last couple days, but I'm like right now I'm not.
Did we look at Rivian today? I think.
I think we had a couple of requests for Rivian, so that's why I wanted to pull that up here. But yeah, it's interesting. We're kind of on the 5-minute candle. We're seeing some stagnance here at like that 23 stagnancy. We're not seeing a lot of movement here, so it shall be interesting to see. Could we break? Are we going to break up? Are we going to break down? Because with all of that flatness around the 5-minute, yeah, it should be interesting. But I think, like Rivian's definitely, it's had a good day for itself. And I mean, if you were in on one of those crazy longs here earlier, like power to you, because that's excellent. And I mean, but again, like I said, I always get a little bit nervous if I don't know a specific catalyst for an event, unless it's still playing off of the news from the last couple of days. So it could be of note. Very interesting.
Yes, I do agree. All right, I'm keeping my eye fixed here on the future. I want to see how this resolves, Adara. Let's flip to the 5-minute on here, because I keep pulling in the side chart to make the same point. This is the level. This crest and that crest are the levels that concern me, because every time we come into those levels, we're getting that aggressive buying up, and now we have a series of higher highs and higher lows, but now we're in a red candle at the moment, but it's just temporary. Well, not temporary, but we haven't closed on the candle yet. So this is what I'm looking at here for a possible move up into the afternoon. I would suggest to you that if we were going to break that 14.9, I'm not saying it couldn't happen during the midday. Of course it can happen. It's happened before. But usually we see that kind of aggressive move, whether up or down, happen in the more liquid time of day. And that's usually between 3 to 4, 2:30 on a very aggressive trading day, what have you. So, don't throw away the long just yet on the future, on these big cap gappers, big cap gappers, come on, get it together, Sharif. These big cappers, we could flush. I'm not saying we will, we won't, but I'm keeping my eye on these levels now. If we give up the ghost on these levels, and by these levels I'm talking about 14.830, and we really start printing south, and we're like 14.810, 14.800, yada yada yada, you get the point. Then obviously what I have to say about these levels no longer applies, and it's no longer relevant. So we'll keep an eye out on these names, no question about it, as the afternoon goes on. About 8 minutes left on the show before the big kahunas take over, and we'll keep you posted. And I'm sure they'll be trading these big capper names as well. But we are moving down, as I was just talking about that. Look at that. Now, do we get the same kind of buy up we got on these candles? Not yet, anyway. Now, how long is left on this 5-minute chart? We have we're at 53. We still have 2 minutes left on this 5-minute candle before it closes. So if this one gets bought up, it's got 2 minutes left to get bought up, but it looks like we're going to make a newer low. We'll have to wait and see on that. So the NQ definitely in my focus. Meta, very consolidative. We were looking at that. Sorry, this is yesterday. This is yesterday's trade. I loaded that up because I'm going to do the trade of the week. On that, back to Tesla before we send it back to Adara. We got out here just at the exact area where we're at now. We made a newer low, but look at that. Lower high, lower high, lower high, now lower low. The trend changes. It's going to probably change without us. Google, very much sideways, ended this trade here. Happy that we ended it because it has made lower lows since that time. And NUVL, oh my days.
I just had that one pulled up on my chart as well, too. Yeah, sorry to take that from you there. Yeah, I just got a news story in Nuvalent, which is why I pulled it up. We had Stifel reiterates buy on Nuvalent. So yeah, I was wondering, like, will that? I mean, it's had a run anyway, right? So, but we do have, because I know we were mentioning earlier, like, would it break at this point? It really held VWAP, and now it's kind of, we're doing a slow swoop upwards, right? So this could be if you buy it on a baby dip, and it kind of continues to swoop up, especially as we have this new catalyst now, right? What with the reiterate of a buy from Stifel. So this could definitely be of note here. Like, this was kind of the previous high that we had, kind of on this point from where we kind of started to dip here. We were here at this, what price, like 56 area. So yeah, we're kind of coming back up. It'll be interesting to see if it can kind of regain those highs, get a bit of strength here, make a full swoop. But yeah, and UVL has been a beast because some of those, the small cap names of the day don't always kind of have the traction that this name has had. We also have Pixie. Someone mentioned Pixie here. Pixie and the VWAP. Let's take a look at our good friend Pixie. I don't know about Pixie and the VWAP for me personally, just because, I mean, like we're seeing these, I don't know if I want to say like barcode fully, just because, I mean, yeah, it looks like a barcode kind of. If it looks like a barcode, I guess I'll say barcode. But yeah, like we're seeing these giant wicks. And the spread is 3 cents, so like definitely not as scary as we could have. But yeah, I mean, we're pretty low here. We're not seeing as much kind of, like we're not seeing like a steady current down or up. So I would be kind of worried that this could break, especially, you know, with it being a small cap, there's always a bit of risk. Let's see if there's a catalyst on Pixie, because that could change things for me, because I like, you know, knowing what a cat. Yeah, we don't have anything for today. Yesterday, what did we? Yeah, so yesterday Shift Pixie was down to like 116 at one point. So yeah, I mean, Pixie's on the move. It'll be interesting though with regards to the VWAP that was mentioned in the chat. I think we were a little far from VWAP, but we'll see how it goes. The market is a crazy beast.
Oh, is it definitely? Yeah, that level that we kept going on and on about on the future looks like it's dead. This level over here, the double top from earlier, at least for the moment, we get that big red candle. As hard as we fought to kind of stay up above that, it looks like for the moment, you know, the bears are in control, and we're, you know, we're right back down below that 14,830. We're now at 2.5 and change. We get bought up here. I'm going to say, oh, look, I'm a genius. I called the level, right? But we'll see. We're getting bought up again, but I don't know. I don't know about this. Very, very confusing at the moment on the NQ. Still positive on the day, 0.80 off. What was the news that we really moved up on?
With Meta?
No, on what was the general market move? Oh, yeah, the jobs number. The jobs number came in lower than expected. Now, that's typically not a good thing. You want jobs to grow. But in this environment, we want jobs to kind of pull back because the Fed keeps her eye, Papa Powell keeps his eye on the jobs numbers. And so long as jobs and the unemployment rate and the amount of postings that are being posted by employers are strong, it looks like, you know, there's still demand in the market, and the consumer hasn't run out of money. And, you know, a lot of politicians have said this, and you know, it doesn't sound great when they say it, but, you know, a lot of them have said, oh, you know, Fed Chair Powell wants you to lose your job. Well, he doesn't want you to lose your job. He's not looking at you specifically. He's looking at the macro environment, and so long as jobs are strong, so long as there will be inflation pressure on the way up, and that's his job. He's got two things. There he is. Hello. He's got two things he needs to worry about: maximum employment and inflation, right? Price stability. So that's his look there. And today, the number came in below expectations, therefore negative in most environments, but that caused the market to go up.
Yeah.
That was a long-winded explanation.
Well, because we saw, I mean, like, but I think too, like, we saw the same thing yesterday, right? The opposite. We saw the jolts for like almost $1 million, or sorry, not $1 million, $1 million up from what we expected. Apologies there. But yeah, so then we saw like the market kind of flush down, right? So we're seeing, you're right, like with the market, and I find like the dollar tends to kind of react the opposite way sometimes with the market when you're seeing strength, because people are worried about, you know, we're worried about inflation, because the market strength can sometimes, you know, lead like to Jerome Powell, you know, have those higher interest rates, right? So I think because of concern for that, people get scared of spending, people sell off. So that, I mean, it makes sense. Like it's kind of counterintuitive, but I think and that was something that took me a minute to get when I was first getting into it. But yeah, no, I definitely think like it's fascinating once you kind of realize that those patterns exist. So it's definitely of note. Yeah, we're seeing a selling off yesterday on that news and a buying today, a little bit of an ease, a little bit of relaxation. Markets are breathing a little bit. And yeah, NUVL, just a side note here, we're almost done. But yeah, NUVL continuing to trend upward. Go NUVL. I'm like this guy has had so much strength. I guess that extra catalyst definitely didn't hurt.
I can't believe
but go
that
NUVL.
54 hold.
Me neither. Like looking at this is nuts. And then like it's just continuing to like swoop up here.
Is that VWAP, the aqua line?
I have that's my VWAP.
Shout out to the teal. The teal makes another comeback on the show, baby.
Dancing around the VWAP here and then just swooping upwards. Like very cool.
Trust the teal.
Trust the teal.
Trust the
Hashtag trust the teal.
Yeah. Go for it. The Katina man says, how about we talk about what we talked about in the recap? He says, what was the one indicator that he told her to follow? Go for it, Adara. Uh-oh.
Oh my God. I'm
deer in the headlights.
No, I'm just trying to remember. It was VWAP. Okay, sorry. That's what I thought. And then I got confused and then I got stressed out and I overthought it. Look at that, VWAP.
Yeah, and
Apologies.
VWAP has been your jam. You've been jamming to VWAP for a while.
I
like
use
that.
VWAP
Make
too,
it
which is
simple,
why it's funny.
baby.
I think it was just like the different, I was not prepared for that. Oops.
Yes.
But yeah, look at VWAP. Go VWAP.
Yes, okay. We are officially at 2 o'clock. So we're going to send it to the Big Kahunas, Adira and I, and Obi and I. We will see you tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Brando's at the big desk.
Guys, yeah, 2 o'clock here as we get going into the final couple hours of an afternoon that's turning into a positive one if you're looking at equities, obviously, across